F1 pre-season testing is back, and it is the last race day of the test. We have 8 hours to learn who's hot and who's not ahead of the 2024 season. Welcome back to JB Motorsports Twitch, USON and Instagram Live for day 3 of F1 testing. Let's take a look around the Bahrain International Circuit, a 3.362 mile circuit, 15 turns in total, 3 DRS zones as well. High elevation change up towards turn number 4. It's a fast, abrasive circuit. Get a good exit then out of the last corner and boot it hard towards turn number 1. Maximum usage as well of the DRS and ERS power. You're going 8th gear flat out, over 300 kilometers, lap on the brakes very late, turn in a very tight right-hander. Careful as you accelerate on the power, flat out through the kink at 2 and then the rise uphill towards turn 3 with the second DRS detection zone. Turn 4 flat out, braking around about 80 meters to go, flick the car in once again to the right, let it drift out wide, pick up the accelerator, don't go all 4 wheels off the white line as well, but try and use it as much as possible. Down to the sand dune section now, 5th gear, right through the curves as well, get back in the power, heavy braking stop once again, down all the way, 2nd gear corner, back to the right, power mid-on at the exit, rise up. Turn 9 and 10, double sweeping left-hander. Take the first one tight, brake hard, and turn. A lot of lockers on the inside front left here as well. Into the tight turn 10. DRS opens once again for the 3rd time. Down you go towards turn 11. Important to keep the car moving, important to keep the brakes on, light tap of the brakes down in 4th gear, power through mid-exit as well, right up the curbs. Now, turn 12 and 13, very important, don't touch the curbs at all, otherwise I'll spin you towards the wall. It's one of those type of circuits. Flick now, down, mid-through, the last turn 13, down, once again, the long back straight, no DRS, you're going to have to pass here with ERS management as well, into turn 14 as well, another heavy braking zone, down 3rd gear, back again to the right, turn 15 is practically invisible as you hurtle down with the DRS open through the first activation zone across the line. That is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit here in Shakir.
There he is.
Go.
Morning at Bahrain International Circuit, a site that often signals the calm before the storm for the Formula One season, but a normal Formula One season this is not. With new teams being rejected, major movements at the driver and manager level the past 8 weeks have been anything but silent. So then we welcome you to the eye of the hurricane, the calm between the storms. The final day of Formula One preseason testing is on us, and it all starts right now. We welcome you in then to we welcome you in to the booth for the Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit for day 3, final day of testing. Happy Friday to all of you. My name is Jackson Lambros as we are watching Sergio Perez hoping to get behind the wheel, and getting behind the mic now, the voice of JB Motorsports, is Josh Birch.
Oh, Jackson, you've got to come on to our intro. You should just host it so that I can only do the commentary. You've got perfect introduction skills. Morning, evening, how are you?
Evening, good. Energy is low, spirits are high.
I feel
Watch
the
my
same.
replays. Happy to see not just a Red Bull at the sharp end of this.
Yeah, Ferrari were fastest yesterday, which really surprised everybody. 1:30.9 for Carlos Sainz, just a little bit below Max Verstappen's pole time last year of a 1:29.7. So we should see that beaten tonight in the final hour when everyone puts on the C5 tyre compounds. And if we do go below the pole time, that means that this generation of cars is faster than the 23 and the 22 ones as well. So the evolution definitely getting up there. Just want to say welcome back to everybody watching both on USON and back on JB Motorsports Twitch. Delighted that we've got that back as well for the final day of testing, and to everybody watching as well on the JB Motorsports Instagram account. So we're back properly live as well on a main channel, USON. We've got their logo on in the side of the comms box. Finally got it sorted as well. Matthew sent me them over yesterday. I think the red pops a little bit better than the grey that was sent over, because it does match the timing screen. For testing on their main channel, you've got to make them front and centre. So we're all
I'm rocking with it. I like it.
I like it. It's nice. And hopefully we'll be live permanently as well. I'm just putting in on the YouTube chats where we all are today, because we're not live on the main channel, of course, on YouTube. So I always pop in where we are for day 3. So for the first time in this test, I walked into the commentary box this morning and everything was golden. Laptop plugged in first time, internet worked perfectly, bus mixer's okay, timing screens are working. So we will see the green light for the first time in a long, long time in a morning session. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes again. We're going to practice the safety car and red flag procedures at the end of this morning test. So we'll get ready to head out. But I believe, first of all, we're going to head down to the pit lane where Ted's in the pits.
Thank you very much, Laura. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of Formula One testing, otherwise known as the Prevaricator's Nightmare. Why put off anything in the first 2 days that you can actually do to today? Well, this is the last chance that all of the teams have to get some information, to try some setups, and to work on performance. So down here in the pit lane, we've already got the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll, who's been down here for a couple of minutes with a huge aero rake on, start his car up and then get going. Car number 20, Kevin Magnussen, ready to go to get some more data and to see if Haas has some good performance in. It's a better car than many are giving it credit for. Whoa, some slides there from Lando Norris as he desperately tries to heat up his tyres. What Lando has been doing, if we can just see past the hipsters here taking some photos, morning hipsters, is doing a kind of practice grid start. So the McLaren mechanics have actually had Lando's car in a practice grid box outside their garage with the grid trolleys and the tyre blankets and everything. So this is, I mean, if you take the way that they've started McLaren with Lando Norris, it may be the beginning of a race simulation early on. Of course, it's Lando in the morning, Oscar in the afternoon. So let's follow them and everybody else as we get going.
Thanks, Ted. Well, hipsters, I think, Jackson, is an interesting way to describe them, isn't it? Taking the photos, but everyone's out there on the track. Stroll, Magnussen, Sainz, Norris, Perez, Ricciardo, Ocon. That's 7 of the 10 teams straight out there. And here comes another one in the form of Alexander Albon. So 8 of the 10 out there. And I think that's perfect, actually, as well. Just Verstappen and Sargent waiting around as Rachel and Lawrence are up in the comms box as well over at F1 TV. But Jackson, this is it. Everyone's out there, final day of testing. What we're going to see effectively now is this is anything goes day. The final bit, get all your key ingredients, all your secrets out there, and just put pedal to the metal.
100%, Josh. And as much as we want to say that, we still kind of know what I've been talking about is we really won't see the true 100% pace of these cars until next Saturday, where these guys really get their fangs out. But what we can learn the answers of is we're going to start seeing cars running without sensors, without running the paint, without running the pressure sensors, and we're really going to see what these cars look like. Maybe not with the engine cranked up to 100, but with a chassis that's meant to go fast. So while we maybe won't get outright pace as an answer as we're watching, I believe that's Max Verstappen behind the wheel of that Red Bull machine.
Oh, it's Perez.
We really want to take a look at how these cars are acting. Oh, excuse me.
I thought
we
it was
want to ask
Max
ourselves
too,
how these cars are acting in the corner.
Yeah, and this is it, turn 1 for Perez, who turns in. Now, it should have been Verstappen this morning, so they've changed the schedule again. So Perez was on day 2, now he's on day 3 morning. Presumably that means that Max gets the evening this morning. That wasn't supposed to be how it was going. Max is supposed to be in the car in the AM session, Checo in the afternoon. But we've got 8 cars out there. Ocon's come back into the pit lane, so he was circulating. Norris is at turn 4. Ricardo's just behind.
Again, just put it down to installation laps at this rate, Josh.
Yeah, which is annoying me because 4 hours in high temperature is perfect for the testing of the hotter European races as well when they go in. Josh T's just getting ready to join us as well. He's popped in. So we'll go 3 wide on the cameras in a second. Here we go. So I'll just put it on battle screen while I do the magic clicks and make sure that everything is working. No, not selecting that specifically.
As you're doing that, I'm going to show my blatant professionalism and ask you where you are getting the beautiful track map we have on screen here.
Multi-viewer. So if you have an F1 TV account, download Multi-viewer and you can get the timing screens. But we'll send you the link.
Noted.
Josh T, send Jackson the link to the T-feed, which is our good timing screen. That's the one we use as backups. So you'll like that one. But we will send you all the links that we need.
Beautiful.
So as we come in to become 3. Morning. How are you, Josh?
Tired.
Yeah, I get that.
Even though I went to sleep at 7 p.m, I'm still tired.
I went at 9, woke up at 5:45, and was a little... Actually, that's a lie. I woke up in the middle of the night in one of those horrible cold sweats. So I had to get my dressing gown and put it over the bed because the bed cover was wet. I thought, I'm not going back to that. So I put the dressing gown over it and went, oh, warmer. So I'm going to get now a nice throw to put under the bed cover because it's nice and warm. And it's freezing in that room as well. But, yeah, I'm tired too. I think everybody is. And Jackson, you haven't even been to bed yet. It's 11:05 over there, isn't it?
11:05 over here. Yep.
I don't know how you do it.
It's amazing. You were with me for the Grid After Dark stuff. It's amazing for some of these flyaway races where we've got, 10 p.m. start times on a Saturday night. Nothing better.
I think we know who's going to be in the commentary box for Australia, Japan, China, and all that lot. We're all half asleep. You're more than welcome, Jackson, anytime. As we check out, that was a lot of airflow paint on Alexander Albon's car. He's down at turn number 8 now. Valtteri Bottas just got some gentlemen at his feet. He's not even in the car.
Look at this. I want to give a special shout out to I almost said steak, to Kick Sauber for giving us high-vis paint that's not green for these tests. It took something that neon for us to finally get different colors on these for tests.
I mean, it was so difficult.
I don't know. I just think that's cool.
They could have really thrown it out there and put the green flavors on and just gone like, oh, it's just part of the livery. No one will know. Shh, we're not testing anything. But no, they have put orange, haven't they? And we've got some orange on the Williams as well. So I like that.
Yeah.
As practice starts continue on for, I think that's Carlos Sainz, who's done a 1:32.737 this morning in his opening gambit. Track noise keeps going up and down today. I don't know why. I think there's a problem on the audio feed from specifically enough. As they continue down. There it is in the background. Who's that? It's turn 1.
Can confirm that is Carlos Sainz in the pit lane. He pulls to the side. Looks like he's going to be doing a practice pit start as one other out of the pits. I believe that is one of the Alpines.
You are correct. Ocon's coming down pit road. Lewis is coming out too, actually, as well. Stroll getting in the way. Well, actually, Sainz getting in the way of Stroll. Stroll's just started the lap, and Sainz is putting him right in the centre, and Stroll's doing some aero testing as well with the sensor rakes at the side of the car, measuring the airflow intake into the new side pods down at Aston Martin. Carlos Sainz doesn't have any aero data on. As Jackson said, they'd completed all that testing yesterday. Now it's just about shaking down the car, putting as many laps on it as possible. And these are test engines, of course, so they're designed to do a certain amount of kilometres. I think it's 10,000 in total. And we've done 700, we did each, so it's a testing engine. The rear one is, of course, designed to do 1,000,000 times more, but this year, instead of having 3 power units per season per driver, it's been increased to 4 power units per driver per season, which is a bigger intake because it's 24 races, so it can now be divided a little bit more equally. But I still think it should be 5, personally, because otherwise we're just going to get penalties in the crucial stage of the season as well.
You can put it down to penalties. I think it's I mean, naturally it does more races, but I think also, again, we want this to reflect road car technology to an extent, right? So we don't want, as awesome as NASCAR engines are, those things are so alien from their road car brethren. They're using an engine, they're using a new engine every other race.
Yeah.
So obviously, reliability with some kind of approach to the design here.
So coming down, just having a look. Carl Sainz, what's his sector times? Well, he's out there on soft tyre compounds. Can't tell which one just yet. So it's C4, there we go. It's come up on our timing screen. So Sainz straight out there on C4. So is Danny Ricciardo, I believe. He's out there on C4 tyres. So they are going straight in for a proper push simulation. As we're 10 minutes into the session, 4 hours to go. Of course, the last 10 minutes are allocated for the safety car red flag tests, to which hopefully we'll have our first standing start test. Sainz already up by 2/10 on his own best time as they drag downhill in towards turn 8. Do you think Ferrari could win a race this year, Jackson? And I'll throw to Josh that question as well.
Absolutely. I think, again, I still do believe. I think we're too soon to really draw any assumptions here. As much as we want to say it's in Red Bull's favor. Oh yeah, I'm huffing that hopium, boys. But I think, really, I truly believe, if not Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, Mercedes are all in the running for a win this year. Especially with how we're seeing these new tech approaches, with how maybe we haven't seen too many mechanical hiccups yet. But again, as you said, Josh, different spec engines for testing here.
Your messages have just come through, Jackson, from the other
mechanical
day.
hiccups.
They've just come through. Your messages about Indy Lights and as well. They've just literally come through on my watch now.
Oh, yeah.
Days later, I'll look at those. Not a bad idea. I was just reading them while you were talking. Carlos Sainz Sr. Is that man ever going to retire?
Sainz Sr. watching on... No, never. And I think that's why he deserves all the respect in the world.
He'll be
just got off of another Dakar win with Audi e-tron. First ever all-electric win.
Sensors broke on the back of Ricciardo. Can you see at the back of Ricciardo at the bottom? Across it, it's broken. He'll have to come into the pit lane. Take a look at the rear of that RB and the bottom of the sensor. It's broke. It's flying around. That's collecting nothing. It's come off. So that's probably been dislodged on one of the bumps down the start-finish straight. So there it is, right at the bottom.
Yeah,
Look,
I want to see the moment that happened here. Maybe got up a little bit too aggressive on the curbing and knocked it loose.
Okay, he's, I think, being told to box. Sainz yesterday, 129.921. It was a 129.709. That's the lap record set by Max Verstappen in a session. Of course, we did get below that in the older generation of cars back in 2021. So we could still see the race lap record beaten. That's the question. Yeah, Josh T, what do you think? Ferrari race winners this year?
Yes.
Brave. I know Omi's listening in, but I'm presuming he's going to be screaming at this point, watching the test. Yes, he is going to be in. They will be testing. They will be winning races going forward.
Well, here's the thing we got to remember, gentlemen. It was not Sainz win at Singapore was not because of some Barcelona 2016 scenario, right?
Yeah.
Two guys who were the ones to beat crash into one another. They just flat out did not have the car for that. And Sainz took advantage of it. So I truly do think this Red Bull is going to be a beast, but there is going to be places where it's not going to be the fastest car.
I definitely think as well that we're going to have a certain number of races this year where Red Bull wouldn't turn up. I mean, last year, even though they were dominant, there were select races where we went, "Do you know, they're not as powerful here as we thought they were going to be. They're being chased, they're being hounded." So things like Baku as well, when it was Perez who turned up that weekend. So I think we're going to have, and now the field's closer, we're going to be in for a little bit more interesting races. I still think Red Bull might win a couple, especially in the first half of the season. But we're going to be in for a very interesting. I think from Spain onwards, it's going to be a championship and a half. And that is literally hanging by a thread of wire, that rear connector cable on the RB. And he has, I believe, come into the pit lane. Yes, he has. Ricciardo has come in. Bottas, however, is coming out. This is Ricciardo now. Does look like an Alpine, doesn't it, from the distance? An older Alpine.
Just a bit. So that's Bottas on pit exit, as well as now on track. Still relatively quiet. Carlos Sainz kind of alone. Hamilton pacing him a bit. Then it's Albon, followed by Bottas, as I'm commentating on the exact same screen that everybody else can, and I'm not going to say anything now.
Oh, what? I don't get that. Oh, yeah, we're all doing. I was like, what?
This is a commentator testing moment of I'm using the map to try and paint everyone a picture of what we're looking at. So I'm like, okay, we'll look at the track map.
Oh, I see.
And kind of help describe where everybody is on track and separated. And as I'm saying that, I'm looking at the live stream feed.
And everyone else can see the same map, yeah. Yes, we're not on
exactly.
We're not on radio. We are for this one. We'll be back on radio with USRN Mixler for the Bahrain Grand Prix next week. Unless Matthew's taking it. I don't actually know yet. Last year we did, I think, 22 of the 23 races. They only took one.
Really?
I think, yeah, they took Vegas, but then we also did Vegas. So on USRN, it was them on Vegas, and then we were on USRN too. So there was both coverage.
Well, if we want to talk commentator news, in bombshell, I believe while you were live, Josh, David Croft missing 3 races for Sky this year.
He is, yes. So I'm just a little bit panicked that the laptop's at 48%, and it was at 60 a minute ago, so slightly concerned. If it's using power, because if so, I don't know what's happened to it. Yeah, David Croft missing 3 races. He put a tweet out yesterday, or during the night, I can't remember which, saying about it. Oh, that explains it. Yes, okay. We may still be, if you're wondering why there's a problem with the TV pictures, the actual cable for the internet has disconnected. So there's no LAN cable, Wi-Fi, and there's no Ethernet connecting to the laptop at the moment. That probably explains a lot. So it's all going on Wi-Fi, which is about as useful as nothing really, because the Wi-Fi here is shockingly bad. I'm surprised it's actually handling that well. Yeah, Crofty taking over with 3 races. In fact, can I leave you two alone for a second? Because I'm going to go unplug it and replug it in from the main box. That worked yesterday. So I'm going to hand over to you two for a sec. Oh, Ted might save me. No, I'll hand it over to you two.
I got it. We got it.
Okay, so I believe the schedule is for today in the morning session. Perez, Hamilton, Stroll. For Ferrari, it is Carlos Sainz, Norris, Ocon, Albon, Zhou, Ricciardo, Magnussen. The noon session, Russell, Alonso, and Ferrari have made difficult. Another place where we can get it. Leclerc in the afternoon session. Then it is Piastri, Gasly, Albon, Bottas, Tsunoda, and Hulkenberg. So Albon in all day and Perez in all day as well. There's the kick Sauber out on track going through turn 10 on a replay as we jump to
I'm back.
a car going into pit lane of Lance Stroll.
Didn't work. That was the question.
Quiet track for the moment as we welcome Josh back into the booth,
Nothing is working.
trying to rapid fire IT.
It's like that scene in, you just want to hit it with a mallet. Just, come on, just connect. I don't know. I honestly don't know why it's not connect. It's like it's just gone. Nope, you're not going to work today. Sorry. Bye. Actually surprised the Wi-Fi's holding up as good as it is, which I'm delighted about. Can you all hear me okay at least?
Beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch it then until...
I think my camera has... I think I lost my camera at some point. Oh, no, I'm here.
No, you're there. All good. They sometimes work, sometimes don't. I wonder why it's I'll fix it. Oh, I can't touch it, otherwise the Instagram will go off. What's the point of that? Honestly, it's all confusing. So just waiting for the Wi-Fi to return. Anyway, on board with Lando Norris. He is, where is he? Up to turn 4 on the track. P2 at the moment, the C3 tyre compound. 133.742. But he's on a different spec run compared to Carlos Sainz. Is Lando finally going to get a race win this season? Oscar got a sprint win last year. Lando still nothing in his F1 career now in season 6.
We talk about the ideal car, and while that's definitely Red Bull, I think the 1-2 punch of Lando and Piastri might just be the strongest combination. You've got two young guys who are so hungry for both. Lando may be a bit more after, getting it, having it so close to him so many times. I absolutely...
I agree with you. I think he's definitely going to get this victory done at some point in the season as we take a look at the McLaren engineering side of things down the circuit. I mean, really, fingers crossed, it's going to be them going all out for it this year. I want Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, Aston, all involved in this fight for victories. But I honestly think the first row of the grid is going to be Red Bull. The second row is going to be the AlphaTauri, now Racing Bulls, RB, whatever it's going to be, with that car. So if there's one team that's sandbagging, it's RB. They've got last year's Red Bull. So they're sandbagging like crazy, just so that nobody knows. I can tell they're sandbagging as well. There's no way Danny Rick and Yuki Tsunoda are that off the pace in testing. They will be surprising us in Bahrain, just like AlphaTauri surprised us a couple of years ago in 2022, when they went second and third in qualifying 1 and then qualifying 2. I dropped to the floor in the commentary box.
You really hope so with those guys. Obviously kind of a season to unfortunately forget there in the final season of AlphaTauri. But we know that this is a team that has pace in these spec cars. We've seen it in 22. So if they can get a return to that form, they're going to be golden here in this third year of these kind of, I call them the big boy regulations, because these cars are massive by F1 standards.
Oh, they are the biggest F1 cars I think we've ever had. Even if you compare it to 1997, they are wider, they are bigger, they are heavier as well. Oh, well, Lando gets a twitch coming out of 13 down to 14, but I don't agree with the fact that we've got these silly regulations when ideally what we need is the cars from the 05, 06, 07, 08 era back. Less of this hybrid technology, because that just isn't where the future of road cars is. We need hydrogen reusable fuels, which it's coming in. So if we've got the renewable fuel, so we're not adding any carbon back, you need to have then a V10 engine. You need to show what they can do, and that's by pushing it through a V10. I don't know why we're sticking with these V6s when we don't need them. It's bizarre.
Former IndyCar driver J.R. Hildebrand put it in the best way for me. These are superhuman individuals driving the 20 most insane machines on the planet, and it should be a fully visceral experience for both the eyes and the ears. And while these are, don't get me wrong, some of the most stunning cars in the world, and the V6s just do not cut through the ears
No.
as the engine of old. So you can put that down to old man yelling at cloud, but I think it's almost mutually, if not bring back the V10s, you know, the things have just sounded so different since 2013.
And I've been trackside with these cars as well, and they're loud, but they're not. You have to put your fingers in their ears loud, which is not what that's what Formula One is. You need to have like fingers in ears. You want to be literally blown away by these cars, and you're impressed by them, but you're not blown away by them. And as I said, I think on a stream when we were talking about this before, literally you can be standing trackside, the car whizzes by you, and about 3 seconds later you can hear the birds tweeting. Whereas with the V10, it's loud everywhere around the track you are, and that's what it needs to be. Being in a racetrack now for Formula One isn't about the noise. It's just about seeing them go by, and it's wrong, because you should be able to hear the cars wherever you are. If you're at a touring car race, you can always hear the cars. If you're at IndyCar, NASCAR, any other form of motor racing, you can hear the cars. In Formula One, they go by you and they go silent. It's bizarre.
Have you been to a Formula E race, Josh?
All right, that's fair. Formula E, you can't hear anything at all. Even when they go past you, you can hear the batteries then. But no, I haven't been to Formula E yet.
You can definitely hear something.
Really?
It's the brakes and maybe the slight chirp of tires.
So Formula E is actually you can hear more.
Losing grip.
That's embarrassing for Formula One. If Formula
I
E
wouldn't
can hear
say
more.
you can. No. I'm saying this because I would still take. Don't get me wrong. I would still take F1 sound any day. But you get a lot more kind of nonverbals, and by that I mean you understand what the driver is going through, because you can hear the front end washing out. You can hear the rear end maybe breaking a bit of traction. You can hear the brakes squealing. It's a very, very kind of weird feeling.
Yeah,
but
it's there.
very, very interesting.
I must try this. I know Formula E, it's just hard to get there because they always clash. I think Portland is one that's quite good to get to, and then to let others take over. But still, yeah. Hamilton's cars up on the jacks. I would say the best audio experience would probably still be NASCAR or the Indy 500. One of those two. If not both. Go on.
It is IMSA. I'm sorry.
IMSA. Oh.
Or World Endurance Championship, actually, because the Cadillacs are in there too. Just in general, because you get the whole symphony of different engines.
Alex Jakes has dropped a little nugget of information. Laura Winter yesterday was commentating on the part of the test session, and she's really grateful for the opportunity to lead the F1 testing commentary for an hour today for the very first time. She led in 2019. Don't know if she remembers that. Thanks so much to all. Enjoy the coverage with us. And to Alex Jakes for lending me his seat and a chance to learn from the best. One day to go. And he put, fantastic work, mate. Did someone say FP1? So is Laura Winter going to commentate on the FP1 sessions this season? That's a good idea. I mean,
how about that?
I mean, on Sky, it's either Rachel or Pinkham, isn't it? So it's either Pinks or Rachel.
Right.
Makes sense. Rachel's on now, actually, on the comms team with Lawrence. So that's been up there. I do know it's coming up to past, and I know you said you're only going to do half an hour, Jackson. So what have you made of testing as a whole and going into the 2024 season? Have you got anyone to look out for?
I think the more we watch testing, I think the more each year we get confused.
Yeah.
Because every year we maybe get hope of who might be a front runner, and still some things fail to kind of help us predict what might happen. And obviously, we've gotten this year to be a pretty good exception with that, because we've obviously seen Verstappen as we've got a red flag out on the track here, Josh.
What's happened to bring out the red flag?
But I think...
Oh, drain cover's loose again. Not another one.
Not again.
Is that the same part of the track as well? That's coming down into a... It is at the same part. It's down at turn 11 again. It's the same drain cover that's come loose again. I don't believe it. 2 sessions running, the same drain cover has come loose down at the entry to turn 11. Now, we went round yesterday.
Josh.
Yeah.
The meme of them using in industrial no more nails tape gets bigger.
I don't believe it. It's the same
You've
one.
got the opportunity right now to find out who hit that again and give us the funniest information ever if it's another Ferrari, and to bust the myth of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Who's got the Komatsu sponsorship? It's Albon. I believe Albon's hit it because he was touring in, wasn't it? We were on board with him when the red flag came out, and he was touring in with his hand up. I think Albon's hit it. That's not confirmed, but he was touring in. And, okay, I'm trying to think now. If we've got 3 hours 40 to go, it took them an hour and a half to fix this yesterday. And they don't have to check every other drain cover now because there wasn't any other drain cover on the track that was loose. And they only did the inspection this morning. So this drain cover's been pulled up again. And why is there nobody there? Nobody's there. The track's empty. Nobody's going out. And we're losing more and more precious time. This will probably get added on later on in the day. So once again, it looks like we're going to be here for a long time. If anybody wants a lunch break, I don't think you're going to get it. We might go straight into the afternoon session or get the lunch break cancelled and a whole day will get progressed. But
yeah,
oh, don't tell me it's the Red Bull of Perez over the track.
At least for me.
It is.
Red Bull, Perez.
I've got it. Probably at least another 15
minutes.
Maybe 30. We'll see. When I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah.
No worries at all. No worries at all. It was Perez who's dislodged it. But luckily, I don't think there's any damage. They're checking. But is that floor damage or just part of it? I can't tell. So that's going to be a little bit of a look. So, red flag for the same drain cover getting ripped up again. Laurent Meekis there, now team principal of RB, former technical director at Ferrari and strategist, chief strategist as well. Ted.
Question to you and Lawrence about the drain covers in a second, but first of all, you are quite correct, Rachel. Don't know if you got a tip off or not, or whether you just spotted it. I think knowing you probably just spotted it. But there is a little bit more blue. So from sorry about the indelicacy of this mechanic's posterior, but from the BWT logo past the BRB, don't know if that stands for Be Right Back, down to Castrol, that's a new blue panel there. If you look at yesterday, I think we can have a shot here seeing the nose of the car yesterday, the Alpine. That was blank carbon fibre. So overnight, they've managed to get some blue vinyl wrap and take the sponsors' logos off, put the blue vinyl wrap down, and then put the sponsors' logos back down on top of them. So that is good. Actually, I can put a number on it as you're watching more replays, I believe, of Checo Perez going over that drain cover, Rach. Tell me if you want to come back in or if I can just continue. But we do have a number on it. Okay, we have a number on it. It's 0.03 of a second. The weight gain by not fully stickering the car, according to the Alpine technical director, is 0.03 of a second. 36 milliseconds, actually. So almost 0.04 of a second. I'd take that. Never mind the stickers. What about you, Anthony? We always have these sort of fantasy, you know, if we were a team boss, don't we, Ant? I'm taking 3. That can be a place on the grid. Or 2. If it means not having any stickers and saving the weight, I'm taking 0.03 of a second every day. So I think what they're doing is right for them. All right, that's sticker and weight. But yeah, Anthony, I've got two questions for you. So firstly, are you absolutely convinced that it's not a tyre angle, it is just the increased suction of these ground effect cars that's disturbing and lifting, or is it part of the fact that it was at the point where Checo was putting some lateral load and maybe twisting out that piece in there? And as a remedy, I know you're saying it's within track limits, could they say that you must not ride, could the FIA say that drivers must not ride out to these drain covers in order to have a quick fix for such issues? A couple of questions for you, Anthony.
Yeah, good questions, Ted. I think the tyre looked like it was the final piece of the puzzle that ripped that drain cover out. Maybe it's just become loose over the years as the circuit ages. Who knows? Other categories that race here as well might do a bit of damage to the circuit. It could just be, like we said, the cars venturing out further and further as the years go by and the cars get bigger and that the ground effects increases. Maybe it's a combination of all those elements. You can see Niels Vittich out there as well, race director, having a proper look at it now. I think they maybe this might be a longer stop today actually than yesterday, because now they've seen if it is the same piece of drain cover that's come loose again, they've got to find a different solution, and that might take more time.
Right.
Well,
I'm not despair, Jackson, that it's like, seriously? This is testing.
we're talking about testing, man. No, again, it's just the oddities. We can laugh at Vegas for being unaccountable, right?
Yeah.
But this is something completely different, and I'm really curious to kind of figure out the exact reason here, whether it was as AD was talking, whether it was down to maybe just how Checo was approaching it, putting some lateral force to kind of unscrew that cover, or it is just the fact that these are bigger cars, and as we're going further down this generation of car, we're learning to extract more and more downforce from them, therefore we're able to suck more stuff up from the ground.
I think this year, as I said, they've redesigned the concepts for the underneath of the car. They've gone back to more of a 22 setup. The car's also a bit fatter, as you can see on the front wing there. So they're generating more suction below the floor. And I reckon they are. And they're taking an unusual line through turn 11. They're going over the curb to try and get a more easy angle through. So by doing that, effectively, they're keeping two wheels on the track, but they're going over the curb and effectively breaching track limits. I think we need you can't go over the exit curb. A bit like in MotoGP. If you go over the curb and onto the green, you get a penalty. I think we need that. I think we need, if you go over the curb, you're not allowed to do that. You must stay on the curb, not over the curb. Because going over the curb, it's clearly breaking something up. As Niels Vittich, now in the medical car, is having a horrible deja vu moment. We had this yesterday morning, now we've got it today, this morning.
Well, here's the real reason we've taken this line as we're getting a view here into turn 11. Guys can run so wide in this kind of esports move, running all the way to the outside of the track. Normally, you wouldn't do that because you would either have curbing or grass or gravel on the other side there, which would naturally really upset the car under braking. But you've just got painted over concrete there, so when you're on the brakes, you're
Okay, Wi-Fi's completely gone now, so we've lost everyone. Ha!
with you.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Hi.
I got you. You got me?
I got you, yeah. Small disconnect issue. Wi-Fi went off and came back on again on the laptop.
10-4.
Are we still live on Instagram? I don't know. I think Instagram might have frozen as a result of that. Hang on a minute. Oh no, we're still fine. Just my viewing of... Oh no, it has frozen. I have no idea. Hang on a minute. I'm going to wave, see if that works. Ted's in the pits.
Thank you, Rachel. Seeing as we've got a red flag and we can actually cross the pit lane and show you some of these drain covers. You might say, well, what's the point in having drain covers in Bahrain? It never rains. Well, it does. I don't know if you already said that, Anthony, but you know, it does rain here. It does rain here.
It did 2 weeks ago for the
if there
F2
is
test,
racing. Yeah, exactly. You do need to have these drains. So this is a sort of similar one. There'll be other ones. This is the one in the pit lane. But, you know, they are there. They do have bolts in here. They are very extremely solidly put in. But it is possible. You know, this circuit has been here. We're celebrating the sort of 20th year of coming here. It is possible that you get some little bits of metal fatigue, or some of these bolts in here might not be as fresh as they once were. I'm not suggesting this is the case in here. I'm just saying it's possible. So they are mandated, or there is a kind of drain. I know we're getting deep into drain chat here, but oh, got the sign here. But there is actually a FIA mandated drain. You tend to see in drains around the world that you see some similar manufacturers, but they have to actually fit some kind of dimension and function and strength. Daniel probably wonders what we're doing, so poking around the drains around here. We won't disturb him. He's in a chat with his new boss, Lauren Mekis here. But yeah, we have a stoppage. Daniel wasn't going to be out for the moment while they do some more work on his car. We can see in here the engineer, chief engineer Jody Eggington. Hello, Jody. You all right? Yeah, get ready for whenever we think we're going to have a stoppage. I mean, as we are only in the first hour, I would suggest they will not do what they did yesterday and actually stop the session for any sort of serious length of time and then restart it. But yeah, certainly here at RB, you can see them discussing it with the new sporting director, Alan Permain here, who's of course ex-Enstone team, Alpine and Renault and all the rest of it. But yeah, from the shots that you're seeing, we're all expecting this to be a fix and then a restart and then the lunch break. But we'll keep across it.
Thank you very much, Ted.
Cheers, Ted. Yeah, so it's a waiting game, unfortunately, this test. And they're testing everything now, aren't they, Jackson? They've gone out there and they are making sure that every part of the track is safe and secure. But it's so exhausting that we come to testing and they're losing what little time they have nowadays to get used to new cars, and it's not their fault. It is the fault of the track. Both red flags we've had in testing have been due to drain covers coming loose, nothing else.
And this is something I was thinking about earlier. When you are going into a preseason test like this, are you trying to address maybe the biggest issues of your car or the biggest things early on, or are you maybe biding your time, waiting to kind of hold off on that and not maybe expose the problems of your car too much? What I'm getting at here is how many people are how many teams are really suffering here with this lost time, and naturally everyone. But who's really suffering more than others here, as whether they're playing catch up or they really had this time reserved for maybe having more time to focus on specific issues?
I'm trying to think. Williams could be losing some time here because they have a new aggressive strategy that they need to go out and have a look at. Arguably,
and
Hamilton.
we saw the changes with Alpine, as Ted was pointing out, obviously, with the paint. I don't know if you want to call that a change. I want to say I saw a bit of a change to the Ferrari front wing as well. I don't want to...
Did look different, didn't it?
Don't want to swear on that.
There
It
you
looked
go.
a smidge different.
Bigger at the front.
Okay. I'll tell you what, yeah, because at a bare minimum, where the vinyl or where there was red... it was on those upper two elements yesterday, and it was almost entirely red today, except for exposed carbon kind of on that third lowermost element. As we go back to the pit lane with Roberto Meri, Carlos Sainz Sr.
I tell you what, you ask, you shall receive, Jackson, on the TV pictures there. The Ferrari said it, and then, oh, here we go, you get a picture of it. Quite enjoy that, as you see Esteban Ocon.
That's the reverse Lance Stroll, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where
yeah.
we're talking about something and the Sky Sport or the producer gods give us an offering.
It's I'll take it. SHT asks on the Twitch chat, could we be seeing extended time again in today's testing session because of the drain cover issue in the same section? I would say at least we might have. Oh, and they are now welding it down on the track. We're seeing it live actually. The drain cover
Which
getting
is what
welded
they
down.
should have done yesterday.
Yeah, but what did they do yesterday? You said
Yeah,
they
you-
used tape.
They used no more nails tape.
Yeah, that's it. I've always thought it was a drain cover that could kill someone. Let's just stick it down with some sellotape.
And welding is pretty much that's your gritty street circuit solution that if you look at Detroit, Long Beach, that's the way these guys have addressed that for nearly 30 years. Granted, you're going to have a different approach if it's a permanent street circuit or a permanent road course like this. But I mean, when you've got 3.5 hours on the clock here and you're trying to do something fast and effective like that, you got to do what you got to do.
I just thought, how are they powering that? But then I saw the generator that's there as well. Because I was taking a look, thinking, where is there a plug socket somewhere on the track? I thought, how cool's that? Go out.
We are in Bahrain, so I reckon maybe a couple magnifying glasses
That'll do it.
harness the power of Ra to get that thing welded down.
Megan was on about yesterday, actually, when she was in the comms box about her magnifying glass, and she wants to do some tests to see what burns through a magnifying glass, like paper, wood, things like that. I said to her, she's not a pyromaniac, but she's really interested, because we got into the discussion about, because we saw the sparks flying at the bottom of the car from Hamilton, and it caught the floor on fire a little bit. And she said, it's like a magnifying glass. And then she said, oh, I've got a magnifying glass. And then, so it looks like Megan's going to be doing some features about what will burn and what will not burn. I wonder if she'll get some carbon fibre. We've got some carbon fibre around here somewhere, actually. That she could test.
I'm excited for Megan, but that assumes as an Englishman you're going to see the sun.
Yeah, we might have to wait until the heat wave in the summer if it happens. We might not have a long time for that. If it happens at all, that is the question. I do feel, do you know, I just realised, I look at the television monitor, behind it is a brick wall painted white, so it reflects the light back on us in the comms box. But on the other side, where my notes are, it's a sort of, it's a floor fake tile mat that was actually in my nana's kitchen, and we've got a large roll of it. We've still got a load of it actually on the other side of the garage, but we cut some off and put it up to cover the door of the garage, and to have a nice little feature to stand in front of to do some filming. And I just looked at it and I thought, that's the first time I've actually properly looked at it in a long time, because usually I'm just looking at notes. I'm just standing here looking at like a tile marble wall. It's really bizarre. If you came into the commentary box, you would be like, oh, didn't expect that to be there. But it's nailed up on like a sheet. It's quite funny.
Josh T, I think Josh is going insane.
Well, I had 6 hours on my own yesterday in the commentary box, and then, well, I'd say 6, probably about 5. But I have done Monday, MotoGP testing 7 hours. Tuesday, MotoGP testing 7 hours. Wednesday, Formula 1 testing 8 hours. Thursday, F1 testing 8 hours. Friday, F1 testing 8 hours. Saturday, will be NASCAR qualifying. Sunday, Atlanta. And then Monday as well, the Daytona 500. So it's just like I've just ran out of. I've ran out. JBMotorsports 24/7 is the tagline this year. That's because we never get a chance to sleep. It's
Josh.
yes, go on.
It's the same spot on track,
Yeah.
but it's not the same drain cover.
Is it
Ah.
not?
I'm gonna send you a photo from Chris Medland in the
Oh,
commentators chat. On the right is where the one is up. On the left is where the one from yesterday is, and it looks like they're welding that one down as well.
I see it on the chat. Despite that, my phone's not on. Oh, can you hear that feedback? That's the messages coming through. You can hear it as well. I can see it, and yes, you're right. So it is a different
Shout out
drain
to...
cover.
Go on.
I was just going to say, it's a different drain cover. There it goes. Beeping.
Shout out to racers Chris Medlin for wasting no time in getting us that on the scene reporting of same.
Have you seen?
Go.
Have you seen his latest tweet, guys? That it just came out. There's actually 2 drain covers loose.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. There's 2. I'll hold up my phone to the camera in hopes you can see. But there are 2 different sets of drain covers that are loose. Actually, that's worked quite well. Actually.
so it's the same one and another one.
It's the same one and another one. I don't.
What? So basically, what happens at Bahrain pre-season testing day 2, turn 11, doesn't stay at Bahrain pre-season testing
It
day
goes
2,
about
turn
10
11.
feet forward.
Yeah, Why Red Flag says, troll in the chat. Good morning to Julia. He says, hi guys. Morning, Julia. Hi to Jess, who's here as well on the USON YouTube chat. Oh no, not another one. Troll says, morning, Why Red Flag? Oh, not again. Yep. Same area. It's the same drain cover and another drain cover on the same part of the track. So basically, it's like a long gully, and they've all come loose. Surely if they've got... But the problem is, and this is the problem, that drain cover at the side of the track runs the entirety of the curb. So that entire drain cover would need work. Okay.
We're talking worst case scenario here if that's the case, but
If we have to cancel this morning's session, this afternoon would have to be extended to 6 hours aside, like an hour.
I mean
before, an hour after.
they would for sure have to look at the curbing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that does not mean it's necessarily, all loose. But
I mean,
yeah, Josh, that's a what 430-foot stretch of curbing there.
Yeah. I mean, if they do cancel this morning's session for that, and does that mean I get 3 hours sleep? I get to go back to bed. Just have a 3-hour nap, and then wake up. Oh, we'll go again. 6 hours, you say? Okay. I've got plans this evening. I can't exactly. We finish at 4, but I've got this feeling it's going to finish at 5, 6, because we've got lights here at Bahrain. We don't need to stop at a scheduled time. Charles says they should have sealed it forever. We're having red flags on race day. Yeah, I've got the filler content ready.
There's a almost menacing side of me that kind of that's kind of imagining what happens if we just all end testing right now, because it almost feels like something that could level out the playing field a bit more. We've only had one retirement. You can correct me if I'm wrong. We've only had one retirement actually due to mechanical issues, Albon day 1. And everything else that's caused kind of stoppage has just been the track itself.
It's the weirdest test I've ever seen in my life, where drain covers just keep coming loose. I think this happened at Barcelona one year, where a drain cover
I still think snow at Barcelona beats drain covers.
We lost an entire 2 days of testing. For that.
2 days.
I forgot about that. Yeah. But in those days, we had a test a week later where it was sunshine because we went to Bahrain, so that was all right. But so now they're filing down the welding they've just done. They're now filing down the edges. I'm reminded of that bit from The Simpsons where, you know, that episode where Lisa thinks she's overweight, and she goes to the dresses and she talks to the guy working there, and he goes, shaving down the thighs, shaving down the thighs.
This is a Josh T question.
Yeah. I make $10 an hour, shaving down the thighs. That was quite funny, actually. I'm about...
Welcome to F1 testing red flag delays, everyone on JB Motorsports.
And USON. Don't forget that one.
Yep.
And USRN. We've got... We are praising the fact that Alpine has decided to put a sticky note worth of paint more on their car as people are trying to fix the second drain problem in a row.
I Carlos Sainz's hair looks like me when I woke up this morning. No joke of a lie, my hair. It's quite flat now, because my hair does go quite flat, it's got no volume. But when I wake up in the morning, or on some lucky days, it does go like Carlos Sainz's, where it goes Nutty Professor. What are we looking at here? It's Sainz day 2 versus day 3. So I presume day 2 is at the top, day 3 is at the bottom. But I don't actually know. They haven't told us which is which. Judging by the angle of the sun,
I'd assume day 3 is
the top.
on the bottom.
On the bottom.
None of you guys can see this.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever one comes across the line first is the day 2 one.
Right, that's a good point.
Because it's 3 seconds faster than what we currently are.
All right, judging.
Thanks, JT.
Oh, actually, considering that, what time is it over there? 10 a.m. Oh. I think day 2 is on the top and day 3 is at the bottom. I think Jackson's right, because yesterday I think Sainz set his time in the setting sun. Man, what tyres is he on now? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the tyres. Look, red tyres on the top, yellow tyres at the bottom, and he's on.
Yep.
But he was on C4s this morning.
Yeah, but look how in front the top is compared to the bottom,
Yeah.
and it was like a 2.5 second gap. So
Time screen is putting him on mediums right now, so I believe I think that's right. Yeah. Well, whichever crosses the line first is the fastest time.
which is day 2
Yeah.
up the top.
It's so.
Anyway.
Hang on a minute. Yeah, he's got to the braking zone way before that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So day 2's on top, day 3's on
Yes.
bottom. I wish I could just label it quite nicely for us instead of putting this ridiculous thing on where it's day 2 v day 3 and you don't actually tell us which one's on top. Yeah, it was day 2 on top, day 3 on bottom. That Ferrari front nose, I see what you mean about the little black winglet again. That seems to be new on the underfloor. I do see what you mean.
I'm not sure if that's just maybe repositioning the weight there, or if there is actually changes to how that actual wing is designed, but it's a change one way or the other.
Does look quite interesting. So, red flag has been out now about 30 minutes coming up. So that's half an hour they've lost of this session. There's out the
I'll say this, I feel like they got to addressing this issue way earlier than yesterday.
Red flag came out immediately, didn't it, as well, before, because Sainz had to tell him to put the yellow flag out, and then his teammate hit it.
Yep.
Okay, now it just looks like a half-naked Formula 1 car. I don't know which one I prefer better. I'm glad they've put a little bit of paint on the front, but the rear of the car still looks awful. So it now looks like we've got a half-naked Formula 1 car.
We're looking at the new and improved Alpine here, which, for those of you not familiar, got flamed pretty hard for being exposed and having a lot of carbon fiber open. They fixed that a bit here. We've got a bit more blue on the nose and on the side pods, but as Josh has kind of pointed out, it's got this almost half-finished feel to it now.
Okay, Mercedes have won the F1 Tweet of the Year already with this comment. Are you ready?
Drop it.
If we had a nickel for every time a drain came loose during testing, we'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
So
I'm not sure if you can tell me what that is from.
Phineas and Ferb.
My respect for... Yes! Okay.
Yeah. Phineas and Ferb.
They culture you people there. Okay.
We've got it.
Josh,
Perry the Planet.
Mercedes have also photoshopped. I can't tell if it's photoshopped, but it's in the driver's meeting room. It looks photoshopped of Lewis Hamilton watching Drive to Survive in the driver's briefing, because it is Drive to Survive day. So there's another tweet.
That's a good point. Drive to Survive's on in 3 minutes. Should we start a watch party? Just watch it. I mean, let's do our reaction to Drive to Survive instead. I think that might be a little bit better. To be honest with you, I'm honestly struggling to think of content at the moment, because it's like, what do we talk about? But so, Drive to Survive is out in 3 minutes.
Get the tinfoil helmets on, boys. This was all a ploy by Netflix to get you to stop watching preseason testing and go on Netflix and watch Drive to Survive.
Never mind, they've
And-
already done it. They put it on. They've put a feature on. So I'm going to turn that down because of the music, but they've put an interview on with Esteban Ocon, so even they've gone out. But yeah, Jess says DTS is in 3 minutes. Yeah, it's released 8 a.m. in Europe, sorry, in the UK, 9 a.m. in Central Europe, and midnight in the States on the West Coast. And on the East Coast, it'll be at, well, I presume, 2 a.m. But Charles says, someone here was a commentator in Light Out Race League 2 to 3 years ago. Jackson? Did you do any esport?
This has been my first gig.
Yeah, I thought, not Josh T, definitely not me. Light Out Racing League 2 to 3 years ago? Nope. I did BBB Sports, then I went over to PSGL, I've done a bit of WOR, ERC, VWC. That's about it, really. Well, there's probably some I'm forgetting, but I do so much, I forget where I'm going half the time. But yeah. Oh, does that mean if it's blue now, does that mean that the 8 races will have a pink front nose? Oh, okay, I might take that a little bit.
It might actually be camo then.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that was yes, it'll be camo. The other guy, I remember that he pronounced the way he pronounces words. Omi, have you done it?
Omi isn't here.
Oh, has he disappeared? Oh. I'm not. No. Who have we had? Oh, Ed Hunter. Yes, I think Ed Hunter probably did it yesterday. Yes, Ed. Okay, yeah. It's probably Ed Hunter. He does everything in eSport world. He'll be back with us later on today. Adam also. Adam will be with us for quite a lot of the end of the test. Actually, I think the last 2 hours, and Megan will be here for the start of 2 hours if she gets out of bed and actually make sure she's in the commentary box for 12 p.m. which is unlikely. So I think it's 12 till 2, Megan, and 2 to 4, it'll be Adam and Ed. So,
Do you not just spam call your sisters to get them up in the morning?
Well, her alarm goes off, wakes everybody else up in the house, but not her. And so it gets to the point where you have to sort of, I don't know, just shout at her, saying, "Get up! Get up!"
Yeah.
She hates me for the night races. Like, she really hates me for the night races. She doesn't do them all. She only does a couple. I think she did Japan last year because of the championship, and she hated me. She didn't have to do it this year, but she's happy about
Yeah.
it. But she is doing Australia and China, which are 2 night races. And then she's got and then, thankfully, we've got her not to do the MotoGP night races this year. Well, a few of them.
Yeah.
Because, again, she hated me. So I know Adam's doing a few. I know Julia's doing a few. And I know Maddie Patterson is doing a few as well. And so there's a few more that's going around. I'm now being told in my ears there's 3 drain covers loose at that part of the track.
You are joking me.
No.
Anyway, Josh,
Yes.
time is 8:01, so I've got to go. But before I go, off-topic conversation,
Go on.
because space, the Odysseus moonlander has successfully landed
Yes!
on the moon, and they have communication with it, and it is receiving data, and they are waiting for first images.
We have back on the moon! We are back on the moon!
Moon.
And from there, we can have the moon base. And we can get
Gateway, yep.
Yeah. Then again, if I hear moon base, I immediately think of a Doctor Who story from the 1960s where the Cybermen invaded the moon base. Good story if anybody wants to watch it.
I just think of a certain video game where people scream John Madden in text-to-speech, but to each their own.
I mean,
Anyway,
the Brigadier is stranded in Peru. and
I
the
will
short
see
can't have
you
a place
at
to
the
stay.
end.
Oh yeah, you'll be here for the last hour, won't you?
Last 10 minutes,
Ace.
red flag test, etc. Unless if it gets extended, because it is Bahrain, they do have good lighting.
I hope not, because I do have plans this evening. We have drinks planned this evening, so I must go for drinks. So that not in terms of like it's the end of testing. Let's get drunk. No, it's just a few drinks, nice chat, and just, yeah. And Drive to Survive is go. I just got the notification.
You
Huzzah!
you can be here another 20 years. I can't.
That is
Is,
how
the-
this test feels.
Is the first quote from F1 anyway.
Right, I'll put us on
Anyway,
better
I'm gonna
screen.
dip.
See you later, Josh. Jackson, what are you up to?
Bye.
I have a different idea, so we don't get copyright strited by Netflix. But if you are able to share, if I'm able to share my on Discord and we can get that up on the big screen, I have a little thing here that maybe chat can help us with.
Yeah, I can. If you share the screen, I can put that on the main monitor.
So I'm
Oh, hang on.
sure
Yeah, go on.
I'm sure.
Oh. Jackson?
So what if I told you that there was a F1 themed equivalent of that where you are basically able to you've got to guess a driver and they give you different tidbits of they give you hints of like nationality, team, car number, age, all that jazz.
Really? I'm
It's
not-
called Stewardle and I have done it every day for the past 3 months?
I didn't know about this.
And it is midnight now and I would love chat to help me figure out who today's is. If we can somehow do this. I just started streaming in Discord if we want to.
Hang on.
If you're able to switch over.
You won't be on cams, but I believe I can. Oh, hang on. Is that working? Hang on a minute. Give me 1 second. And we are switched over. Okay, so your camera's not on. I've focused the Discord, but we can see the... We can see it. Yes,
Oh,
we can
yeah,
see
there you
it.
go.
Yes, there we
Yeah,
are. Hello.
okay.
So what's this game then? Stewardle. We've got to guess driver or something.
This
like
is
that.
Stewardle. I want to make sure there's no echo on my end too.
You're fine. You're fine.
Because again, you are picking me up. Okay, cool. So it's Stewardle. So we've got driver, flag, nationality, team, car number, their age, the first year, and how many wins they've gotten, and we're gonna get info basically on how close we are to that. So just give me a driver in, say, the past 10 years to start off with.
Last 10 years. I'm trying to think of a random one. Let's go for Danny Ricciardo. He's the only one that's got stuck in my head.
I'm liking that. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's the only one that's got stuck in my head because it's come back in. So Ricciardo. Oh wow.
Okay, so we know he's not Australian. We know he's never driven for AlphaTauri, Toro Rosso, Racing Bulls, whatever. We know his car number is higher than 3. We know he's younger than 34. We know he raced before 2011, and he has not won 8 or more races.
So yeah. So is this how? So what do you do now? What's the next part of this?
Well, what do we want to play? So we know he's
Well,
so we
Ricciardo.
know he's a younger guy.
So we've got to
Oh
guess.
no, I'm sorry. He's a
Yeah.
younger guy that started a bit later, has not won as many races. So we got to think of a newer driver who hasn't won races. So my brain is instantly telling me
Oh, I get it. It's like Wordle. Okay.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I'm saying Lando Norris.
Yeah, I think.
If there's no objection, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know he's a Brit. We know he hasn't won anything.
What's Russell's race
He's
numbers?
younger though.
So he's younger than 24,
We know he hasn't won a race.
but he's British.
We know he's British.
So he's British, and he
First race here, 2019. 2019 is too high.
So,
I think I've got it. But I
okay.
don't want to drop it yet.
So could this?
Because
Is this any F1 driver? It could be ever.
It's any F1 driver, but we now know it's between the years of 2011, 2019, has 0 race wins, is British. Has not driven for McLaren
It's Max
or
Chilton.
Red Bull Jr.
It's Max Chilton, isn't it?
Ooh, that was a good guess. I was going to say Julian Palmer.
Oh, that's another good guess. Yeah, it's either Palmer or Chilton or Will Stevens. He was British as well. So yeah, go.
Was he let's try Palmer.
Yeah, go Palmer. It's not Palmer.
Okay, so not Renault. So we know he hasn't driven for Renault.
4. Max is.
Oh,
Max
dude,
Chilton's go on.
Oh, and okay, so you say this now. Oh, it could be Chilton actually, because it could be Chilton or when was Will Stevens' first year?
Chilton's first year was 2012. Max Chilton's first year was 2012.
Okay, let's go opposite end of the spectrum here. I want to try Chilton.
Oh,
Wait, who's another
Will
British?
Stevens. It's Will Stevens.
Is it Will Stevens? Yeah.
It's Will Stevens. Yeah. Yes.
I would have never gotten that.
2014, 28. What was his race number? 28. That is amazing.
All right, one more.
Yeah.
And then I do gotta head out of here. We're gonna do the one I always start with. Oh wait, did I already do that? Yeah. Yeah, I started with Jenson Button. I like to start with Jenson Button because you instantly can tell whether or not they've won a world championship or not.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah. Jensen's quite easy, and he's sort of like a nice middle ground. Number is high and full.
Exactly.
Yeah. Josh T says, "How do you know all this stuff, Jackson?"
I get insanely bored in class, Josh.
I want this. I think this Wordle is what we need. That is the commentators' game this year to see who can get. Yeah, that's the commentators' game this year. Oh, the red flag has been rescinded, and it says track clear. I don't know if that means we're going to go green soon, but the red flag has been rescinded.
I'm gonna speed run this then.
Go for it. Well, we've got time. It's testing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we know that first year and last year was after. Okay. Oh man. Hasn't won a world championship. Has less than 15 wins. Has more than 8 pole positions though.
So he's had poles, but never a race win. How many Grand Prix
He's
has he
had
done?
way more poles.
8 poles. No wins, no top 3.
My brain is telling me Valtteri Bottas. I don't know.
Less than 15 wins. It could be Bottas.
Half court shot.
Oh, hello.
Okay, active. We know it's an active driver that hasn't won.
With 8 poles.
With more than 8 poles, less than 20. What?
Well, that's really confusing because. What? More than 8 poles, but less than 20.
Jess is saying Checo, and I would agree with that, Jess. Although they're saying that this driver started after 2013, and I believe Checo
was 11.
started
Yeah.
2012, 2011.
11, yeah. It was Sauber. Does Russell's sprint?
Yeah, does
win
the
count?
Russell sprint?
Oh.
I want to say, yeah.
Well, how many Russells had 6 poles?
We'll try. Let's try. Chad, if we don't have objections,
Do it.
we're gonna try Russell.
Oh, it's
Crap.
Russell.
Okay.
So more than 1 win though, and more podiums than 11.
Oh yeah, more than okay.
When did he start?
Debut was in between 2013 and 2019.
How many Grand Prix did it say he's had? More than 104?
Yes, in between 104 and 222.
How many wins? More than one. And active now.
Carlos Sainz.
I'm thinking Carlos Sainz.
No, it can't be because Carlos only has one win.
Carlos has two. Singapore and Silverstone. It could be Leclerc as well. I've got a feeling it's one of the Ferraris. Although, does it say less than 50 poles? How many poles does it say? Less than 20. It's not. It's Carlos Sainz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we think?
Well, Leclerc's had 23 pole positions because he picked 3 up in the last 5 races. Sainz hasn't had that many pole positions.
Okay.
He's only had 2 wins.
I'm on midnight brain right now. Did Carlos get one win before 2023 that I can't think of right now?
2022's British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
That's
Oh
his
my
first
god,
win.
it
It's
is
Sainz.
Sainz. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Sainz.
Has to be Sainz. This is a great game. If it's not Sainz, then it has to.
What?
It's not Sainz? What? He's had more than 2
Okay.
wins.
We've got orange, so that has been okay. Crap.
I'm really confused now. So, in terms of pole positions, and what? So, hang on. What's the less than 184 races? That's oddly specific.
Yeah. So we've got that amber, which if I double check here, yeah, correct number, wrong stat.
Oh, really?
So maybe there's no way it's 18 poles.
It's not.
It can't be 18 Grand Prix either.
Hang on a minute. 18. No, that's hang on a minute. That can't be right.
It could be 2018 maybe? I don't
Oh God, is it Danny Ricciardo?
How many wins does Ricardo have?
Ricciardo has 8 wins, 3 poles, 16 fastest laps, and 32 podiums.
Let's see.
Estimated restart time is 11:45 to be confirmed, and the clock has gone now to 8 hours of testing. 8 hours.
Oh my gosh.
This session is going 8 hours. What? Are you actually joking me right now? We are going 8 hours. When does that take us to? Have they just cancelled the lunch break? They have cancelled the lunch break. Race Poll says it's now to intend.
Oh no.
I think they've cancelled the lunch break. When does 8 hours take us to? 4 o'clock.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
They've cancelled the lunch break. We are going the entire day. They've got the entire day.
Those of us, yeah, for those just joining us, Josh has now realized someone's taken the finish line for Josh and pushed it about 2 hours forward.
Yeah, and no lunch break.
Oh man.
What? So it's 8 a.m.
Okay.
now. I don't finish until
Get
4.
your mind off.
Yeah, right.
Get your
that's
mind
next.
off of that. Help
Right.
me. Let's.
So who have we said it's not?
So again,
Bottas,
active driver.
Russell, Sainz. We said Ricardo. Not Ricardo. He's 18.
Could
poles.
it be 18 pulls? It is not Tarzan, Josh T. Unfortunately.
No, my screaming. I don't know any of the stats. Is it 18 podiums? No.
I'm thinking it's a 2018 debut. Is my theory. If that could go somewhere else.
Have we said Lando? No, he's not. He's not a race winner. So he's more.
Because the wins, unless this. No. Because it was Piastri with that.
Well,
I'm gonna say Ricardo.
It's gotta
I
be
liked
Ricciardo.
our Ricardo thoughts.
it has to be Danny Rick. I can't think of anybody who it can't. Here it is.
I'm going to, dude.
Not Ricardo.
What?
What? How, top 3 is less than 32. So it's between 18 and 32. Or it's around about what? Right, in terms of it's more than 2 race wins, right? Well, that could be either.
It's between 2 and 8.
Well, that's either Perez, Russell. Oh, it's either. Hang on a minute. It's either Perez, Sainz, Bottas, or Ricardo. So is it Valtteri? No, we've already said Valtteri. So it's not Valtteri. It's not Ricardo.
Oh my God, it might be Checo.
Is it Perez?
My dumbass putting Checo in the search.
But he's at 34 podium.
If this isn't it, chat, I don't know who it is.
It's not Checo. What? Who the hell is it? I am.
Who the hell is this?
I am so confused right now. So hang on a minute. He's active now, and he's a race winner.
We're 5 drivers. We're 5 drivers down, Josh. We've got 15. I think it's got to be Leclerc. Yeah, if it's a race winner.
Charles. Has to be Charles.
Yes, Jess, I like it.
Debut 2018. Yes. Yeah, Jess has got it. It's Charles. It's Charles. I was, but he's had 23 pole positions. How much does he say poles is? Less than 20. But Charles has had 23
I'm not sure.
poles. Go for it. Maybe this is wrong. Just go for it. Has to. Charles. Oh, he's the only one. Charles had 23 pole positions, but hang on a minute, and he's had 5 wins. Might be out of date. Could be out of date.
Okay, Josh, so my computer just froze, but I can still hear you.
Oh, right. Yes.
So I think this is divine intervention for me to get out of here.
Yeah. Not a problem.
But I will let you know if it's Leclerc or not. I'm so sorry.
we must find out.
Good. I'm sorry, Josh.
Oh, testing. Honestly. Nobody has a clue what's going on anymore. Oh, my word. I'm saying it's Leclerc. I will try it on my lunch break. Send me the link. Jess says send her the link if the computer survives. Oh, my word. What a strange session we've got going on right now. So we are going 8 hours. We're going all 8 hours. The lunch break has been cancelled. We are going to restart in around about 25 minutes' time. Making this, I believe, a 9.5-hour broadcast. And considering that we're also on Twitch, the entire day will be uploaded and premiered on YouTube's JB Motorsports after the race. I cannot believe this. 9 hours to fill. Jackson, are you still there? Okay, I don't know if Jackson's frozen or I've frozen on that side of things, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, just to confirm, Jackson's disconnected the stream. And he's trying. He's gone. Jackson's now left us. So thank you, Jackson, for coming to play. Definitely a very interesting and exciting run around. I'd love to know what that turns out to be, because I think it'd be quite fascinating, really, to see who's who. But as things stand, we are holding back and waiting here. Let's have a word with Lawrence Meekus.
Pushing very hard. We are all trying to analyze together how we can build the next step that we all want to make in terms of competitiveness. We are all conscious that it's not going to be a fast change, but everybody, is very open-minded. We put everything on the table and we try to analyze together on what do we need to put in place to eventually have a breakthrough later on in the year.
Now, I know that obviously, like you said, difficult to read anything in testing, and you're talking about trying to get a breakthrough later in the year. So what are the ambitions for that early set of races and that early phase? What do you want to see from this team?
You know, we want to get the fundamental right. We want to get the basic right. So we want to capture the right pictures about what the car does, feeds at the factory, and make sure we are building the tools to deal with that properly and to then drive our development rate. So really the first races for us are about that. And of course, Formula One is Formula One. You just want to nail every single detail. So we have been changing quite a few things. We have people like Alan that is now running our engineering operation at the racetrack. So it's also a lot of new people that needs to come together, bond together, and unite as a race team. So it will be probably the focus in the first part of the seasons where, because of all the change, we might be a bit more exposed, but we do it obviously being convinced that they are the right steps for the future.
And you mentioned that hopefully to make that big step later in the year. Does that mean we might see something quite dramatically different with the kind of car that will eventually break cover at some point? Maybe the real car that you would have had to hope to have this year?
I would not say dramatically different by necessity. I will just say that we are really trying to develop our tools and develop our analysis in the ways that we can develop the car with more confidence and with more speed.
Great stuff, Laurent. Well, thank you very much for your time and best of luck for the rest of the day. Hopefully we can get some cars back out on track pretty soon.
Indeed, thank you.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you,
Thank you very much. And I'm going to throw it back to Will and Alex in the commentary box.
But not Ant. Ooh.
Right, that's
beef.
it. I'm off.
Beef between Barretto and Davidson.
What did I say to him? I think it's because I might have dissed his top 10.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to, but maybe
Well,
one
you
team.
did.
One,
You did.
just one team. You did it to me, but I'm fine with it. But it's clearly where it came from.
Right, so I'll run through that order. Sunday morning, race is finished. I reckon Red Bull, fastest. I think McLaren, second fastest. I think Ferrari, third.
Okay.
Then I think Aston. Then I think Mercedes. Then I think RB. Then I think Alpine, Sauber, Williams, Haas. That's my top 10.
And will they all be trying to beat this man that we're on board with now for qualifying? Because that was your race prediction. Qualifying could be a very different thing. Could we see a Ferrari perhaps get the better of Red Bull? They've done it in the past around this circuit. Could they do it again? This was day one. Verstappen, you see the top left-hand side of the screen on the C3 tyre. So your soft tyre for next week. This is the qualifying tyre for this track next week. And there he goes through turn 4. The circuit was still relatively green at this point, so not much rubber down, but representative conditions in terms of the sun has gone down by this point in the day. The track starts to cool. It gives the tyre slightly more.
Oh, TV picture's gone when I'm trying to get everything else sorted. Sorry about that, everyone.
Trains as we
There
speak,
we go.
and avoid that curb on the exit, because that curb has serrated edges to it, and so does this one here. That's a rough ride over there, and that's why they're not going over it. Turn 13, the car looked well balanced. Exit of 13 over the curb as well, and line the car up before the final corner. Get the car tipped in nicely, bit of understeers, what you want through there. You don't want the rear to be stepping out at the end of the lap, and that's what they're all going to be looking at in terms of a car balance. It's a journey around this lap in terms of what the tyres do. You usually start with a slightly more understeery balance in the car, and it gradually starts to overheat the rear tyres as you go. Believe it or not, even just that one lap, and that's why the cooler conditions as well. You can see there through the visor just about. I love this. In the darkness, you see through the visor and the concentration of the driver. Brilliant stuff.
Let's head down to the pit lane now. Having seen that lap, we can hear from Laura Winter, who's speaking to Daniel Ricciardo.
I am indeed. Thanks, JC. Daniel was just sitting on the pit wall, and so I took the opportunity to grab him over here. Daniel, how are you doing? I know a frustrating delay once again. I bet you're itching to get back out there.
I am. You know, I've only got a half a day left, so yeah, I want to make the most of it. And obviously, we saw a little bit of this issue yesterday, so I was just like, let's just stay off those curves and keep going. But obviously, they gotta fix it. But yeah, it's been all right so far. I did a lot of laps yesterday afternoon, and this morning we're going to get into some longer runs. So hopefully, get those done. And also, just as a driver, it's good to get that like kind of race fitness in. So yeah, we'll help out before next week.
Of course, this is your first testing, not a testing for you last season. How is the body coping? How are you feeling?
It's actually good. It's good. It was definitely probably more tricky when I jumped in mid-season. You know, not having driven for 7 months or something. I remember the first high-speed corner I did, my neck was like, oh, horrific. So no, I definitely feel more fresh, but it's one of those ones that even not driving for whatever it's been, a couple months or 3 months, yeah, you still feel it. So yeah, we're all I'd say more sore than a normal kind of race week once we get into the flow, but I feel like I'm pulling up all right at the moment.
We're getting a little bit excited by RB. Certainly you out there yesterday getting some laps in. You're doing this to me, saying just temper those expectations. Look, how is the car feeling? A step on from, of course, the second half of last year.
It's been all right. I think I would say like day one, we got off to a pretty good start. I think we're all pretty happy. And then yesterday was more about just kind of going, because day one went well, we went through kind of more setup stuff yesterday, and just, we don't have to do too much, let's say, reliability work for now. It's just trying to, explore the car. And so we're able to crack on. I think some things worked, some things didn't. So yeah, maybe yesterday was kind of a little bit more steady for us, less excited. But then Yuki hasn't done an evening session, so he'll drive tonight, and then hopefully both of us have, you know, obviously the night sessions are the important ones here. That's what we're going to be qualifying and racing at next week. So hopefully he tries a few more things tonight and we get a clearer picture. So look, it's been okay. But I think, look, before testing, a lot of people were like, oh, is this the car that won the championship last year? No, it's not that car. I think the top teams still definitely have some legs on us in the midfield. So we're trying to focus on ourselves and get a bit more out of it. But yeah, anyone that's expecting us to be on the podium next week, I know this sounds really negative. It's not negative. It's just, we're being realistic. That's not us. We're not there yet. Hopefully at some point, but we still got a bit of work to do.
Q3?
I mean, that's the target. So Q3 points, that has to be our target. Obviously that puts us like front of the midfield. So if we're not there next week, then we certainly want to be there soon.
You have a little bug just here.
Do I?
Yeah, it's just a fly. I'll get it. No, don't.
Protein?
No, don't do that. Oh, I'm going to leave you there. Thanks so much, Daniel.
Right.
Fingers crossed we'll be back on track soon. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, and now he's having a look and having a laugh. Laura's having a laugh with Danny Rick as well down there in the pit lane. Okay, so they are just about finishing the drain covers. We have a total of 7 hours and 39 minutes. We will have a total of 7 hours and 15 minutes, I understand, of running. And there is no lunch break. All night long is what we are doing here at USRN and JBMotorsports as Perez ran over the drain covers, brought out a red flag, and we've been under a red flag now over an hour of this test, which is why we've been given the lunch break to catch up, and with it, this test goes all day. We are under red flag. The track is not clear. The session is still suspended. Estimated restart is 11:45 to be confirmed. That is in 14 minutes time. And Solo up in comms box as well for the time being. This is what happens when they put the test midweek. Everybody's busy. And oh, there's another drain cover. I don't believe it. There is another drain cover loose that they are having to hammer down. We've never had this at Bahrain, but there's now 3 drain covers loose. So there is now another drain cover which has come loose at the track, and they are hammering it down. And I'm trying to have a look where that is. It is at the it's on the exit of turn. Well, actually, that's offline. No one's going to go there. It's at the entrance to turn 8, so it's literally on the run of that straight away. It's offline, but it's a drain cover that they found out is loose, and they are hammering it down. But no one's going to go to that part of the track. It's not an area that is run over that much. But so another drain cover is loose. This is getting ridiculous. It really is. I mean, this is a high-class facility. It's FIA Grade 1, and we're now seeing multiple drain covers coming loose. And we saw, we all said, oh, well, look at Las Vegas, look at that. How much was that a mess-up as well? It won't happen at a road course. It happened here. and we're now waiting and losing testing, and there's now three drain covers. 4, I'm being told in my ears. The 3 down on the run to turn 11 and a 4th on the exit turn 8 when I said. 4 drain covers that are now having to be mended right now on the circuit. 5! 5! There are 5 drain covers. There is the next one is down at the it's on the same layout to 11, but it's now at the exits as well. So and now they've brought like mopeds out. 3 mopeds with some jet dryers and some sheets to, I think, cover to try and sweep the track. So they're gonna sweep the track. Okay. I have never seen this before in my life. I really haven't, and it's an unusual precedent to be put in here. So yeah, I apologise that the entirety of testing on JBMotorsports on the YouTube channel. If you're watching this on the repeat, you're going to have a long time. We'll just upload this one. I tell you what, guys. If you're watching us live on Twitch and on USRN, and we're on Instagram as well, that's fine. If you're watching us on JB Motorsports' YouTube channel, we're just going to upload this one. We're not going to premiere it because it's unfair to make you wait around for 9 hours. We'll upload it and you can skip to your best bits that you want to see. So today we'll just upload it. I think that's the fairest thing we can do. Just upload the thing. Sainz on a 1:31.274. He's 2:47. Sorry, that's the fastest lap. Followed then by Norris, Albon, Perez, Magnussen. They've got the top 5 at the moment. As Felipe Drugovich watches on. I hope you don't mind either, everyone. I am going to be having my lunch in the commentary box, but with you all watching, because I know it sounds weird, but we've now lost our lunch break, and I'm the only commentator. So yeah, and those mopeds, the four-wheeled quad bikes. That's it, quad bikes. They've attached their sweepers on, and they are now going out to the track, and they are now sweeping the track and collecting all of the rubbish off the racing line. And they've now brought a jet dryer on that is blowing sand and any other things off the track. So they've brought out the jet dryers. New side pod on the side of the Mercedes, a sort of 3, 4, 5 vein tuner that's been ripped to the way at the side. That's interesting development they've put on for the final day. I haven't seen much of the Mercedes. Don't usually get to go in the garage that much during testing, but it's now pretty much like a practice session. I've never seen that clock for Formula 1 at 7 hours, 34 minutes. I'm a bit annoyed, actually, because we all like that 1 hour lunch break, and to see the clock that high, it's like, okay, we're now in Formula 1 endurance mode. Cancelling the lunch break. Whoever thought cancelling the lunch break was a good idea? I would like a word, please. I think chips are on the menu for lunch today, guys. Maybe some chips and onion rings. Do you reckon that could work? Get them set up here to the comms box and have them eaten. I think it kind of makes a bit more sense at the moment, but we are under a red flag in the final day of pre-season testing after numerous issues. And there's another one. Now, this isn't going to be a problem. There's another drain cover, this time loose at the exit of turn 7, which is on now, so it's on the same runoff where another one was, but it's now on the curb. Where there's tire lines. For God's sake. Drain covers are loose again. There's another one. Can't believe this. That's 6 drain covers are loose. If you're watching this live, round of applause. Really don't believe this one. I mean, if the teams are wise, what they can do is just let everybody go out there today. We've got the whole day of testing. No lunch break. everything gets changed over, I suppose, now. I would have liked to have handed over to different commentary sets this season as well, and not done the whole thing, but hey-ho. Imagine someone sabotaging the drain covers. It wouldn't surprise me at this rate to have all these come loose. 6 minutes until we're supposed to go green. Laura Winter is down at Ferrari.
Indeed, yeah. Thanks, Jakesy. It's not quite pit wall analysis. Obviously, pit lane currently quiet. We've got a few more minutes until we do have green light once again, and I think the start time's still 11:45. But I wanted to show you something that's caught our eye down here. I believe they may have been here last season, but we simply didn't see them or didn't notice them. Ferrari have solar panels on their pit wall here. Of course, Formula One has a pledge, a commitment to be net zero by 2030. We have sustainable fuels from 2026. Ferrari forming part of that drive for a greener future in motorsport with solar panels on their pit wall. Diego, they're on that pit wall as well, just waiting for the chance to get the cars back out there. He said to me, at least this time it wasn't us who ran over the drain cover. So Ferrari, happy, content, and as we saw yesterday, pretty fast as well, and pretty green too.
Nice one, Laura. Yeah, solar panels. That's nice to see as we take a look at it. So they are, I understand, checking every single drain cover on the track because this is happening, and they've found a few more that have come loose. I mean, I don't want to say it. I don't want to be the one who says it, but at what point do we go, that's enough? You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to get anywhere today. Clearly, it's not working. We call it and just reschedule a test day because this is going to take longer than 7 hours. I know. They're kind of tricking us here. What they're doing is they're saying, right, you can have the whole day of testing. You can have the whole lot. We'll combine it to one session. So you look at the clock and go, oh, you've got 7 hours and 30 minutes to go. That's ages. I'll get that fixed, no problem. But this is probably going to take another 90 minutes to fix, which means 6 hours only of testing. And we only had an hour, 26 minutes normal run before that red flag. Oh, actually less than that, actually, wasn't it? It was 10 a.m. We had 7 minutes of running. Yeah, 27 minutes of running. We've been under red flag for an hour 20. The PM session will start at 11:45 and run until 7 o'clock. So what this now is an afternoon session. So the morning session, that's been done, and the afternoon session is now going to be commencing. That's the race control message. You can see it on your screen. PM session will start at 11:45 and run until 7 o'clock. So it will be a 7-hour and 15-minute session. I know we've got 7 hours 20 left on the clock, but that last 15 minutes is going to be a red flag safety car test. Feels like the 24 hours of Formula One. That's what testing is, really. It's 3 days, 8 hours each, 24 hours in total. But yeah, today it really does feel like the 24 hours of Formula One. We're going to be counting that clock down. It's going right, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there, nearly all done. Right, let's go down back to Biggin Hill.
And yes, I do want to have a quick chat about the Ferrari, specifically the front of the Ferrari, because we've talked about different elements of the car. So rather than going through the whole car, I'm just going to stick to the front and just looking at the shape of the Ferrari nose. Ferrari, they decided to go for the Red Bull RB19 style nose with that picking up on the second element of the front wing. I seem to have been saying that a lot this session. That's because a lot of teams have taken this route and not going for the pickup on the front element of the front wing. That's something that is a bit of a change for Ferrari, but it's not the biggest story, because what I really want to do is take a look underneath the nose of the Ferrari and take a look at some of the details around the car. So I'm going to start off just looking at the side of the nose structure here, and you've got this section, which was a feature of last year's Ferrari, but we didn't really talk very much about. You've got this slit ducting on the side of the chassis alongside the nose. That's something that's now very similar to what we've seen on the Red Bull, but up until Red Bull adopted something like that, Ferrari were the only team to use it. And there's a bit of speculation about the purpose of this duct. They've had it for a while. Now, it's clearly bringing air into there, but is it cooling air? Well, a lot of people think it is, but there is some speculation that Ferrari are actually just using that air to duct through under the bodywork and get other parts of the car doing what they want. And just to answer the questions that are inevitably coming in, because people may have missed it yesterday, what's this little sparkly thing in the side pod? That's a thermal imager looking at the tyres. Be interesting to see if they continue to run that into the race weekend. Then moving elsewhere onto the nose of the car, I just thought I'd look at some of the other systems that we don't often get to talk about and see. Just up here, you have the 360-degree camera. That's fitted to all cars in Formula One, and you see some fantastic footage from that. A little communications antenna for the telemetry system, just located there. Could be for the GPS as well. And then you can just see a white box poking out the top of the chassis here. Now, that white box is part of the marshalling system that all cars are fitted with. So it has the GPS of the car, but it also will feed the yellow light to the driver if a yellow flag comes out. And it's that part of that FIA system. So all cars are fitted with that component. What's different to all cars, and this is Ferrari's own work here, is its pull rod front suspension. And we can take a slightly more in-depth look at that here. You can see the torsion bars just poking out here and here, either side of the nose structure. And then in the middle, you've got what we call the third element, though in a modern F1 car, it's probably one of very many elements as they split out all of the up and down movement of the suspension into different things to give the characteristic movement of the car. They want to keep a stable platform, keep the floor as flat as possible as the car goes around the track. And that's what we call a push rod layout, because you can see these push rods coming in either side. That's where they locate onto the end of this component here, and they push it so it'll squish in and out either way, like that or like that, and that is what gives you that suspension movement. But there's a lot more going on there that you can't see deeper down into the front of the chassis. So I just thought it'd be nice to have a quick overview of what lies beneath the bodywork of the Ferrari. Back to you guys as we get green light.
Ready, 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 ready. Go, go, go! We are racing again. Test can resume. Hamilton, Sainz, Norris, Magnussen, Stroll, straight out there. The morning session was red flagged and will now not resume. The afternoon session has now officially begun. This is now part 2 of F1 testing in day 3. Effectively, as you can see, the morning session was only 27 minutes long before that red flag came out. We're going through the lunch break, and at 11:45 here in Bahrain, we are underway. I can't see the Ferrari. Sainz is out there on the track, according to the timing monitor. We are go. And this is going to be a very long test and a very long day. Lance Stroll comes into turns 4, then down the sand dune section. Danny Ricciardo's out there too. Perez now will rejoin out on the track, and we can get underway finally in this proper testing. Get back in plans. So we lost 1 hour and 27 minutes. We have gained that hour back by going through the lunch break. So effectively, they've lost 15 minutes of on-track action, which I think everybody will be okay with. I can't see them being like, okay, no, that won't work. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy to take that action through, but 7 hours is going to be a long time. A lot of tea, a lot of coffee, a lot of food will now be brought up into the commentary box. We could do some cakes as well, and crisps. It's going to be a busy day. Hopefully we'll have guests joining us as well throughout the remainder of this test. Lewis Hamilton will activate the DRS and start a lap time. He's out there on the C3 tyre compounds. In fact, they all are, by Danny Ricciardo. He's out there on C4s, according to my tracker. At the moment, anyway. Hamilton turns through the chicanes at 1, 2 and 3, down the back straight. Now, Sainz's time this morning. A 29.244. Hamilton's time coming through. Into turn 4, flicks the car in, gets back on the accelerator. Oh, a little bit wide at 4, nearly losing the rear suspension. And it goes 3/10 down, but it was a 29.608. Faster than Magnussen in a 29.686 across that sector. Ricardo only Ricardo's a 31.085, so he's definitely backed off on some times there. How much time is at the DRS? And world champion material, you know, I believe. I would agree. I'm never going to disagree with you. I have to think about that. Says Troll in the USRN chat. So Hamilton's time then, as he comes in towards turn 14, flicks the car in nicely, approaches that delta time. What's the run then for Hamilton? Albon's just gone third, and now we see Hamilton go third. 1:32, 9:02. 1-0. 9:02 for Lewis Hamilton then across the board. Goes third fastest as well, 7/10 of Norris's time that he set earlier on today. Bono watching on, just keeping up. A go-kart race third. March, wish me luck. Good luck for your go-kart race next week on Monday. Hamilton's slide at turn 4 might have cost him a bit actually, too far off the exit curb. And that was a result of using the DRS. They're all using the curves massively this year. That's one thing I've noticed, to try and keep on the track. Of course, track limits will still be in effect when we get into the race in a week's time. Don't forget, Thursday is practice, Friday is qualifying, and Saturday is the race next weekend. So everything starts earlier because of Ramadan, and the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix will be the same Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Now we're seeing times coming through in the morning session. Esteban Ocon goes 6th, 1:33.965. Sergio Perez across the line, he goes 2nd, 1:31.788. Decent time from him coming through across the board as well. So decent amount of action happening right now. Bottas 6th, 1:33.690. Ocon 1:33.965. And that is the pit wall of Red Bull, completely inactive with nobody on it. As we ride, Perez at the track there. Yeah. This is on board with Alexander Albon, locking up on the front right tyre, coming down and towards turn 8 and running off the track. Yeah, don't go over the curb. Oh, he went over the curb anyway, because there's no exit. Okay, gravel came up. Oh, that's why I was so confused. Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, that'd be on the Monday. Sorry, 3rd of March is a Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, I get. Sorry, it's my fault. I got myself confused. 3rd of March is next Sunday, because it's all on the week. It's all on the. Honestly, days are messed up. I honestly thought on Wednesday that it was Tuesday, and I forgot that we had a Grid Network show until I looked down and I was like, oh, Grid Network show. On board with Lando Norris. He's only in 7th gear though, at half rev, so he wasn't in full gear. As he comes down in towards turn 1 and 2, he's on a lap now though. Exit turn 3, DRS open, 6th gear, 7th gear. Does he choose 8th? No, stays in 7th again. Down 3rd gear for turn 4. I take 4th through there, but each to their own. Drop down, 5th gear. Yep, that's right. Coming through the sand dune section up to 6th. Back down now, 3rd gear into turn 8. Downhill section of the track. Gradually get back on power. You're rising up the hill as well. 6th gear up to 7th. He's going to keep it in 6th. That's good. Break down 2nd gear into turn 11. Back on the power. A little bit of sliding of the steering wheel as he comes back down. We've lost the onboard sound, but we've got the track audio. 3rd gear, flicking in. Now turn 12 and 13. Don't hitch the inside line because it'll spin you around. It's such an abrasive curb. 13, fourth gear corner. Back on the power, full throttle. Rear wanting to step out once again from Lando. No DRS, so he's got to do ERS battery deployment. Hard on the brakes. Down, third gear into turn 14. Half power at the exit, gradually press it down. DRS open, 7th gear, 8th gear as you cross the line. And Lando 3 seconds off the pace, but he never used 8th gear on that last lap. So Lando very much, I think, either on a race run or 100% sandbagging that McLaren at the moment. He did not use 8th gear once on that lap last around. Lance Stroll, first sector is a 29.460. Second sector is 39.895. Third sector 23.248. 1.356 down, so 132.603 for Stroll to go into fourth place. Not bad at all, actually, across the line. But good stuff from Sainz on that 131.247. Perez 5 tenths back, but all cars now have set lap times in today's session. Every single one of them, which is the I don't want to say greatest, but it's the best news we could have possibly hoped for, to finally have cars out on the track, properly going for it, as I drop my phone on the desk. But yeah, that's good. That's good. Continuing on then. Second sector time for Albon was down, but first sector was good, so Albon might improve from 7th place here. He was 2.6 seconds down, 33. Yeah, Albon goes 6th, 1.8 seconds down, 133.093. Again, very much testing times. Red Bull giving no bleep. They are going home, says Stroll. I think they're going back to the hotel. Not really going to go back there. Well, Stroll will be better this year. Last year had a breakdown in his performance. I think Stroll's improved a lot over the winter. 110% he has. Should be able to be a lot smoother on the rides, as we see Hamilton getting blocked by Sergio Perez through turn 5, 6 and 7. But it's testing, can't get mad. He was on a slow lap and a fast lap, and there's other cars around him, so nothing really Checo could have done there to have had any difference of position. Not a bad run around so far in this session. We have 7 hours and 14 minutes to go of pre-season testing. And the action just being... it looks like the Wi-Fi router, by the way, is completely gone. So, can't really restart the laptop during the session. And I would have done it at the lunch break, but guess what? That's what it needs to get the LAN cable back. Maybe we can get that. So when Matthew wakes up and he can keep an eye on things, maybe then I'll do a quick laptop restart and get everything else sorted and up and running. Sainz on a 131.247. Perez, Norris, Stroll, Hamilton, Albon, Magnussen, Bottas, Ocon, Ricciardo. They're the top 10 with all setting times in this day of testing. Ocon's 2.3 seconds down at the moment on his best time. So this is very much a race run for Esteban. Perez up in the first sector. He's got a personal best. Can't see what exact time it is, but it's looking extremely good there for Checo. It's a 29.350 in that sector. Where did we just see for Ocon? Didn't improve on his own time. Last lap was a 134.428. Best lap's a 133.965. Magnussen, however, 133.273 has set his best lap just now. Into the pits has come Sainz, Hamilton, and Albon. Easy to tell in this morning session who's running, actually, compared to the afternoons. Perez looking good. Middle sector was down a little bit, but personal best sector 1. And personal best sector 3 as well. 131.647 then for Checo, exactly 4 tenths off the pace. So a very decent run around on laps. Stroll's back out on an out lap. And in this, well, I was not say in this afternoon, but we're now in that time where we're in the afternoon session. Started at 10, should have run till 2. It's now 12, so we've got another 2 hours. Maybe 3 of these guys, because we lost an hour. So 3 hours left of this session. That takes us down to that 4. Then everyone else takes over. So the middle of the lunch break, I think, is the end of the... Yeah, the middle of the lunch break is going to be quite interesting because they're going to have everyone coming in and just changing tyres, but then they can run longer into the stint because they're not going to be tired 4 hours as well. So it's a tricky one, this. It is a strange session, but we'll keep on with it. Lando Norris, 3rd at the moment in this session. Oops, opposite locks. And again, that McLaren just looking a little bit too unstable for my liking. They had a fuel issue problem yesterday, kept Lando in the pits for half an hour. Did manage to get it sorted again though, so that was some positive that came his way. He was able to get back on the track and do the practice start and take part in the mini race that we had as well. Out in the early parts of the session. Lance Stroll, first sector, 29.633. Still coming down towards turn number 11. Aston Martin trying a few new development parts this weekend. It's now we're out on Friday, so it is the weekend, but yeah. Stroll will have a new floor attached to him this morning, the Aston Martin. They're running 2 different development programs to see which is better. And right now, they're not running much data, but they're at the beginning of their run plans. So this morning, it will be all about having the race simulations data. Oh, and he goes off the track, actually. So just got the exit curb of turn 14, and it dragged him off the track. Lost him 2.6 seconds across the line. Esteban Ocon crosses the line. And he does 1:36, 3 seconds off the pace, so he too. On those race simulations, it's always the case at the moment. Bottas through turn 11. First sector time was better, Delta. And his second sector coming through turn 12, 4.5 seconds off the pace. This is again race simulations. If you're just joining us, we had a red flag. That red flag was because of a drain cover. Yeah, you heard me right. Another drain cover came loose and resulted in the entire track having to be checked. 1 hour and 15 minutes was lost under that red flag. 5 drain covers, we understand, had to be repaired. 4 at turn 11. 2 at up at turn 8. So yeah, a lot of drain covers. Stroll on another push lap time. 4th at the moment. Delta showing 32.8, 43.9. 7 laps on these medium tyres right now. Used set as well, because he's stayed on them. It's a brand new set for Carlos Sainz, who's just gone out there on the track, by the way. Perez is out there. Oh no, Perez back in the pit lane, 4 tenths off. This is Stroll's off at turn 14, takes the entry curve, oversteers a little bit, gets dragged on the curve, and it's like a magnet, just sucks you along on the inside. The curb, you get on railroad tracks, effectively. The floor just drags it along. It's like being train tracks when you were playing as a kid with the wooden ones, where you put little toys on, you just push it, it just goes around. Or imagine like a Scalextrics track as well. Showing my age now. Wooden train tracks got replaced by Scalextrics. Weird, that, isn't it? The original Scalextrics was a wooden train track. Well, Hot Wheels actually as well. It went wooden train tracks, Hot Wheels, Scalextrics. Weird, that, isn't it? Wood to plastic to a plasticky metal. I love Scalextrics. I don't have one actually. I used to have loads of Scalextrics. In fact, if I look to the back of the commentary box and put my hand over just have a look and see if it's still here. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. I can see a case, a red case, which was a Grand Prix one. It was an oval Scalextrics that had its own pit lane and cars, and oh, it was fantastic. It was an oval racetrack, but it was brilliant. It was a proper travel Scalextrics that you just take with you, hook up anywhere, and play. It was brilliant. And the controls used to be actually on the thing as well, so you used to press it to control the throttle as well with a little lever. Great, like an arcade Scalextrics. Broke though. Everything does. All the Scalextrics break. Don't know why. Guess they get burned down, don't they? Building the Scalextrics is also a pain. Who else never used the designed tracks and just did them yourself? Who else just created your own Scalextrics racetracks out of the random bits? That's what I did. I created random Scalextrics tracks. And I always wanted as well to get Scalextrics expansion packs. Science locks up on the inside front right, third gear downhill at turn 8. Do you know, I might get a Scalextrics now. I might get into it because I wanted all those safety car Scalextrics and everything, and a proper I now want a Scalextrics again. It's weird how you start talking about it and go, oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Put it up on the dining room table. And I've got a niece and nephew now as well, so that would be fun to play with them, as get them into Scalextrics as well. I mean, one of them's a baby of 3 months, but the other's 4, so Scalextrics, perfect. Carlos Sainz, replay that lockup, just turned in a bit too late. Yeah, I might have to text Kellyanne now and say, yeah, we're going to buy Scalextrics, but it's mine, I'll play with it. But the kids want to play with Scalextrics. Let's have a look then. Dirty on tyres now as well for Carlos Sainz. So how long has he's been on those? Well, this is his first lap on those mediums as well. So it's a brand new set of medium tyres coming through. Experiencing race tyres is an insanely good feeling, that's a fact. Yes. Oh, I now really want to play Scalextrics and do a whole thing. You know, like proper, get loads of Scalextrics and get... How many... I don't know, can you have 4 players on Scalextrics? Because one of the big problems, Scalextrics is very much a 2-player game. It can be a 1-player, but it gets boring, doesn't it? Because basically all you do is you spend hours building a track, and then you're just watching electricity happen. And it's more fun with 2 people. So, is there a limit? How can you have, is it 4-player Scalextrics or is it 6-player? How many players is Scalextrics now? If somebody knows, let me know. Sainz now starts lap time on the C3 tyres that he's just locked up on. 2 lap old now, but he'll have DRS in the run up towards turn 4 as well, and he will activate it as he goes. He's on the throttle a lot more actually as Carlos Sainz taking a look at it. He's trail braking in ever so slowly as well. It's not actually all that bad. He's been very good to try and keep the systems running. But this isn't a half bad lap time from Carlos. Only still keeping it below. I think he's locked up though, coming into turn 11. Let's have a look. Turns in. No, fine. First sector was a 29.564 off his own pace, but could be something. This is definitely a race simulation for Carlos. Desperately to know what the second sector time is. 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it a push? It's a push because he's only 6/10 off. So Sainz is pushing and he's 6/10 off. So that's how much a flat spot can cost you in a test. 6/10 of a second slower on this lap alone. But he was having moments. It hasn't been a smooth lap for Carlos. Cross the line, and it's a 1:32.060, 8/10 down on his best lap time of 1:31.247. So still a little bit of pace to find, but it's all about the simulations now backed off as well. So yeah. backed off and listed. The WEC prologue test has been postponed by 2 days due to Red Sea shipping delays. So the prologue test for the World Endurance Championship at Qatar has been delayed by 2 days. And MotoGP aren't happy because they've had to move all their bikes out of the way as well. Seriously, it's not good. Laura Winter's in the box. Let's have a word with her.
Meant to be in here and sort of made it very clear when I arrived that yes, I am meant to be here. I sort of asked the question as I walked in.
Yeah, graphic.
There it is. I'm
Graphic
up. I'm
confirms
here.
as Lewis goes wide at turn number 1. So he caught a moment through turn 4, a couple of laps ago, and then just deep into the first turn of this 15-turn racetrack. Continues on, having bailed out of the lap. It's W15 that he will be piloting in his final year at Mercedes. Let's go on board. And as Palmer's not on mic, I shall take you through this on board with a slight lock-up. And he recovers to the racetrack. Julian Palmer, what did you make of it?
That was a perfect call. It was a lock-up.
There we are.
Just started to turn in there, and as he started to turn, he ran off the road, as you expertly guided us through, Alex, and also returned to the racetrack. So the Mercedes there on the soft tyre, Lewis launching into a flyer, but he will have to abort that one. That shouldn't be a big flat spot for him, and he'll carry on. It wouldn't have. They didn't get their fair share, did they, in the first couple of hours of broadcast? Had a lot of red flag, and then as soon as we're going again, back into some good running.
We had some good filler content from them both, though. Variety of subjects covered. I appreciated that. But no, it's been a good morning. Pit lane was, well, very quiet earlier on when I was down there, obviously, because there was no running with the red flag. But a good chat with Daniel that I know you guys listen to, and it's good to see him. And he was sort of really trying to play down the RB chat that is emerging through testing and has emerged through the start of the season, that it's the second Red Bull and that it's going to be right up there. It could be P4. He still thinks the top 5 teams are the top 5 teams, but they're hoping that they're going to push up. You know, I sort of said, what, P6, P7? And he kind of nodded along and said, yeah, we'll go with that. So, like, I think, you know, RB will make steps, but perhaps not the leaps that we may have been excited to see from some of the early running here.
Hamilton now back on C5 tyre compound, and he locked up. Now remember, it cost Sainz 0.6 of a second, but this is Hamilton on the fastest tyre available in testing. This is the softest tyre, a C5. So this should be a very, very fast lap for Lewis Hamilton. Track temperature is at 37.7 degrees, air temperature 23.8, so I don't think this is going to be the fastest lap time we'll see of testing so far, which was that 1:29.9. And yeah, he's already down by 10. The track's too hot for these tyres, but Lewis isn't driving this evening, so he sort of wants to push now and go, okay, let's see what we got. The interesting thing is that later on today, he'll be able to push harder because he'll have the run through as well, because it will be a bigger qualifying run. And I feel like I'm going to have to restart the laptop completely in order to get access to everything else, because the Discord, everything's now frozen, by the way. So when I say everything's frozen, I literally mean everything is frozen on the laptop. Lewis is 5/10 down as things currently progress. Just going to hit restart. We might lose TV pictures for a split second, but I've got the timing screen, so it's okay. Hamilton, though, will improve. What's his time on the fastest tyres possible in testing? Hamilton across it and does a 1:31.999 for Lewis Hamilton. So he's 0.3 off the pace. Not too shabby, actually. Not too shabby at all on the pace run. So yeah, big fingers crossed for him there. Sainz still in the pit lane. Perez is back out on the track, and he's just on a 1:31.687. So Perez, 4/100ths of a second off the pace. So that's 0.040 off the pace, because his fastest lap was a 1:31.647, and now he's doing it faster again here as well. And Josh T has just said it was Charles. It was Charles Leclerc. So if you were joining us earlier on wondering who it was, who was the mystery drivable guest, if you were with us earlier on, it was Charles Leclerc. Thank you very much, Jackson. He tweeted that at 8:23 a.m. Sent it to us as well up in the box. So it was Charles Leclerc. Did not expect to see that. As, rather worryingly, the laptop's just not even accepting anymore the Wi-Fi data cable, which is interesting because the laptop now just won't have any Ethernet connector, which is bizarre because it was all working fine a second ago. So I'm just going to adjust this and have to play around with it as well, actually. It's going to be one of those days I can sense it coming where nobody's actually sure what's happening anymore. If you know what's happening, write to us on this address, because I certainly don't know. It's one of those weeks where we're all 22%. Battery's jumping up and down massively. And the Wi-Fi cable's connected. Oh, okay. So, we've got Ethernet back. I'm just hoping the battery starts charging. If not, we're in a bit of doo-doo. No, it's not. Okay. I'm going to gently connect the power back in. And hopefully it won't go ping. It hasn't. Whew. Oh, it did go ping. What is... okay, if anyone... I've got no idea anymore what's happening with my laptop. It's like playing with the devil. You don't know when it's going to strike. It's I think we need a whole new system for this comms box, because it was working and now it's not working. So I'm just waiting to see if it starts battery charging. If not, we're in trouble. But anyway, Magnussen, Perez has come back into the pit lane, just to let you know. And Magnussen just going down a few more paces. Fastest of all so far, so K-Mag looking good. 29.452, 40.321. Magnussen up towards the line. Is he faster or not? That is the question. Answer, yes! 133.053. Magnussen moves up into 6th position. So a good session there from Kevin Magnussen. He moves up nicely. As the running around order continues. Okay, let's throw it down to the world feed.
Go. And yeah, Haas not wanting no part of that at all. You weren't with us yesterday. We did a rolling safety car restart just to test the systems, and we went through, we cycled through to make sure that everything was working. The LED boards, the message on the steering wheel. As Lando Norris roars past our commentary box. And we've got Sergio Perez in the car all day. And Alex Albon is in the Williams all day, and everyone else is alternating their drivers. They're not going to have the lunch break to swap over, so that's going to interrupt running for a bit, and we'll see how quickly they can change things around.
So Stroll's just done the fastest first sector of the day so far.
He has indeed.
In the Aston Martin, a car that has looked pretty tidy, but without any real headline times. It's looked very neat. It's been stable on the rear end, which they largely had last year with a good traction, which helped them a lot on a circuit like this, which is very traction dependent. And Stroll has put through the first sector quicker than anyone so far.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's on the C3. He's not on a soft compounded tyre. He's
no,
on the
he's
C3.
on the full compound.
Middle part of the circuit, less spectacular for the Canadian driver as we go on board with him. Not much left to do of the lap. Let's see where he can put the Aston Martin.
The time is ebbing away now from him as he goes through the laps. The first sector was magic. That might even suggest he's turned the power up slightly on this run, because
Stroll comes across the line
in that first sector.
Goes fourth.
The lap's falling away, but he does still make an improvement. And the rear on traction still looks like a strength for Aston Martin. But as yet, They're maybe missing a little bit of front end, missing a bit of total downforce, but the traction looks still quite strong for Lance, especially through turn 13, the penultimate corner, where Carlos earlier on his lap and a lot of the supposed front-running cars, everyone's fighting the rear coming through there. You can pick up a bit of a tailwind, and it's a nasty corner on the exposed top of the hill. And even for Lance and Aston Martin, looked quite steady through there.
Quick question from me, probably for you, Jolyon, on how they're going to switch these drivers now. We've obviously lost track time yesterday, around 90 minutes. More track time lost today, potentially for the same drivers in each session. So how do they then divvy up this remaining 7 hours between the teams? Is that just a personal choice for the drivers? They'll have a hard stop for one, and then I guess how long does it take for that swap for the drivers, the cockpit settings, the numbers, etc., onto the chassis?
They can do it pretty quickly these days. It depends a little bit on who your drivers are, because if you have one really tall driver, one really short driver, you've got to move a lot more components in the one car that they're sharing. So Hulkenberg and Magnussen at Haas, for example, might be a slightly longer change, but if you have drivers of a very even height, you normally don't have to make too big adjustments. The seat will go in and out in a minute or two. The belts need adjusting because they're all exactly the right size for the driver that's strapped in, and they will have adjustments to not only the pedal distance, but maybe the paraphernalia around the pedals as well. Some people have their feet, so they've got parts on either side of the pedals to stop them slipping off, or even on the top they've got a hood on the top of it to stop going. So there'll be different driver preferences. The steering wheel will change in a second, as we've seen before countless times, sometimes even in a Grand Prix. All in all, I think it could be a sort of half an hour, 45-minute job, changing over the complete settings. Maybe a little bit longer for a team that has very different drivers in the cars this morning and afternoon. And I think that basically the drivers won't have a say in what they're going to do. The teams will be working it out, trying to keep it fair for both. But this guy's the winner, though, isn't he? Because he hasn't got to jump out again today. Logan Sargent did the whole day yesterday, and Alex is staying in the whole day today.
Yeah, for sure. 6 hours, 50 minutes to go of testing here.
Thank you very much down there for Laura for the Comsbox, as we get more sessions coming through and more drivers. Here's Carlos Sainz then. He's on the C3 tyre compound. We're all sort of just bumbling through this one. It's going well. Sainz though, 14, 15 seconds faster at the moment. Sainz, this won't be a fast lap. I don't know. It's his first one out of the pit lane. He's on 6 lap old tyres. It's a 31.290 first sector. His best was a 29.244. So it's not going to be a massive improvement across the board. So this is very much another race run simulation for Carlos Sainz. Back on the power. Chug, chug, chug. He comes through as well. Into turn 11. Keeps that inside line. Nearly locks up on the front left brake as well. He was slow at the exit. You could hear on the audio just selecting the gears bit by bit. Just dropping it slowly in. Just drops 1, drops 2, drops 3. Down to 4th gear. Back on the power. Not at 100% full throttle, I don't think either. I don't think he's ever touching 100% full throttle. Now he is. Exit 13 is on full power. Just didn't look like he was at full maximum. It didn't look like it hit the top of the rev limiter. But apparently it did. 26, 27, 28. He's a 131. So already Sainz has done a 131. So this is miles and miles of the pace. This isn't even a race pace anymore. This is utter slow laps. For Stroll, it's a 130. Well, he's 7.160 seconds off the pace. It's a 138.407 the last lap, which is matching Danny Ricciardo on a 138.540. I don't think that's race simulation, that's just sandbagging. There's definitely parts of the track where you're going, oh yeah, I see what you're up to. I know what part of the circuit you're going to be better at and slower at. On board with Lando Norris. 45 seconds in. His first sector time was a 30.709. I know what the timing monitor is there, but I think I need to reorganize this commentary box a little bit, so they're not angled. I think I need the monitor sort of flat against the wall, because I'm constantly going, instead of going like that to read it, I'm going like this and having to lean in to the timing monitor and constantly turning my head to where it is. Because usually the driver tracker is down below us on a little monitor here, and another driver tracker is here. But, well, interesting enough, the cable, the MacBook's power thing blew, but now it's working again, which makes me think that it's working better. So we might have that monitor back next week, but the driver tracker wasn't working anyway, so we'll get that back later. But still, it's all confusing how much we're having to keep an eye on this weekend for everything. Just want to say welcome in if you're enjoying this session. As we see, the McLaren pit lane. Only one guest in the VIP area. Car out on track. Piastri will be out later on this afternoon as well. Will Buxton's just tweeted, "Happy Drive to Survive Day, everyone. 6 seasons in and still everyone really grateful to be part of such an important show." And one of the, I don't know, blank. Because I haven't opened up the tweet. But Drive to Survive is out. And I was hoping to watch episode 1 in the lunch break. And get back to you and tell me what, say what everyone thought of it. But I'm not going to get that opportunity now with no lunch break. Laps completed so far today. Sainz on 23, Perez on 20, Hamilton 16, Stroll 23, Norris on 20, Albon's on 17, Magnussen 22, Bottas 18, Ocon 14, and Ricciardo is on 29. So that's the situation at the moment. As we see Oscar Piastri laughing and joking. He'll be in the car this afternoon to head out there on the circuit. Photographers will be there getting all the information they need. I can see a Canon camera there too. I'm very much excited to when we get the budget, you know, with all the stuff that we do on YouTube and everything, and when the money finally comes through, maybe some sponsorships as well, we can start getting some Canon cameras and some wireless mics, and we can go more trackside and produce better coverage as well. And next up is trying to get definitely a laptop that can do it all, but a proper computer. That's the name, a proper computer that we can have multiple screens on as well, and have all the information that we need to run. You know, driver trackers, the discords, the power things, everything we need to make sure that it is going to be fantastic runs. And then it'll be better than ever, this amazing watch-along coverage that we do. Oh, well, with Esteban Ocon, by the way. First sector was a 29.985. He's on another long run. Sainz's second sector was 108.466. What's Ocon's delta? He's coming into it now. 1 second off, 2 seconds off, 1.768 back. And he is 1.7 back. So actually Ocon set a personal best middle sector, 40.249. So Esteban Ocon might improve on time here, but not position because of where Bottas is 3/10 ahead of him. So Ocon across the line and does stay at 9th, but improves to a 1:33.612. As I said, yeah, stays in the same position, improves time out there on the circuit. So we've been under green flag now for 45 minutes in this new session, which is decent enough. 6 hours 45 to go. And no lunch break. And no cups of tea either. I did request one coming into it. Haven't had one yet. Okay, there'll be a tea. There's always some tea. It's somewhere around. But yeah. Let's take a look on board now with Carlos Sainz down towards turn number 1. Brakes down, 7th gear. It's on the C3 tyres again on longer runs. Let's go over to the world feed.
3 tyre, so logging laps. Having been quick yesterday on the soft compound on the C4. He is our fastest driver in every single sector again today. This is lap 26 of his run. The track temperature 38 degrees, the air temperature 24 out there. Hamilton's been out there on that C5 tyre. Everyone else is setting their best time, as you can see on the left-hand side, on that C3. And we've got the no lunch hour to come, so we're going all the way through to the end. And I had a question. asking whether the drivers would still be able to change. Palmer was talking you through the changing process. Yes, if you want to run both drivers, you still can, even though we don't get the traditional lunch hour. So everyone who wants to get the mileage in the car is going to get the mileage in the car. Perez in the car all day, Albon in the car all day, everyone else will be swapping.
And they'll try and combine that with probably a big change or a natural gap in the run plan that they will have had anyway for lunch, and that's often where you do maybe a small set down in the parts, make sure that everything's still running smoothly. You're not going to run into reliability issues later on, so the teams will be well equipped to minimise the loss from changing during green flag action.
So as Carlos Sainz goes past the commentary box once again, time for a question for you, Laura Winter. I've been very privileged in my 10 seasons covering GP2, GP3, Formula 2, Formula 3, then Formula 1 to be on a commentary microphone a lot. I've announced the podium, I've done grid walks, I've done interviews. I have never done any live TV from the pit lane until today. So I'm going down there for a stint in the pit lane for the first time ever. What do I need to know as a pro who's constantly down there? What tips have you got?
Constantly down there is not quite how I'd put it. I do the odd stint here and there, and I'm always very nervous when I go down there because there's a lot going on. It's obviously a very live working environment. Motorsport is a dangerous sport inherently. It's a dangerous environment if you don't know what you're doing and if you get in the way. Don't get in the way. Don't go over any lines that you shouldn't do. You know the lines. You know which lines are don't go here and stand in front of here. Do what mechanics say, but do your best to peek into garages as much as you can without annoying people.
Oh dear. No annoying people is going to be... Oh, never mind.
Tricky for you. Okay,
never mind.
Okay, change the schedule. Let's change that up.
We'll get in touch with producer Jeff. Okay, that's the end of that.
No, but look, it's great, and I think just taking the viewer down there is one of the key things because it is a noisy, exciting environment, especially during practice as well. It's, during testing it's a slightly steadier pace, but during practice it can be frenetic at times, especially if there are issues for a number of drivers out there. And so making your way down there, finding out what's going on, asking team members what's happening as well. Don't be afraid to do that. I'm sure I don't annoy them. Do I? Hopefully not. And trying to bring as much of the viewer down to the pit lane with you as you can through sights, smells, what you're seeing, what you're feeling, the heat, the weather conditions. Just take the viewer down there, Alex.
I always enjoy when a reporter starts highlighting the smells because, of course, you could never be wrong. You could never prove. I mean, that's a tool in the armoury.
Alex Albon was wrong yesterday when he declared that this was...
What happened here?
I wasn't in the box. Can I just clarify? Because I feel like...
Because I got a very confused text from my father last night asking if I'd gone full test match special. With my beverages.
I love that he thought it was an option.
I love if you were in here sipping champagne and Alex Albon had just sold you all out.
Yes, that we'd had that going on for years, and Alex had broken the code.
Yeah.
All the glasses are out of shot when commentary box comes to us.
No, apparently he walked in and just said it absolutely stinks of champagne in here. And Jolien says they weren't drinking any, but no one can clarify either way. It remains a mystery.
Dear.
Well, I can clarify that there was no champagne.
and there hasn't been. Despite some of the delirious commentary that we've put together.
You'd be surprised that we are stone cold sober, but yes, we are indeed sober.
The champagne is on ice for now.
What, for 7 p.m. tonight in 6 hours 38 minutes?
We'll need it after that. Even I want some.
The end of test.
Before the real thing, 8 days before the start of the season. Winter's ordering champagne.
Celebrate a good 3 days, well done. I think for all teams as well, because one of the things that has struck us in watching every day is the reliability, is the methodical nature in which teams are getting through their programs. We're not seeing, red flags. If we are seeing them, it's because of the track, not because of any car or driver or team. And I think most teams will be very happy with what they have managed to achieve, the amount of work they've managed to do, the number of laps they've managed to get in here in testing over 3 days. I'm probably jinxed somebody now because we do still have 6 hours 38 minutes to go, but so far so good for a number of teams here with lots of laps done, reliability proving strong across the board, and a fair bit of pace from some as well.
Thank you, guys. We'll take a look through. So, no one has set personal best in a while. Ocon's first sector was a 29.938 personal best. Second sector is a 40.371. So, Esti Besti might have something to rely on as he approaches the line. Daniel Ricciardo stays in 10th. Ocon, it's a 1:33.894, 2/10 off the pace of his own best time. He loses out again on longer runs. But Hamilton's back out, and he's shifted over to the medium compound tyre. So Hamilton now no longer on that C5 run. Don't know why he did a C5 glory run about 40 minutes ago, but he's now one more with him now. He's out brand new C3 tyres, which should be a little bit faster actually. This should be, because the C5 tyre put in third fastest, but it's too hot track temperature for them to be working. 38.5 degree Celsius. Now he's taking a wide line through one. That's a very nice run for Lewis Hamilton. 29.244 is the sector time for Sainz. What's Hamilton as he comes up towards turn 4 in the first delta? It is it's actually way off. He's lifted. Hamilton's backed off already, so he's not happy with it. So Lewis backs out of this lap time to focus on another build-up lap. Tyres weren't yet up to temperature. I thought I just saw something fly up on the monitor there. It's sadly not as well. Valtteri in the Kick Sauber, just cleaning up the front suspension, getting off some Flovis paint that they had on. It's a different colour of Flovis paint now, not the green, otherwise the livery was leaking. Then again, I think that might look quite cool actually. I don't know if you'll agree, but if we had a green Flovis paint, the same colour as the livery on the Sauber, and it sort of streaked across the bodywork, you know, I think that might be quite a cool design, a quite cool arty design. We have an F1 art car. I would love it if a team actually made it the livery. Like it was an art car livery, a really beautiful looking car. If I was running an F1 team, the livery wouldn't all this be this statty, blocky stuff. It would be, it looked like it gone through paint, you know, all the explosions you get on it as well, and the way the paint drips and goes over the canvas. It would be a black base, but with loads of colour sprayed everywhere. So yeah, you still get the carbon, but you get loads of paint sprayed everywhere, all across the car, and it looks all really great. And then the sponsor's logo is integrated into it as well. I think it would look really great. Let me design a Formula One livery. I think I could design a lot better. In fact, I might. You know, you can get those F1 car paint. You know, you can print them out and colour them in. Might do one of those and show it to you live on air. I mean, I'm obviously an artist. We've hung this up yesterday because I got told to. The Red Bull Aero side pod explanation I did in the Grid Network show compared to last year where the airflow was going, and this year how it's getting tunnelled in via the new floor intakes in the side pods. So, yeah. Just a little explanation, I'm trying to go for it. It's a weird design, but it kind of works. The Red Bull RB20 AirPods, Aero side pods. Does work. Hamilton, his last lap is this lap, 3/10 off the pace of Carlos Sainz, and Sainz was 4/10 faster than Perez. So Lewis is on a, I want to say medium push lap. We're not going to see, everyone, don't believe testing, but have an idea of what we could see in the last hours of the session. That's what I'm saying. Now, what we're going to have throughout today is, at the end of the session, in the commentary box, it'd be myself, Megan, Adam, Ed, Josh T will be there, Omi will be here, so we'll have quite a lot of the team here. And I will get them to say their 1 to 10 of how they rank the teams. 2 seconds. Knot in my neck that I needed to get rid of. So I'll get them to go 1 to 10. Who's the fastest team? Who's the slowest team? And then I'll write them down on a pad. We'll then seal that piece of envelope. And I'll also get the entire team to do it as well. I'll get them to put it in the comms chat of who they think is 1 to 10. And we'll seal it. And then we'll have it at the end of the year. Who was fast? Oh, thank you. And who was fastest at the end of the year? Is the lid on? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Cup of tea. I hope it's hot. Oh, beautifully hot. Oh, that... You know when you haven't had it... I've had lemonade, but you know when it hits the back and you feel it all go down it? That was then. And it lubricated the voice lovely. Cup of tea. I think we might need a couple of those. I think coffee's next on the list as well, an espresso coffee. Hamilton, all four wheels off the track at turn 4, but his time, a 1:33.222. 5 tenths off the pace. Didn't improve on time either on that last lap. He backed off in the last few corners. Didn't want to have a push-through advantage. I can understand why, as they'll continue on the attack now. Albon swings the car through again in the middle sector. 1.487 seconds down on the laps, so there will be a difference and an improvement coming. The nose cones this year look a bit like 2008, which I'm sort of glad about. There's a weird sense of the front wings actually look pretty again. But, I don't know, it's weird. The F1 cars this year look more like the 2021 cars. It's weird how they're sort of shifted back in the regulations. They're not, I don't know, they're still pretty, but they're not, I think the Ferrari is still the prettiest to look at. And the way it's designed has always been a bit interesting. And I think the Red Bull is quite a genius to behold. Every time you look at the Red Bull, you go, wow. And that's not even from, you know, trying to remain neutral, but you look at the Red Bull and you go, wow. You look at the Ferrari and you go, ooh. Especially the front nose, as Jackson pointed out earlier, it's a nice new sort of front nose dip. And we're filming some features for the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend for the race build-up show and the qualifying show. And we're going to, I can't wait, because what we've got is we've got a 90-minute build-up to the Bahrain Grand Prix, where we've got some technical analysis bits, and then we've got the usual cars to the grid, all that lot. So we've got a half-hour Oz show. Then we're going to throw over and have the build-up to the race as per normal. And yeah, it's going to be fun. And hopefully, systems seem to be fine. So we're 3. So we'll be on JBMotorsports, USON, and Twitch as well. That'll be our 3 channels where we will be live for this season for the Formula 1 coverage. I think we'll also be on the Mixler app eventually when the systems behave themselves. Haven't tried that yet. I think I would like to do a test broadcast to see if it works again. But we've rejigged everything this year on the streaming PC, so as you can see, it's all working a lot better. And we've got new graphics as well that we all like and can use. Oh, that's not bad. That's quite nice. Valtteri Bottas down in the first sector, 31.140. Second sector is off the pace as well at a 42.750. He's off by 5.424 seconds. Really is losing an awful lot of time there as he heads back down in towards turns 14 and 15, the last 2 on this track. Ocon and Hamilton are just behind him as they cross the line. And Hamilton takes it now. What's that time for Bottas? 1:38.123, so 5 seconds off the pace of his own best time as well. That's a total of 7 seconds slower than Sainz. Definitely can see Sauber in a waiting period. That is the first time I have seen anything from the Sauber pit wall this weekend. All back there on the pit wall watching. Haven't seen sight or hound of anyone on the Red Bull pit wall. Ferrari have got a few people there as well. But Red Bull, they're all doing it in the garage. We've barely seen, for obvious reasons, we've barely seen Christian Horner. We've seen Adrian Newey a few times, but in terms of looking around, we haven't seen that many people. It's been a really strange, bizarre test in many respects as Hamilton turns in, hugs the inside line cable nicely, gets a little bit of oversteer, and again punches quite nicely down the straight. 60 seconds into the run. Turns in once more, hugs that inside line. He drifts out perfectly at the exit. So actually Hamilton's not doing too bad here. For a race simulation run, he's 4.3 seconds down, but for a race simulation, they've all got higher fuel loads in, I think. None of them are selecting 8th gear. Looking on the screen right now, like Bottas right now is down the start finish rate, he's in 7th gear, he should have been 8th. Hamilton, 6th gear, 7th gear. Oh, Hamilton does go up to 8th gear. So Hamilton is in 8th, but Bottas stayed in 7th down that start finish straight. Perez, well here, look for yourselves. For those of you on the YouTube and Twitch, Bottas didn't go up to 8th, didn't either. Perez was in, I think, well, 7th, I think most of it. Magnussen, 7th gear, down the straight with nothing, so didn't go up to 8th. So they're all, we're now riding with Perez, they're all not using the maximum delta time. Which is bizarre, because you'd think they would, wouldn't you? You'd think they would use that delta run, that push run, but they've all just sort of kept themselves here as they come through again. Turn down a couple of gears. And back onto the acceleration run. Perez starts the lap time. Very much, his last lap was a 1:32.246, so Red Bull's race pace looks okay. I'd love it when we get all the data at the end of the session. That's what we get all the lap times and everything, and we can properly pour through the data. And as I think Jackson said yesterday, or Ed said yesterday, one of the two, where even Kobe said it as well, where, oh no, it was Matt White, that was it. I can't remember, it was on day 1 of testing on the Grid Network show, the Grid Tonight, it was Matt White who said, I'm sure when testing's over, all the journalists, all the technical lot, and Josh will go, will go through all the data and find out who's hot and who's not. That is true. So what I'm guessing for the top 10 today will be on pure eyeballing of who's hot and who's not. And I generally think Ferrari might be up there. But I think it's still Verstappen, so it's quite hard because I don't think Perez is actually. I think Perez is actually having a worse test than we realise, whereas Max was fine. Chris, I think Helmut Marko said that the gap between Magnussen Team Radio.
Yeah, Kev, we think the wind is causing problems at turn 1, 11 and 13.
Team Radio there, so that wind, which is at, what's the wind speed? 6.8 kilometres blowing in from the east. You can see on the tracker above me here as well. So that's causing issues, that's causing problems, and hopefully it's not going to cause too much of a mega run. Bottas down the straight, Hamilton's just behind him in 4 out of 13. So 4, 11 and 13. Yeah, that would make sense. Blowing in from the east, different types of corners. This is where Ricardo is now. Ricardo 6.3 seconds off the pace, but on a C1 tyre. And he said to Laura, didn't he? We heard it ourselves. If anybody's thinking that this is last year's Red Bull, you are wrong. Why would he say that? Why did he say it? Because it is last year's Red Bull. We all know it. We can all see it. It is last year's Red Bull that has been modified. Because I'm looking at it right now. Well, the front actually looks like a Williams FW14B, so commendments for that. But it is effectively last year's Red Bull car. A bit like how Racing Point had the Mercedes, the pink Mercedes, through photographs. It's pretty similar. I didn't want to race that year as well. But so did the AlphaTauri. So who's really off who? Because the AlphaTauri and the Racing Point won in 2020. 2020 was a more competitive year than 2022, and Hamilton dominated that season. Just let that sink in. Whereas in 2021, it was only Red Bull. Did Ferrari win a year? No, Ferrari didn't win, so it was Red Bull. Mercedes and McLaren, the only winners that year. Whereas in 2020, it was Mercedes, McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull, AlphaTauri and Racing Point. 4 teams won that year. I don't think Ferrari won in 2020. They won in 19, didn't win in 20 or 21, won in 22. I believe that's correct. Yeah, because we made a big deal of it. That Ferrari, I'm looking at it now, and that front wing does... I think Ferrari have the most interesting front wing, alongside that of Mercedes. I think when we look at these, it's going to be hilarious. That special technical debriefing show that we've got lined up. I don't know, I think we're filming it at some point next week. I think we're filming it Tuesday. Because, there's no preview show this year, and the podcast is filming Wednesday, that's it, yeah. Yeah, there's no weekend previews anymore on JBMotorsports because it got too complicated. So we're live for practice, 30 minutes or so, sometimes before the start of the session. So, and then throughout practice 1, that's our introduction to the weekend, where we'll talk about all the stories, all the news, play all the information. So practice 1 is our new weekend preview. Practice 2, we start to look at the long runs, the data, see who's hot and who's not. Practice 3, qualifying prep, and then Sunday, qualifying, Sunday race, and a bit of build-up for race 1. Usually it's an hour. All fun. And then go to bed. And then we've also got F3 and F2 starting next weekend as well. So it's a busy week for all the running for Formula 1 as we kick off the 2024 championship. And also after Bahrain next week, actually, we've got the Las Vegas Motor Speedway race for NASCAR. So there's a lot more to run around. This weekend we've got Atlanta. That's live on USRN's YouTube channel and JB Motorsports on Twitch. So you can have all the action from the weekend. As Hamilton begins another run. Last lap time was a 1:36.892. We have been going over an hour now of uninterrupted since the red flag came in. 6 hours and 20 minutes remain in this session. Hamilton's first delta as he goes a little bit wide again at turn 4. It's 2.221 seconds off the pace. Let's quickly throw it downstairs.
Formula 2 Championship to have a huge opportunity, to graduate to Formula 1, and so the entire field will know that. It is a year for so many to have to perform, or careers could be coming to a premature close, or they could be coming despite Hamilton all over the road there, applying the power coming out of turn 10.
He must be pitting into this lap.
Yeah. Shopping trolley stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're not bearing the throttle like that if you plan on using these tyres anymore.
He's lifted off as well.
And that is also to say, having mentioned those two, wherever you're watching this, you can see every single Formula 2 race live across the season. It's shaping up to be a classic season. I think it's the best field that we've had since the year that Alex Albon, Lando Norris and George Russell graduated in an all-time classic F2 season of 2018. We could easily have that as well. And if you're not in the conversation, of course, a good marker of if someone's going to graduate to Formula 1 is if you've been Rookie of the Year. So Victor Martins with the ART team that took Teo Porcher to the title. He's very much going to be expecting to be in the title conversation as well. And it can be very, very useful. Remember, Alex Albon was heading to a different championship entirely, had been dropped by the Red Bull program. Russell had the link to Mercedes, Norris had the link to McLaren, and then Red Bull came calling again because Albon forced himself back into that conversation because he was in the title battle, and he beat both drivers at various courses of the year before finishing third in that championship.
Can we rattle through the drivers who are out of contract, just as a reminder? Because I actually need to remind myself of this.
From Hamilton, the onboard again, where we see him squirreling all over the road.
So Sergio Perez, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Logan Sargent, Daniel Ricciardo, how many have I named there? Quite a few. Daniel Ricciardo, Yuki Tsunoda, Valtteri Bottas. It's going to be ridiculous, isn't it? Zhou, Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hülkenberg. So, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. That actually came out accidentally, sorry. So, if you take...
You did just speak to Daniel Ricciardo, didn't you? So.
That was sort of, instinct. If you say that Ollie Behrman is coming, or will come into that
has a
chance to,
chance.
Not attributing any rumour to you, Alex Jakes, but that is an opportunity for him, should he perform at Formula 2. Will Haas want an experienced driver alongside that rookie to steady the ship? You'd think absolutely yes.
Completely. And so, having been in that situation, Jolyon, where you know that someone could be coming in and one might have to head to the exit, you've known that dynamic. Alex Albon doing his best Hamilton impression there, all over the road, squirreling about, looking for a grip that wasn't there.
Yeah, it's not there at all, is it, that grip? It's just sliding everywhere. And it's creating a bit more issues than you'd expect. He's backed off on this lap time as well, actually. Who's out there then on lap time and deltas? We have Stroll, 32.038. Sainz, who is still on 138.458, so he's on a slow run. Ricciardo, Albon and Magnussen also. Adrian Newey has apparently spoken with the German journalists at... 2 seconds, I'm just getting up on my phone to read it to you now. Yes, Adrian Newey has spoken to AMUS regarding the recurring problem of drain covers getting this. The cars are getting too big and too heavy. That's why this keeps happening. Yeah. It is getting a bit ridiculous. Okay, interesting enough. What the hell? Okay. Okay, there's a scene already with Lando Norris in the new Drive to Survive, which is gaining some traction, which is a bit funny. And yeah, okay. So if you know it, you know it. But F1 drivers being a bit more jokey and honest with each other. That's interesting. If it's about Lance Stroll's broken wrists and Lando Norris asking him a rather personal question. Lando Norris is just never change, Lando, never change. Either way, see Kevin Magnussen on the lap time now. First sector for him was a 31.227. So he's on another race run. He's too slow to keep him in there. Why we've got a live speed of Hamilton, I don't know, because Lewis is in the pit lane. Perez is at pit out, so Perez is coming back out onto the circuit now. So that's a nice run around. Sam Collins, the technical expert. Let's have a word with him.
Might be. Jean Alesi, Ferrari driver, was signed to Williams, I believe, for the 1991 season. Or 1992 season, I forget which season it was. But Williams decided to sell his contract to Ferrari for a lot of money and a copy of their current car, which is why for a very long time you'd walk into the Williams Conference Centre and there'd be a big Ferrari 641 sat there. So that's what a big offer might look like.
Well, hey, Red Bull were one of the teams rumoured to be thinking about Alex Albon. You can have him, but can I see the blueprints, please?
Enjoy the caveats that you kept chucking into that sentence.
Williams weren't very happy when I asked Alex yesterday how he was going to go about looking for a drive next year.
I can't imagine why, for all the reasons that we've listed. Oh, that move cost Sean Lacey, didn't it? That Williams was dominant in that era.
Yeah, what a move, what a decision for Williams.
Well, Jean Alesi should have really gone there, but he went to Ferrari. And then Ferrari were just in a massive pain and Gerhard Berger fighting with him as well. And as Ed was actually talking about yesterday, the death of Enzo Ferrari really did fracture that team for so long. And see, Lewis Hamilton has got some string attached to his floor intake as well. It'll be a sensor string probe, which tells us how the airflow is going. But very Ken Miles of him. Get some string. Get all the computer out there. Get some string and see where it's going wrong. That's the way. Perez then starts another lap time. Just come out of the pit lane, of course. He's on a brand new set of C2 tyre compound. That's the hard with the stripe as he turns in. So it's the white tyre with the Pirelli stripe on it as well. C1, white with no stripe. C2, white with stripe. C3, yellow. C4, red, no stripe. C5, red with stripe. So that's how it goes for tyres if you're watching the TV pictures alongside our commentaries here and want to know the information and data. Perez is at 31.173 in that first sector. The second sector is a little bit down as well. Waiting to see it coming through. Sainz out there on the circuit. They're trying to find some room. Perez is a 42.420, so this is going to be 5.177 seconds off the pace on the C2. So this is race run for Checo, as he'll continue on to push hard. I suppose fast as well. That's pretty much how he's going to deal with the rest of the day. Esteban Ocon, I'm going to interrupt myself to bring you this. Esteban, first sector, personal best, 29.744. Danny Ricciardo, his last lap, personal best, 137.795. Gunther Steiner lands punditry role with RTL Germany for rounds that they will broadcast on free-to-air television. So Gunther Steiner is going to be back in Formula 1 on a punditry role for RTL television. No doubt he'll be on with Sky for a race or two as a guest pundit. Harry Benjamin, of course, will be in the commentary box for 3 races. David Croft for the 21 others out there. Ocon coming into the braking zone now, flicks the car in. This is personal best sector 2 as well, actually. So what are we going to see from Esteban? 31, 32, 33. It's a 1.832 seconds down, but it's a timing still needs work. It's a 1:33.079 for Esteban Ocon. He goes up into 8th place. And Ricciardo down in 10th. So after, well, it's 10 o'clock now. Let's go down to trackside.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Like you say, standing here at turn 13, I'm on the inside of the corner, and it gives us a great view up high here where we are to see the cars come right past us in this lovely panoramic view of this corner. And if you just look to the left-hand side, you'll see where they're trying to apex there. There's a cone on the inside. That's the central point of the corner. You bring it in from turn 12, where you're almost full throttle on the long run, definitely full throttle on the qualifying run. Here comes Danny Ricciardo on the set of hard tyres, and it's windy up here as well. You really feel that wind coming towards me, and that's affecting the cars as they pitch it into the corner on the brakes as Magnussen flies in. He's on a longer run too, and what you're trying to do is balance the throttle and the brakes on the way in, bleed off the brake pedal, and then explore with how early you dare getting on throttle towards the exit. Lance Stroll wasn't a flyer last time around. He's just creeping around now as well. Interestingly, it looked like he took 2 laps to get the tyres prepped before that push lap, and Carlos Sainz has been pushing every lap that I've seen here as well. So the trick with this corner, obviously with the wind that's changed direction today, is monitoring how that balance changes, as here comes Carlos Sainz. Right there, you'll be feeling the wind blowing the car, and that's why you've seen, I can actually feel it now, and it explains a lot why the rear of the car starts to step out at that part of the corner, right in the middle, as Esteban Ocon, if you just spin the camera around, he's just on a slower lap as well. Sergio Perez on his way up through turn 11 and into 12, bursts into view. little bit wider that time on the entry, but still meets the vital point of the corner. And it's a corner where you can experiment with how late you turn in. Sometimes hug the inside of the corner, it's a bit cambered, it goes downhill as well, just as you get to that apex. And you can explore with where to turn in. Turning in later, you're obviously wasting a bit more time towards the middle of the corner, but you can gain that valuable exit as Ricciardo comes through. Little seesaw on the wheel is great from up here. I've seen from inside the car myself that I often see photographers sitting at this exact spot, and now I know why. Magnussen comes round again, so we peer down into the cockpit. The hands look quite composed, a sure sign that he's just there waiting for that moment where the car starts to pivot and you're keeping check on the rear. Here comes Stroll on another flyer of a lap here. The car just complaining ever so slightly on the exit in that Aston Martin. So yeah, brilliant view from up here. You can see the light system as well, which really brings this circuit to life in the later hours as the sun sets, and we'll see those lap times tumble. The lights behind me will be doing their thing. Back to you guys.
Stroll does a 1:33.780, goes and stays in 4th fastest position. Thank you, Anthony. Trackside down there in the comms box. So I've just taken a seat for a little bit, hope you don't mind. 1:31.247 then from Sainz, fastest of the test day so far. Yesterday, of course, it was 1:29.947, I think. No, something 7 coming into it. But still, that time not being beaten until later on, when we'll have cooler track temperatures and the C5 tyres will start to come into effect and really grab the attention then. And I've got this just strange feeling we're going to see Verstappen v Leclerc when he's running in the afternoon, and then I think we're going to gist of who's hot and who's not. We knew Aston were quick last year. We knew Ferrari were good, and now we're getting, again, more feels about what is happening. And what is happening now? All eyes have been on Red Bull Racing. So, yeah, there's more, I don't want to say there's more data this year than ever before, and we really are getting to the point where we don't know what's going on. Norris is done for the day. So Lando's done. Okay, so it is 10. This would have been our 3 of the session. So Lando's done for the day, according to Chris Maitland. Piastri was set to take over when the car is ready to head back on track. So, okay, fair enough. I thought Lando would have had a bit more time. He's lost an hour. And considering he lost time yesterday in the loss of fuel running, I'm surprised that that's it. So Lando Norris, according to Chris Maitland, his pre-season testing is done. He ends with a 1:32.108 on the board. See if that is actually the case when the session finishes. He might go out for another run or two. But Chris has said that it's over, so I'll trust Chris Maitland on that one and accept that. Okay, that's it. Done. Not going to have any more deltas his way. Here's Anthony's camera once again, trackside. Fantastic angle as we look at Ricciardo flying through. That's down at, as we said, 10:13. Magnussen was just there as well, coming in. Ricciardo slow sector 1, personal best sector 2 on a 42.440. So Ricciardo up to the line and goes on a 1:37.673, 4 seconds off the pace. Now, why have we not seen a push lap from this RB team, the V-Carbs? Let's hear from Ricciardo.
The wind's pretty consistent.
Oh, right, that's right.
Confirmed, wind is consistent.
Love the wind, chat.
It's the only time we're hearing the radios. So, my question is, are we seeing this team not needing to do any testing in terms of fastest overall pace laps because it is just last year's Red Bull? Seriously, that's my question. Because why would a team need to do testing for a car that they all already know is extremely reliable? I just... It's nagging me that I think that V-carb or the RB, whatever you want to call it, Minardi, whatever it is, I think that car is 10 times faster than what we've been seeing it doing in this test so far. 100%. And if it's not, then what have they done to it to not make it that fast? It's going to be quick. Ocon with a pink. I don't know why the Alpine's gone pink on the monitor this year, but it's pink. It's reminded me when he can't even escape it, the BWT, of course. He was in Racing Point, Force India, when it was pink. Came over and BWT came with him, along with Otmar Safnauer, who was also at Racing Point. So sort of just moved over driver relationships and team principles. It was very much a Ross Brawn, Michael Schumacher, Ferrari situation when they all sort of moved across at separate times. 6 hours of the test remain. Of course, effectively, it's 10 minutes less than that because the last 10 minutes of this test will now be the red flag safety car procedure test. And that now happened at the end of the day, not in the middle of the lunch break as everybody anticipated. So, effectively, we've got an endurance race to commentate on still, a 6-hour normal race to fill. And the entire team, of course, busy. It is a midweek, so what else am I going to do? That's the curse of testing. Now, Stroll's first sector is a 29.627. So interesting from that. The pagoda's already being lit up as well at the front, so that's nice to see. Stroll then, down towards turn 11. Flips the car in. That rear of the Aston Martin looking very planted. It's not dancing around like it was last year. Very good into 12. He's 1.29 off the pace, but he was... he's 8 tenths off the pace, not quite a second. So Stroll on a race simulation day to run with the C3 tyres as he flies into the last corner, gradually accelerates and pushes the power down across the line. Then comes Lance Stroll, and it's 1.869 seconds down on the time. Nice run. 6 hours to go then in pre-season testing for 2024. There's George Russell talking through what needs to change at the car. WhatsApp now on the main title sponsor. They used to have BlackBerry as well. Now it's WhatsApp, so they've moved around a little bit, haven't they, with their sponsorships. TeamViewer still there as well. Just noticed that. TeamViewer is brilliant to use as a commentator because it means I can control from my iPad the desktop computer when I'm trackside, so great. You'll be seeing that as well when we go testing. We'll be covering the British Touring Cars season test launch from Donington Park on the 16th of April. But Josh T will also be trackside at Thruxton for another launch as well. So we'll be doing a couple of broadcasts throughout this testing period. And yeah, Josh T will be taking quite a few of the touring car races this year alongside Jess Ball and myself. Adam's going to drop in for some races. Just basically the whole team that are sort of launching into the proceedings. And it's quiet down now. Everyone's just settling into some race gathering data, which is pretty much standard on day 3 morning, because in the evening, that's when you push. You do the race run, you do 53 laps, and then you do your qualifying run right at the end of the session at the best of the track conditions, and it's all go from there, and can't wait to see what we get hold of. Anyway, let's dive back over to the world feed.
This season, hopefully, will be closer. But then, the closest fight was for second. Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren and Aston Martin all having times when they were fighting for that podium spot or better, and then all having times where they were struggling to get into Q3 as well. And then in that midfield, you had Alpine, 6th, 160 points away from the team ahead, and pretty much 100 points clear of Williams. The midfield was a class of one last year.
They were in no man's land, weren't they, Alpine? They weren't close enough to those in front, but they were far enough ahead of those behind to sort of be able to realise that P6 was where they were at coming into the final few races. I think last season we had Red Bull and then the battle for second, and then Alpine in a sense. So it's kind of the battle for second is almost the front of the midfield.
Yes.
I don't know. It's a strange one. It's shifted over the years.
It's not the midfield then, is it? It's the front field.
The front field.
The front field is so close.
The midfield.
The front field.
Well, that was why I was interested by Williams, because I spoke to James Vowles a few weeks ago, sort of when we still felt well into winter, and he said something really interesting that, you know, a big part of the reason why there was the gap with Logan Sargent was that Williams felt the car was consistently unpredictable. So take a tricky corner like the turn 9, turn 10 complex here in Bahrain when you've got the down the hill left-hand braking, that Alex Albon would say that car could behave very differently one lap to another. And when you're a rookie like Logan, that can be very difficult to get a hang of. And James said, you know, that we're confident we can make a step in making that car more predictable, which will help Logan and which will help us close the gap to the midfield, i.e. the Alpine midfield. But as Jolie has just said, that then when we've arrived on the ground in Bahrain with the car launching a bit late, doesn't feel like that early winter optimism has carried on necessarily.
Can you be consistently inconsistent?
I think you can.
Then you're just inconsistent.
Well,
but that's one thing that's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah, well, thank you, Laura. Yeah, absolutely. This is testing chat, isn't it? Can you be consistently
I don't think you can. So, anyway, that's a side note. I don't know who to speak to about that either. I'm gonna live with that for the rest of my days.
We need a linguist expert, a lexicographer for that.
I think even if you can't, it's a lovely turn of phrase, isn't it? Consistently inconsistent. It's a nice buzz phrase we can put out there for testing.
Indeed it is, but Danny Rick is improving. 31.412 first sector, first and best second sector, 42.218. So he's approaching the line now. Does Danny Rick go faster than 10th? No. It's a 1:37.706, which is slower than his own fastest time. What is... It's sandbagging like crazy. It's bizarre. On board with Sainz. His last lap time was a 2-minute run. So, yeah, outperforming again on that run around. It's a bizarre test, this one, isn't it? Magnussen getting past Hamilton. Magnussen's on the push-up, I think. Hamilton isn't. Yes, they'll continue to tick down the sessions. 5 hours, 55 minutes to go. Here's Sainz. 185 race starts. Best in the championship is 5th. Average start position is 9.2. Average finishing position is 7.8. And this is 9th season in Formula 1. Well, actually, it's not. He started in 2015. He's completed 9th season. He's entering his 10th season in Formula 1, his 9th year, because of course you count the start as a 10th year. It's the way it goes. You do one season, that's 1 year. You don't get one when you turn into year 2. It's a different way around it that motorsport uses. Like 2021 was 3 years ago, but it was 4 seasons ago now. That's how you count it. It gets complicated trying to work it out. 2021 3 years ago, but 4 seasons ago. Yeah. Lewis Hamilton hasn't won a championship in 3 seasons. His last win was 4 seasons ago. That's how it works. It's weird, isn't it? See Sainz now, very much coasting out there on the run. Ricciardo, Sainz, Magnussen, Hamilton, they're the cars out on the circuit, as you can see on your driver tracker. Sainz running up in 5th. Again, just take it easy, not wanting to push anything, doesn't need to. Will Buxton's in the pit lane.
Here outside Sauber, as you can see, the screens are up. And as you can see, if we take a, well, actually, before we get on to that, this time of day, because we're running through, we imagine a couple of teams, most teams, obviously changing over their drivers, will come in probably in about the next hour to start changing over the car for the next driver. McLaren have got the screens up in front of their garage as well. I tried to take a little jump and have a little look over the top. Seemingly making quite a few changes in the driver's footwell, so maybe changing the pedals over for a driver change. Here at Sauber, a little bit more serious. I don't know if we can just take a little look inside, because they've allowed us a huge gap amongst their screens, and you can see that this is not a simple change over of settings from one driver
Gearbox
to another. At least we could see that until somebody stood in the way. The back end is off the car, so a bit more serious down here at Sauber than simply changing the seat, changing the driver's position and the pedal position for a change of driver from morning to afternoon. As I said, the back end off this Sauber, so I can't imagine we will be seeing them all that quickly.
Cheers, Will.
Thank you, Will. They were right onto you there, immediately moving a team member right in front of the gap that Will had managed to find. We were standing up in the commentary box because we can actually take a little peek over the McLaren barriers as well. Nothing too urgent, it seems. We will stop doing that, though, because teams put them up for a reason. And I think it is simply maybe driver changes.
I wouldn't have
but you were
thought
looking
so,
at
because
laps, weren't you?
Norris only done 20 laps today.
Yeah.
So McLaren, who've been quietly getting on with it for a couple of days, they haven't done very much at all. The fewest laps of anyone, and they've been in the pits for a while. So it did look, there's no big rush. The back of the car is all still intact, so it doesn't look like there's a big PU change or a gearbox issue. Looks fairly calm down there, but yeah, Lando has been in the pits for quite a while.
Yeah, and well, Chris Matlin says they're changing over already and they're going to swap it over, but how much do we believe it? I'm not too sure. It is a bit strange. It's a bit of a different run. But then there's the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid, sometimes. So Norris only done 20 laps. He's in trouble. But we have a long time left in this session. An extremely long time, actually, to come into it. Just taking a look at the iPad data as well. And hello to, I just want to say thank you for the follow to Mick Burns 88 on Twitch. It just came up on my iPad. So thank you very much. I want to say thank you to everyone as well who subscribed to the USRN YouTube channel. And big thank you again to Matthew Owens, head of USRN, who's given us the YouTube channel on loan while JBMotorsports' YouTube lives have been disabled so that we can still broadcast to YouTube alongside our partners at USRN. It's very much thankful, and we will be covering more USRN races on JBMotorsports this season, including, hopefully, race number 1 of the year here in Bahrain. And they are the Flovis strings that have been attached to Hamilton's floor skirts to see and measure airflow. Presumably there's a camera somewhere looking at that, and they'll analyse how it's flowing around through the corners as well. So it won't be all about the data. There will be something that needs to be done and found around. So yeah, all good. Lance Stroll, 2 seconds off. He's on the C1 tyres though at the moment. This is the laps we've run so far today, to let everybody know. Sainz is 145, Perez 38, Hamilton 34, Stroll 36, Norris only 20, Albon 25 as well on that run around. Bottas in the pit lane though, as Will Buxton said, with the gearbox rear end of the car off. So presumably if that's off, it's either gearbox or an engine change that's coming. Pit exit is Ocon at pit out. So he's rejoining the track now for some more runs as we continue on here on day 3 of pre-season testing. No lunch break. That would usually be coming up in around about 40 minutes time. Oh no, we're going the whole day due to a red flag in the first 27 minutes of the session for loose drain covers around the track. We've kept going, and we'll get that hour back in the lunch, and then another 4 hours this afternoon to continue. So we are non-stop throughout the day here for F1 testing. Stroll does a 138.412 across the board. Perez having some changes done to the underflooring of the car. He's still in it though, sat down, as the mechanics work around underneath him, changing some of the floor outputs. Still Laura Winter. I was just checking it was Rachel Brooks or Laura Winter who's commentating at the moment, but Perez is having some brake discs done, and oh, hello. Ocon's got some gravel on him. I think Ocon's gone through the gravel. Now, we saw this car have trouble yesterday and lock up and run and just touch the gravel exit turn 8, and I think the same's happened to Esteban Ocon now. Same side of the car on the left side, so I think he's gone over and just touched the gravel. He's kicked a bit off there as well, so yeah. He's just come out of the pit lane as well, actually. So he hasn't locked up. There was some dirt on the tyres, so yeah. Slow lap for Esteban. We'll hopefully have a replay if that is the case, because we've got cameras everywhere for this test. It's not the old days of Sky F1 2013 when it was first broadcast testing and it was in 3D and it was the Sky cameras and graphics and it was literally everywhere on the circuit. It was just the last session, the afternoon session that was shown live back then when Sky first did it. Gave us everyone the TV pictures. And down to the pits was Will Buxton and Perez.
The ever professional he has. Will.
Thanks, Laurie. Yeah, Sergio Perez now out of the car, cap on, seat being taken out. I would assume that's him done for the day. If we pan across to the left, you will see Adrian Newey in his cap and light blue polo shirt, giving particular attention to the rear of the car, just having a little peek in there as the boys go to work on the rear. And if we pull across even more to the left and just dip down underneath that number 11, you'll see the boys getting to work at the front end of the car there, just where the splitter is, the T-trailers, they just secure that fairing back in place in front of it there. Work going on the brakes as well, but the fact the seat is out and Checo is out and has toweled himself down and put his cap on, I would assume they're now going to start making those changes to get Max Verstappen into the car for the rest of the day. Might be completely wrong and he might be going out again in 5 minutes' time, but the fact the seat is out suggests to me that's his day done.
Thank you very much, Will. Jolyon, looks like seats out, drivers out. We could be in for a change there at Red Bull for Max Verstappen to come into the car. Of course, he was due to be in yesterday afternoon. His testing was meant to be done then, but the red flag saw Checo stay in the car for the full stint, and now they are splitting the day today.
A little bit earlier for Max to come in. He'd have the lion's share of the day if they do that. As we get a little race.
Ducked out of it.
Didn't fancy it, did he? Down the inside of the hat. If he knows it's Kevin Magnussen. No pass is easy.
He was about to make the lunge, wasn't he? Here we go, we've got some racing on board with Lewis Hamilton.
Hamilton goes to the inside line and breezes past Magnussen into turn 4. That's the proper on-track action.
Around this circuit?
Yes.
You can do it. If you don't get it into turn 1, you've got another chance up into turn 4.
Very
Lewis
good.
practicing for next week. Yeah, I think the
oh, he's locked up. Lewis is locked up. Coming down to turn 8. Lewis locks up. And he's on older tyres, isn't he, Lewis, at the moment? What's he on? 9-lap-old mediums as well. So he's on C3. On board with Magnussen. He's on C2 tyre compounds. He's on C1, I can't quite tell. C1 tyres for Magnussen. So he's on a longer run. He's done 19 laps on these what are the hardest race tyres next weekend. Next weekend it's C1 hard, C2 medium, C3 soft. That's the tyres for the Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend. And you can 100% tell where's where, can't you? Again, Magnussen I'm having to fight headphones here. Magnussen then shows back. There's Adrian Newey talking with Checo Perez about the car. And he'll be listening to every detail, knows exactly what needs to be done in a Formula 1 car, needs to know where, how much, how little changes. And as I said, 44 years in Formula 1, 25 World Championships. It's Adrian Newey, the most successful, I think, in Formula 1 history as well. He's just undeniably good at designing race cars. And Red Bull, certainly now, 6 times a drivers' champion, 5 times constructors' champions as well. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. 4, 3. They won 3. Hang on a minute. I've got my maths wrong now. 4, 5, 6, 7 times drivers' champions, 6 times constructors' champions. Sorry, I was skipping years there. Last year was a blur. Yeah, but 7 drivers' championships, 4 with 4 with Sebastian Vettel, 3 with Max Verstappen, and then of course 6 constructors' championships, 4 with Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber, and 3 with Sergio. No, just 2 with Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen. They didn't win the constructors in 2021, of course. That went to Mercedes. They took the victory there. As Ocon's 2.3 seconds down on his sector delta at the moment, so he's just dropped down another gear. Back on the power. Revs up again. And 108.466 is Sainz's middle sector time. Ocon again on cylinders. He's on C3 tyres, so he's doing a race run. I don't think it's a weird one today because we can't tell, because we had the disruption. We don't know the run plans now because all the teams have changed them around, so it's quite hard to figure out what the teams are actually running around on. For many of these drivers as well, it's going to be their last bits in the car, so they won't go out again. So yeah, because for many of them, that's it. I don't think anybody's fully in the car today. I think they're all going to switch over. Sainz and Leclerc switch. Perez switching for Max. Hamilton switching for Russell. Stroll switching for Alonso. Norris switching for Piastri. We already know. Albon switching for Sargent. Magnussen switching for Hülkenberg. Ocon is switching for Gasly. Bottas is switching for Zhou. And Ricciardo is switching for Yuki. So yeah, they're all going to switch. And Red Bull get to work, changing the car setup for Max Verstappen. Why we don't just have 2 cars in testing, I don't know. It's bizarre. It'd make it so much easier. Reduce the test, 6-hour days, 2 cars, out you go. 3 hours each, lunch break in the middle, 2 cars deltas, go. I honestly think that would be a lot better. I really generally do. It would be such an easier, such a faster, such a more methodical way of doing testing. And even reduce it by a day because you're getting double the data. So 2-day test, 6 hours each day, 12 hours of testing, but with 2 cars, adds you up to, 24 hours. See, already, cost saving. 2-day test, 2 cars, do it Saturday, Sunday, 2 cars, 6-hour days, adds up to the same amount of testing we have now, but with 2 cars, which is just makes it easier for everyone, and you save so much because you have to hire the track out for a day, which the teams pay for this, not the FIA. This is teams testing, so they pay for this, and then it's all ready. So yeah, I would say that. Let me know in the chats if you think that's a good idea. 2 cars, 6-hour days testing across 2 days. That's still 24. It's easy for the fans. It's easy for the drivers. It's easy for the teams. Same amount of data. Both drivers getting a full 12 hours in the car, which is the same they get now, but it's down to them when they run. I like that plan. I might actually tweet that plan. It's better. It makes more sense. Because then you get the same amount of data, but both drivers get to test their own car. And then there's a comparison between 2 different setups, and teams can run more strategies. So it's what they do in MotoGP, but they do have 8-hour days. Hell, maybe even just run the whole 6 hours at once like we are now. But change it so that both drivers can get out there and get some testing, because a day and a half is not enough. Which is, it's 12 hours for them, but it's because it's so disruptive. Even now, it's not even really a day and a half. Norris has had a total of, I think, around about 10 hours in the car, whereas Piastri is going to have close to 14 hours in the car. How's that right? So Piastri's got a 4-hour advantage over Norris. It needs to be made sense of. And if one car breaks down in testing, you've still got another car to go out there and learn data. And that brings the field closer together. So my argument would be a 2-day test, 6 hours each, that's 12 hours across the 2 days, still adds up to the 24, double the data, and perfect. 2 cars. That's my opinion. Lewis Hamilton then is going to go out again. He's not going to give his car over yet to George Russell. Danny Ricciardo's not giving his car yet over either to Yuki Tsunoda. At least an hour 30 left on the clock for these drivers in the morning session, because the afternoon will still get there 4 hours because we lost an hour this morning. So at least half an hour to 45 minutes they will stay in there. Alpha, RB, the same engine cover as Red Bull, where the side panel can come off, not the whole lot. Interesting, don't you think? It's the same as Red Bull's? Huh. Fascinating, that little nugget of information that we've managed to get out. Magnussen, Ocon, Stroll still out there on the track. In the pits comes Carlos Sainz. Let's throw it down to Laura.
In the commentary box, done and dusted for the morning session. I say the morning session, it's all one big session now, so I will leave you in the very capable hands of Rachel Brooks, who'll be joining Christian and Jolien. Enjoy lunch, see you soon.
Sainz wheeled back into the pits. He's had a really busy time as well. 52 laps, and that may be heading towards Carlos done. Maybe there's another run in. He's had a load of long runs on the C3 tyre as Carlos. Ferrari really going for race running. He's been so consistent through that as well, constantly lapping in the 1 minute 38. It's not quick, but it's a heavy car and it's not degrading, so that's really encouraging for Sainz and Ferrari. And now he's back in the pits. It's a quiet track, just Stroll, Magnussen and Ocon out. Here is Kevin Magnussen, and here is Rachel Brooks.
Hi. I have to say, Jolien, hi Christian.
Hello, Rachel.
Lovely to share the commentary box with you. I have to say, Jolien, I may have been the jinx, because when I came in here this morning there was the red flag. I may have taken it off you. I'm very
I did wonder that.
Yeah.
I was watching on and I was thinking, I'm not trackside, I'm not in the commentary box, and it's happened again. It wasn't me.
I think they were planning to send you trackside at that point, by the way, and they stopped it because they didn't want the cars to stop.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I did notice no trackside for me.
Yes, well, we wanted some running, and then I ended up... I mean, you know what's going to happen now, don't you? It's going to go very, very quiet. But that is because the drivers are swapping over.
You've come in and cursed it straight away, haven't you? It was this time yesterday.
Don't remind me.
Can I take some share of the responsibility?
Yes,
because I've not managed to get trackside for all week so far. I was very excited about doing so. I was just about to go and get my tab on to get trackside, and there was a red flag. So I think I might have had an impact on it this morning as well.
Excellent. If it's not me, that's all I need to know. I will say, though, we've discovered the mystery of the champagne smell. It is.
This kept me up last night trying to figure it out.
It is the antibacterial wipes we use on microphones, because we share microphones here. And if you've ever seen the commentary box, or if you see the camera when it cuts up, we have microphones that we have to hold very close to our mouths.
Lip mics.
So as a result, you wipe them each time and make sure they're clean down between each person. That, with the combination of the microphone, gives off the champagne smell. And because it's so close to your nose, it seems very strong. There is no champagne in the commentary box.
I also, this is my first time in the commentary box all weekend, I see where Alex Albon's coming from here. It is, I would say, cheap champagne, I would say. I wouldn't necessarily, if it was served to me and it smelled like this, be thinking I'm excited for this, but I can definitely see where he's coming from. It's a very distinctive smell that these, I mean, they're a very green packet, aren't they? They give a very distinctive smell to such a small room.
They do. I should say, I've been in the paddock, and just to update you, Jolien, the general feeling is that Red Bull have more to come,
right?
Even from this car they're driving right now, let alone the updates they've got coming. We have not seen the pace this car has right now, and the gap could be bigger than we're expecting. That is the feeling down in the paddock right now. However, we probably haven't seen everything from every team yet.
I'm sure we have not. It's just that you get the word vibe again. It's testing. So much is about vibes and speaking to people and understanding what teams have got in the pipeline, who's spoken to who knows what. And it was just the way that Red Bull launched this car. They didn't have to change. concept. They chose to. They had a lot of time to, because they had the championship sewn up effectively by about Miami, Monaco time. They had such a huge advantage to everyone else. They could have switched their attention to this year's car. And then they unveiled it, and it was drastically different. You felt it's Adrian Newey, it's a ground effect car, it's probably going to be spot on, but maybe they'll miss something. It's happened before, maybe it'll be like that. And then Max got in it, and it immediately looked hooked up. And everyone else just looked and thought, oh, this could be trouble. Ferrari, they do look good, and both drivers are looking hooked up in that car as well. Carlos, as I said, has run a really decent, consistent, high fuel run this morning. He's still sitting top ahead of Sergio Perez on the same compounded tyre. They'll be bringing bits and bobs to their car as well. None of the cars will be standing still before next week. But the feeling is still, overall, that Red Bull are ahead.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, unless you're Adrian Newey, because you can make it better.
Well, I've started the list already with the commentators who's thinking who. I've put it definitely down as Red Bull. They've definitely got it fastest. I think everybody, I think it's universal of the commentators are going to say that Red Bull are the fastest. Omi might say Ferrari, but no, I think Red Bull are the fastest, and I'm leaning towards Ferrari second, McLaren third, Mercedes fourth. It's fifth and sixth that I'm confused about right now, because where do you put Aston Martin? I don't know. There's so much more to give. One team I do think that are at the back are Haas, 100%. Haas are at the back, I think, in 10th. In fact, I might as well just write them down in 10 right now. And I think the midfield team in 5th is possibly Williams. So after that, you can sort of start negating where everyone else is going to be in the field. So, yeah. It's a fun game we play in pre-season testing. I hope you'll all get involved with us across the Twitch and USON and Instagram channels. Let us know what your top 10s are going to be in terms of orders, and we'll see if you get them right at the end of the year as well. Me and Megan are going to play that game later on when she turns up in the comms box as well, and we all just see exactly what the pace is going to be. But Ricciardo, this Red Bull, or Racing Bull, or Minardi, this RB, the RB here of Ricciardo, this team is sandbagging like crazy. They have 3 seconds off the pace. Ricciardo's about to bring it down now to a 1:37.061. They're 5 seconds off of Sainz. There is something else going on with this RB, 100%. They are fast, and they are hiding it because they don't want to get protested. It is so obvious that they've hidden it. And they've got so much flow vis now on the side of the car as well, so they're measuring something. It just looks like last year's Red Bull. It's insane what they've got. This RB is the Red Bull 19. I am not, and then the Red Bull 20 looks, the RB20 looks completely different. Lance Stroll's out of the car. I think that's him done for the test. If with half an hour to go, don't see why. There's still another. The FIA give us this time, and they're not using it. The teams aren't using it. We may as well just had the lunch break. I just accept to be lost an hour of track running, because the teams really go, oh, all right then. Because they've still got to have a lunch break, haven't they? The mechanics and everyone else. So it's a bit weird that we haven't just said, okay, 20 minutes to go, that'll do us. Well, we lost the hour, but we don't need to have it. So we're staying green the whole day, which is a problem for me in the comments box, because I'm the only commentator here for the majority of the day. Jackson and Josh were here for the first hour, in Jackson's case, hour and a half. And then I'm on my own since then. So since 8:45, so coming up on 2 hours, I've been alone in the commentary box. And I'll probably be alone for a couple more hours as well. So it does fly back. Oh, Albon's got that wrong on the C4 tyre. He's just started a lap, and he's gone way too deep into turn number 1, like miles too deep. First lap on the C4s, and he's gone, nope. So now he's warming the tyres up as well, with track temperatures at 39.3, air temperature 24.5. Wind speed is up. It's 9.7 kilometers blowing in the east, so the wind's still up there, but Albon doesn't want to do another lap. He's going to go for another warm / cool down and just make sure it's all prepared and got ready. As the timer continues to down, Hamilton's back out on the track. Interesting. So Lewis Hamilton now venturing out onto the circuit. What tyres he got on? Brand new set of the C3 tyre compound, according to our timings up here in the comms box he's got on. As he runs up towards turn 4, staying in 7th gear. Half speed though, so he's not going full throttle. Not taking the life out of those tyres yet. Magnussen, he's on a 12-lap old C3 tyre, so he's on a race run. Just seeing how much tyre life they've got, just putting miles on the clock, learning everything he needs to do. That's exactly the best bit, I suppose, as well. Just learning exactly what needs to happen. And Red Bull F1 designer Adrian Newey has been voted the 2024 World Car Person of the Year by a journalist of more than 100 people. By a jury of more than 100 journalists. So Adrian Newey is the 2024 Car Person of the Year. Well done, Adrian Newey. What an award to win. On board with not Lewis Hamilton, this is Kevin Magnussen across the line on his race simulation run. Hamilton's at turn 11. F1 World Feed having a few graphic errors, but then again, they probably don't have a lunch break either. Or some people are probably eating at their desks and pressed the wrong key. I literally have a packet of crisps and 3 chocolate biscuits and a quart of tea, which will probably need to be refilled shortly as well. Voice starting to go. It's one of those tests where it's just taking it out of you. So thank you to everyone who's watching and joining in on all the fun as well. It means an absolute lot to us. Hamilton then. C3 race simulation begins. Green flag, away goes Hamilton. So this could be also a push for the fastest time of the day if he's on a lighter fuel load, because C3 is the time that Sainz did. He's just come out on a 4-lap old set of C3 tyres. He's at turn 4 and 5. So his time is a 1:31.247 for Sainz. And let's see if Hamilton is going to go for a push lap and we can all get excited. What's the first sector time as he turns through? 29.244, and I think he's lifted slightly. It's 4/10 down, so it's a race run again for Lewis, not a push lap. 100% not a push lap. Mercedes will be sandbagging a little bit. Have a look at the throttle appliances as well. Hamilton's so sharp on the throttle. He's trail throttling it through 10 and down towards 11. He's just ever so slightly pushing the accelerator down and just seeing what he can find on it as well. Into turn 11, flicks the car in, rises up on the banking. Through 12. What's the second sector? Oh, little twitch mid-corner there. He's down by 1.5 seconds. So the car twitching. The wind's causing a lot of problems through 12 and 13 as well. As you can see, Hamilton's having to fight that car hard. Into the last corner then for Lewis Hamilton in this test. Back on the power for accelerating. Boots it up towards the line. Does Hamilton set a new personal best? No, it's a 1:33.223, 1.976 seconds off the pace. Back to the world feed quickly.
The general popularity of Formula One was nowhere near the hype that it's at right now. Ayo Komatsu was chief engineer, a sort of not public-facing role in a midfield team. He was mobbed in Japan. They love him out there. He's now the team principal at Haas. So he's going to get a huge amount of attention. The Japanese fans really, really love to see their own doing a great job in Formula One.
Remember Takuma Sato as well. But if we're putting on our predictions or wish list for Yuki Tsunoda podium, then I'm also going to add in a Sergio Perez win in Mexico. Not just for Sergio, but for Sergio's dad.
Yes.
Who just looks so... Those pictures of him crying when he was on the podium were just phenomenal. And you know, after the heartbreak of last year where Checo crashed out in the first corner, wouldn't that be a nice sporting story to come back from that?
It's got to happen at some point, hasn't it? The Perez Mexico win, because we're talking passionate fans. The Mexicans, they love it. When that race came back on the calendar again, I was there, and I remember doing the drivers' parade. Checo was on the grid, so was Esteban Gutierrez, and Gutierrez hadn't scored a point all season, and he was in the car in front of me. We were in open-top cars going around the track, and it was like they were chanting his name, and he was up out of the seat, swinging the sombrero around, milking it as much as possible. And he wasn't the race winner that Sergio Perez is. It's like a football stadium. It literally is a baseball stadium in the final sector, but all the grandstands are like so atmospheric. That would be another very popular result.
And they made more of a show of it last year. I mean, they had the drivers brought out. They had a little presentation area in the middle of that baseball stadium last year where the drivers came out, did a quick word, and then got in their cars and drove and did their lap round. It is a phenomenal atmosphere.
Was Mexico, I could be making this up, that's my disclaimer, was Mexico the first to do the raised podium?
I think it was, yeah.
When Lewis won, I think it was the first time when the podium raised. Fantastically camped, wasn't it? It was brilliant, the lights, and it was just completely unnecessary, and I loved it. I loved the stuff like that. Oh, Sergio being raised from the ground while the Mexican fans go wild, while there's fireworks, while his dad's in floods of tears.
It's quite difficult to broadcast, though, in there after that, because the music in there is so incredibly loud. Not only can you not hear who's talking to you in your ears, you can't hear who's talking to you in front of you, and it's very hard to even read lips because the vibrations that run through you mean your eyesight is all over the place. It is an incredibly difficult place to broadcast after the race, so hats off to everyone that tries to do it.
Got more vibrations running through than the drivers in the
this
cars.
bumpy track right now, as Alex Albon's finding out as he goes through there. I just want to see the work that's being done today, Jolyon, when you're on that last final day of testing. As a driver, what are you wanting out of it? I know you want to give the data to the team, but you must be wanting something out of it yourself as well.
You're wanting to get towards the polished article today. You want
you or the car or both? Well, it's both, isn't it? But personally, for you?
Yeah, it's both. I think largely the drivers will think they're going to turn up as the polished article. They've always got the self-belief and the swagger, but it's about getting comfortable in the car, making sure that you can feel the car really well. Lewis Hamilton spoke about it this time last year. He was very critical of the Mercedes because he lacked feel in the rear end, and amongst their changes, they've moved the cockpit back to try and help the feel. But you want to feel like you are at one with the car, and you know where it's going to be stepping out, how much. You've got a really good baseline feeling for what it's going to do, and it's predictable as well. So you want to feel like you're comfortable in the car, and then you want the car to have a bit of pace and know exactly when you turn up to Bahrain FP1 next week, you're going to hit the ground running. There's no more question marks. There's no can we fix this uncertainty, the instability on the entry. You want it to feel pretty glued and add a bit of downforce. You need to have a good balance.
I agree. As we ride on board with Sir Lewis Hamilton down towards turn 1. He's across the control line again. This is Lewis. 2 minutes 30.969 was his last run. So this tells me he's done a cool down lap, and now this is the proper push that he's going to be experiencing as he comes through 3. I think he's already lifted off. I'm not entirely 100% sure about that. Whether or not this is a run around that he was wanting to do, trying to do, or is doing. Takes it in again, gets back on the power ever so gently. And Lewis, 2.1 seconds down, so another race simulation. I wish we could have like a proper run around. Now, they'll also do sprint simulations, so they'll do sprint, they'll do Grand Prix, they'll do qualifying, they'll do practice, they'll do every form of practice they can do in testing to make sure every part of the car is ready and the team are all prepared. It's not just testing for the cars and the drivers, it's testing for the teams as well. Are all their systems working? Are all their data's working? They've all got separate bits to do. It's not all about let's find out about the car. It's about booting up the systems. Do these new softwares work? Do the new computers work? Is this new analyst working in their position? Is everyone working the best they can? Are the pit stop guns working? Are the jacks working? Are the right tools working? Do we have everything correct that we need to do? Is this panel a bit too loose? Does it need a longer screw? It's a giant mystery game. It's not all about the car. and the drivers getting used to them. It's about every aspect of the team. That is what pre-season testing is about. It's everyone. And I wish they went more in depth with that and actually went behind the scenes a little bit and interviewed some of the personnel that were like, what's your testing schedule? If I was there right now, I'd go up to them and say, what's your testing schedule today? What are you looking for as well? Yeah, but like, what are you looking for today? And I'll put the microphone in their face and I'll go, and they'll talk and they'll go, yeah, so all this, all that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'd get in there and properly want to know exactly what their angle is and what their aspect is. And also, you can see how much we've used this over the past year. It's gone funny for where you hold it against your lip for so long as well. So this one is going to become the one that we use trackside at events when I'm solo and I'm talking to myself. And if a driver of tyres in front of me, I'll put it like that and switch it around. But this is the one I'm going to be using that I'm talking solo on. And then we'll buy another one for when we're doing the presentation stuff and keep it at a lower distance. But yeah, this one's becoming this one. I will get another one though. But it's fine for now for presentation and everything. But when we're trackside, we need a special one for when we're trackside doing presentation stuff as well. But I really like our microphone shields as well, the JBMotorsports logo and all this in the back. It's fantastic. Thanks again to Luke for doing that and that. So, keep on going. Sergio Perez on a 131.483. Last lap time wasn't that great, but he'll find the delta he needs. It's all the learning. We'll see some real fast times. Of course, we're now in to 4 hours of this test. So we have completed the initial run. So now it's the extra time. This is the extra time. That tea's gone cold now. There's only a little bit left anyway, but I'm out of tea. This is extra time. So we are going to be waiting for this to progress. As Perez takes it to zone one. He's on C2 tyres then, not C1. Sorry, C3, as our timing screen says. He's actually on the other one. So Perez on C2 tyre compounds as he turns in, gets back on the power. How many laps has he done then? Well, I'm going to refresh our timing screens because I'm not entirely 100% convinced that they're actually good. So I'm just going to hit refresh. No, it still says medium. Okay, that's weird. That is bizarre. I was under the impression that the timing screens might have glitched, but... okay. Fair's fair. It is C2 tyres, though, for Perez, and they look old, so... I wonder, we never get accurate information about what he's running on, because even the timing screen says C3, but we can see the C2. Maybe when he crosses the line, we'll get some information about how old these tyres are, and what set they're on, and what they need to be found out on too. 5.4 seconds off the pace, though, on these C2s, so it's a long run for Checo out here today. I'm interested actually to see what USRN's YouTube is on for subscription rate. I haven't looked. I've got the live timing on, but I can't see it. So as they come through. Takes ages to find it. There we go. USRN is at 82. Thank you, everybody. Means a lot. 388 watched yesterday, 580, about less than 900 people watched yesterday. That's massive. Thank you very much for the F1s. We'll be creating some graphics for the coverage here on USRN as well. Oh, hang on a minute, that's the wrong one. I need to get Twitch back open. There we go. Perez running a little bit wide. His last lap, by the way, Checo, a 1 minute 38.095, which actually faster than Sainz's 1:39.754. So in terms of race pace, Perez is currently on a lower fuel load than I think Sainz is on those C3s. Sainz done 11 laps on those tyres. But Perez was on the C2. See what I mean about confusing? In terms of tyre delta, why Perez is so much faster on a set of C2 tyres. They are C2 tyres that have done 2 laps. They're brand new C2 tyres, I'm being told in my ear, for Sergio Perez. That's why they're getting confused. Magnussen's out there on C3 tyres right now, and he's done... Magnussen has been a real champion today, I must just say, because Kevin Magnussen is on 21 lap old medium compound tyres. So he is properly going for it, and he's properly on it as well, so fair to him. 2.2 seconds down on Sainz's time. So I think Haas here they're trying to understand the tyres more. That's why they're running these long runs. But they're not too bad. I still put them 10th overall. I've got Red Bull at the top, Haas in the bottom. I still think Williams around P5, but I will wait. But Haas will be at the back. I don't see them making improvements. They've said themselves, this isn't about finding performance, this is about getting the tyres working on the car. So, yeah. Just pray that they get some points this year and aren't 10th in the Constructors' Championship. Gene Haas needs to start putting some money into the MoneyGram Haas F1 team. Otherwise, they're going to make a Haas of it. Ha! Oh, there's tons of puns coming this year, especially with the stake. Sauber. Known this weekend as Kick Sauber. But stake F1 teams can be... Gnomes did the launch, Naomi Schiff did the launch, and it's just all-out war. And it's confusing, I think. 139 Magnussen, 139.627. So we're getting to the time now where we'll be in the extra hour that was gifted to us by the FIA. Usually we'd have 2 minutes to go at this point, and then we'll have the red flag test and all that lot. But right now, we are running throughout the day. The PM session will run from 11:45 until 7 o'clock locals. That's what we were told. That's what we are getting. A long day of running. So we're on here all day. We've been on here 4 hours now and 7 minutes across everything. We're live for the whole day. We've still got 5 hours left. It's going to be a 9-hour broadcast on Twitch and YouTube. So I hope, and Instagram, I hope you're staying with us for it. Ocon, Sainz, Albon, Magnussen, Hamilton, Perez on lap times. This is Albon, who's out there on a set of 5-lap-old C4 tyres. So he's doing a quali sim, I would guess, and now he's into Q2 simulation, where he'll start on the old tyres and go again. Yeah, so this is a qualifying 2 simulation that Albon's doing now. He would have done Q1, got through, now he's on a Q2 simulation. And the way that Williams is, I would do a Q3 simulation as well. Although I guess that's already done with Q1, so... Look, he's backed off now as well, so he's experienced the traffic. Look how much he lifted through the corner, and now he's backed off again. And he's doing a cool lap. So he's in 6th gear. New steering wheel on the Williams as well. No more dash display, it's actually on the steering wheel, like the rest of the teams. And they've all been getting used to it, making sure it's A-OK, and they like it. I personally preferred it being on the dash, but I can see why the teams moved it onto the wheel. The dash just makes more sense. But it's on the wheel. Hey-ho, it's the way it goes. Whoa, bird! Flying past Checo Perez. I thought something flown off the front wing then, but it was a bird flying right past Perez's car on the front wing and nearly getting it hit, but avoided it with perfection, I might add. Sainz has come into the pit lane, so Sainz dives down pit lane. He is top 131.247 in this qualifying session. Thought he might have a bigger change around. Turns out he hasn't. I thought he might, so I don't know whether to be impressed or not impressed, to be fair, but them's the breaks at the moment in this session about who needs to be where. All's fair, love and war in Formula One, as many people have told us over the years. Nothing ever, ever usually keeps on the brakes so much. There we go, just adjusting the graphics a little bit to give it a bit more breathing space. Less all cramped together, more open up on the YouTube and Twitch stream. Perez 5.5 seconds off the pace as he heads down towards turn 13. 2 cars out on the track, Magnussen and Perez. we are getting to the point where the teams are going to do the changeover, which I feel is unfair because then we could have all had a lunch break and gone off for an hour because the teams are now coming in, changing over for Leclerc to get his 4 hours of the day. So the drivers haven't earned anything, the teams haven't got anything, so why the FIA did this, I don't know. It's another pointless decision. They could have just said, sorry, we'll extend it by half an hour and everyone gets a hour lunch break still. But no, yeah, Sainz's car's up. So he'll get changed over for Charles Leclerc. So that's Sainz's test done. Carlos Sainz ends pre-season testing currently as the fastest driver on a 1 minute 30.9 set yesterday afternoon in day 2 on the C4 tyre compound. No doubt that is going to get bettered, so we're not going to know individual drivers' paces, but we have to guess the team's pace as Esteban Ocon climbs out of the car. That, I presume, is his test done as well. And he's getting out of the car, high fives, shakes hands. Yep, that's him done. So Esti Besti is Dunny Wunny in this test. He walks out, completes another easy run. Magnussen stays on track. Perez still there too. Perez is going to get a lot more running, hopefully, that he needs. Max won't need that much time, at least another 20 minutes, I reckon, for Checo to stay out there. But we are now passed into the lunch break, so this is the bonus hour we've got now. Magnussen and Perez taking full advantage of it. Every other team have come into the pit lane. Magnussen just running around there. 25 laps now he's done on this medium compound tyre. Checo, 7 laps on the C2s. And it's just getting the data in and getting the information. Let's pass over to the world feed.
Qualified 9th for the Bahrain Grand Prix. It just shows you how much it does mix up. Thank you very much to Christian Hugel, who's leaving the commentary box now to get back to the day job. But yeah, so you can see how much it mixes up, can't you? We'll sit here at the end of the day and go, oh, I think Valtteri Bottas, according to my notes, was 3rd fastest by the end of testing last year.
Well, this is exactly where my top 10 was at earlier on. Alpine tend to hide a bit of pace. Remember last year speaking to the team, they were like, guys, we're not that bad. I know we're not looking great, but trust me, we can design a car still.
Then tell us, send us the messages and let us know this, because the other teams, you know, we do get a steer from teams quite often that they, you know, we haven't shown everything yet, and we do get an idea from them whereabouts they are and whereabouts they think others are.
Yeah, well, Matt Harmon said the same, didn't he, yesterday? He said, we're all right, guys. We're all right, because
we'll surprise you then.
Yeah, if you spend the day, Esteban Ocon in the Alpine today, 8th and done, as you said, they're not going to grab headlines. It's difficult to say, well, they're going to be really fast, but they just don't want to be ruled out either. So it's never nice to have your team. It's the whole the image of it. You know, the team, the morale's got to be that we can go and get some points, and you don't want to people writing you off before either. Go and do a glory run.
Alpine are going to be on pole. There you go. I'll say it and cheer them all up in the garage. See if we can see any reactions. I can see in the McLaren garage, by the way. It's pretty quiet at the moment, but they have got back to me. They're investigating a clutch issue. It's ended Lando's running. They're looking to get Oscar out on track this afternoon. So just 20 laps for Lando Norris this morning in that McLaren. It does look like it's got some pace and performance, but some niggly issues. And Lando's running has come to an end after 20 laps. Right, so Lance Stroll's been in the car this morning. Fernando Alonso will be in it this afternoon, and we can hear from him now. He was talking to Lawrence Barretto earlier on.
Fernando, when we spoke pre-season, you were so excited to get behind the wheel. You did some cold run in the Silverstone, some warmer run in here. Do you get that special feeling from this car?
Yeah, definitely. It's always an incredible feeling when you are behind these cars, you know, and you test for the very first time. Your team and your car for the next 11 months of this year. So yeah, it's very intense at the moment because everything is compressed in 1 day and a half for each of us. And yeah, at the same time you try to figure out where are you in terms of orders. So yeah, a lot of things going on, but it's good fun.
What does the car feel like compared to last year? Do you think you've made a good step?
Yeah, definitely the car is a step forward. The car feels better, more performance. So yeah, we are happy with the data and we are happy with the feeling, but I think everyone made a step forward this year. I think we see also the concepts of the car and some of the ideas, they are now more or less the same for everybody. So I think it's going to be very tight and very intense.
Just finally, what's the focus for the rest of the test?
To put some laps. I think for me, I'm a little bit running behind schedule with yesterday's red flag. So, yeah, try to do some setup changes to see where this car needs to operate, in which window we need to move in this car. And yeah, I think the rest is well known. I think the track is well known. The tires are the same as last year, so we can save a little bit of time on that.
Okay, so thank you very much.
So Fernando Alonso then talking
nice.
to Lawrence Hurley-Ron. He will be back in the car for this afternoon's running. Teams starting to switch over now. We saw Esteban Ocon saying thank you to the guys and girls as he left the garage. His running looks to be done. And Lewis Hamilton has finished for the day. 49 laps for him, the third quickest time. He did stick on those C5 tyres, but we don't suggest for 1 minute that 1:39 is the quickest lap. We will see from the McLaren on the quickest, from the Mercedes, I should say, on the quickest tyres. Lewis handing over the car now to George Russell for this afternoon, so they will make the necessary changes to that car for George to get out running.
Yeah, several of the drivers now are making this lunchtime change. Kevin Magnussen is done. Sergio Perez is still circulating, but they gave us this hour, and we're not going to have anybody going out there on the track. It's a bit pointless, really, for the FIA. They could have just said, OK, now we'll go to the lunch break. And think about everybody is not going to have lunch. I hope the camera people are getting some sandwiches sent to them, and they can have some food as well. They're all packed up as well. And because literally, I've just got a pack of rice. I have not eaten yet today. I've had, I think, a biscuit. I've just seen there's a biscuit left on the desk. There's a biscuit on the desk. So I can have a biscuit too. But yeah, it's one of those days where you just got to go, really? We're still doing this? Yes, it's going to be fun. Perez is the only one out there making full use of this hour, which I think is really bad news for the teams that they haven't done that. What's going on
Maybe
here?
it is cramp or a numb leg.
Magnussen's not getting out of the car yet.
Not getting any assistance. Still a helmet on.
Can he get out? He's going back in.
He's back in.
What's going on with Magnussen?
His belt got stuck and he can't get... No one is batting an eyelid. They all want to get the settings changed for...
Oh, his belt's going back on.
Or he's strapping back on.
What's going on? It's like he's stuck something in his foot.
Could be going back out again, couldn't he? Very pleased to say Lawrence Retto's hot-footed to join us in here in commentary. What do you think he's doing, Lawrence?
I don't know. This is a bit weird.
At first I thought he was having an itch, but clearly he's not doing that. Definitely not doing his shoelaces up. So I don't. But with the halo, it's quite hard for someone to get in and help him anyway.
He's stuck. He's got a.
So is he asking him to make some adjustments when he gets back in the car eventually next week? Is he?
No, he's hitting something though.
He's got something in his hand. I didn't see what it was.
Side in the cockpit there that he might be adjusting.
Is it the seat? Maybe he's
hitting the seat, isn't he? Yeah, something sort.
Part of the seat is digging into him there, around his legs, and he's pointing it out that he wants
that change.
Something just trimmed out or changed, a bit more space in there or something.
But it kind of felt like he was twisting something, didn't it? Or like
he's out now.
Yeah, and he is now getting out. So
that's really bizarre.
Maybe there's a changes he wants made for next week before he hands over to.
No, he was batting something away, wasn't he? So there's something on.
Yeah, there's no. Used to be a twisty manual brake balance in there, but that's all controlled on the steering wheel, which pretty much everything is. And I think the steering wheel was off the car when he was in there, so it was something physical.
Albon's in the car. Alexander Albon out on the track. Good to see that Williams are using this extra hour. So is Sergio Perez. So C4 tyres for Albon. And they've done 8 laps. So this again continues on the race simulation data for Alex. He's down to second gear. Nice and hard on the wheel. Coming through 1 and 2. And lifts off again at the exit of 3 and just warms those tyres up. Don't know what Williams are doing. Let's have a look again. Down to the pits.
Rubbing his leg. Let's have a look at this.
Gets a hammer.
Here we go.
It's a hammer, and he bangs something on the car.
Ducking himself. This is brilliant.
So he's hitting something with a hammer.
I haven't seen that before. That's like the hammer and the screwdriver that was being used on the drains on the track earlier. It's the basic instruments. Always work.
Jeremy Clarkson would approve of that hammer.
Right, Jolene, what use for a hammer?
Honestly, I have no idea what he could possibly be trying to hammer away at in there.
Would he use that if there was a bit of carbon fibre sticking out or something? Would he use...
But also, I can't imagine a world where the driver's doing that and it's not then the responsibility of the team to deal with a a bit of the car that's broken off. Are they trusting the driver
what's
to
down
do it?
there, where his arm is reaching with a hammer? What is
The
down there in
seats.
your cockpit?
Is it the pads on the chassis tops? You got where the drivers sit. You got obviously the steering wheel in front of you. Your legs then come up. I wonder if there's padding on top of your knees, basically. Has that come loose or
like he's
come
got
away and he's
stuck.
trying to rip it all out or something? But
Or is
that's-
there too much of it and he just wants to flatten it a little bit so his knees fit?
Oh, and then maybe he jumped back in to do a knee test. He's done so much running. He's done 80 laps today, and
track
he's
is
already had
silent.
a day in the car. So you'd have thought this would be something you'd fix on an early install lap or even in the factory. But maybe it's something to do with comfort.
Yeah.
It must be a comfort thing and a knee clearance thing that he's trying to resolve, bang something into place, or give it a bit more clearance, as you say. And then he's got back in, had a little feel around, lifted his knees out, and thought, yeah, that's better. I got more clearance, and that'll work.
Really, really bizarre. But by the way, now the track has fallen silent. The track fell silent about 2 minutes ago now. So the morning session's done. The FIA gave us this extra hour, and none of the teams are going to use it. None of the teams are using it. The drivers have gone, okay, that's me done. I only did 3 hours out of the 4. We were only going to do that anyway. Fine. Why the FIA made it mandatory to do the entire session, I do not know. But it's Sainz on top in the morning on a 1:31.247. Perez is second, Hamilton third, Stroll fourth, Norris fifth, Albon sixth, Magnussen seventh, Ocon eighth, Bottas ninth, and Ricciardo, slow, sandbagging, is 10th on a 5.768 seconds off the pace. So now I don't know what's going to happen next because we're in uncharted territory here. I don't think Albon's in a hurry to get out of the car, so he might do another little run on the car. Williams is testing something out, but at the moment, nothing. Can razor blade carbon fibre with open kneecaps at the back. I would not be that gentleman standing in between the front wing and the front suspension. That is nerve-wracking to me down there at Williams. No doubt about it. So, lunchtime. Let's go over quickly because Jolion's leaving.
Send some up to commentary box 31. Lawrence and I would greatly
Oh, yes,
appreciate
please.
it. That would be fantastic. And it's time for me, really, to get your pecking order, Lawrence, because I need to hear your pecking order.
So, my pecking order,
Has it changed from this morning?
having spoken to Jolyon Palmer, is very similar, I think, by the looks of it. So, I still think that Red Bull are out front. I'm encouraged by what Ferrari are delivering, not to the point where I think they're going to be pushing Red Bull hard, but I think they've made one of the biggest steps, I think, over the course of the winter. I love body language chat, Rachel, so I do think the body language there is very, very strong. And then it's really difficult for the next three between Mercedes, Aston and McLaren. Fernando didn't seem that excited. I remember talking to him last year and he was super...
He couldn't.
super.
You could tell, couldn't you? You could read it on his face last year.
The smile was on his face. He was super happy. He didn't feel like he had that kind of judge in the step this year.
Well, this is the race calendar. It is a record-breaking 24 race calendar this year. And as we've said, we are back here next week for the first race of the season in Bahrain. We then go to Saudi Arabia. It's a back-to-back. Then we go to Melbourne. A week in between, then we go to Suzuka in Japan, and then China we return to Shanghai. Then it's, which is the first of the sprint races, and then we go to Miami, which is also a sprint race weekend this year on the 5th of May. Then it's back to Imola, where we had unfortunately cancelled the race last year. We will return on the 19th of May. Then it's Monaco a week later on the 26th. A week break, and then it's off to Canada, Montreal. Then it's Spain, Barcelona, not the first European race, so we will see some of those updates maybe in Imola this time around as well. Barcelona, Spain, then it's to Austria and Spielberg, and another sprint weekend before we end up at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix on the 7th of July. Budapest in Hungary is on the 21st, back-to-back with Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps. Then it is the summer break before we head to the Netherlands for the Grand Prix at Zandvoort. And just a week later, we're in Italy for the Italian Grand Prix at the fantastic Monza circuit. Baku has moved from its early season position to the 15th of September. It is so cold later in the year in Baku. I remember the last time it was that period in the calendar, and it is very cold. It'll be interesting, that one. Marina Bay in Singapore on the 22nd of September, just a week later. Then there's a 3-week gap before we get to Austin in the USA, but it's a triple header. with Mexico and Sao Paulo in Brazil. 2 sprints in 3 weeks there. Then we head to Las Vegas for the final triple header of the season. We then have Qatar for the final sprint race, and the season rounds out. The 24th Grand Prix will be in Abu Dhabi at Yas Island. And take a look at that calendar, because Lawrence Barretto, we return possibly next year to Australia for the start of the season, which brings that back to the first race. And what challenges will that present? Because I know the teams have actually enjoyed coming here to Bahrain and having the first race here, because it makes everything easier.
Yeah, it's worked out quite nicely for the teams, isn't it? Because they can come here, they can do, 3 days testing in good weather, and then base themselves here for 4 days. I think a lot of the management will go back in between, but I think in terms of the car build and that kind of thing, it all stays here. That eases the pressure and the stress of what can be a very busy start to the season. But to be honest, I think a lot of people are going to be delighted to be going back to Australia for the first race of the season. You always get that back to school feeling there, even though it's not the first race anymore.
It is so true. It is so true. You walk into the paddock and everyone's saying, "Hi, how are you?" And it's hugs you like, "I just saw you last week." You're like, "Oh yeah, you did."
Exactly that. So I do think it will bring challenges. They have to decide exactly where they're going to be testing next year, and the gap between the pre-season testing and the first race in Australia. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit trickier, but they had to make some adjustments, or they will have to make some adjustments because of the fact that Ramadan's happening, and you've got to kind of move the Bahrain race for that purposes. So it'll be tricky, but you know what? Formula One is very good at adapting, and I think it's just another challenge that the teams will have to face next year. And I always think that something a little bit different to start the year is definitely a good thing.
I mean, from my point of view, I always liked that the season started in Australia, because it was round 1 Australia, round 2 Bahrain, round 3 China. And in my little OCD brain, that went A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. And it was quite nice, wasn't it? And for a couple of years, it was perfect, because I know we had Malaysia for round 2, but when that dropped off, or moved later in the year, it was Australia, round 1, A, round 2, Bahrain, B, round 3, China, C, and it just went A, B, C. So it was brilliant, and we don't race anywhere beginning with a D, as far as I know. Dutch Grand Prix, let's put that. That was round 4. Oh my God, I forgot about that. In 2020, in the original 2020 calendar, was round 1 Australia, round 2 Bahrain, round 3 China, round 4 Dutch Grand Prix. So in A, B, C, D. I loved that. That was the original calendar. And then it got changed. And Vietnam was then supposed to be round 5 as well. And it all got changed around. And yeah, but I'd like it if it was Australia, Bahrain, China as the one around. But now it's probably going to be Australia, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, China, all that lot around. But yeah, Australia is round 1 of the season. Perfect for me. I think that's the way it should be, because Australia's actually turned into quite a good racetrack now. I mean, beforehand, when it was the original layout, it never quite worked. Now with the new layout, you're really seeing some close racing, and 2022 and 2023 was fantastic. And 2023, I think many people say, including myself, the majority of the race was boring. After the first red flag, Max took the lead and dominated. But we were seeing battles further back in the pack. And then when we had the second red flag and the third red flag, all hell broke loose. And it just proves what a good track Melbourne can be. Carlos Sainz hasn't quite given up the car yet. He's gone back out on the track. I have to change my headset over. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to have to change it over, because every now and then it just gets a little bit hard to wear. But Carlos Sainz has gone back out on the track. He's not ready to relinquish that Ferrari just yet, the SF24. So he's doing some laps. He's on 6-lap-old C3 mediums at the moment, as Haas begin their setup changes now for Magnussen to Hülkenberg. And they keep on going. Just coughing a little bit. So 1 car's out on the track, out of the 10 that possibly could be. Many of the teams still doing setup changes, however, so that explains why we are having this sort of half break, half gap. This is Carlos Sainz's onboard we're looking at from the previous run around. This is fastest lap of the day so far. Again, it's a 1:31.274. That's the time he set this morning, as he pushes it through turn number 1. Continues to have the power. He was sliding at the back again just a little bit. And Albon's coming back out. So I did think Albon didn't get out of the car, did he? So it took Williams yesterday 30 minutes, 30 going through. Let's go down for an interview. Lando Norris.
Oscar, Lando, great to see you guys. Thanks for having a chat. How was your respective winters?
You went everywhere.
I travelled the world. I went to Australia. That was never planned. A little spontaneous trip to go see Daniel. So it was it was nice. And I went from 40-degree heat to -30 in Finland. So it was quite a big shock to the body. That 70-degree turnaround.
Did you mess about on Daniel's farm? Because you've got tractors and all sorts around there.
I did. I don't think anything I can say publicly without putting myself at risk for various other things. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. I'll just leave it there.
How about you? Good to be back home.
Yeah, I also went to Australia. But yeah, it was nice to go home for a few weeks and see my family and friends. It's kind of my annual trip home, taking a break from race cars for a bit. I think I only kind of realized when I got back into the swing of things, just how busy a Formula One season is. So yeah, it was nice to have that break in the off season.
Oh, and there goes the TV again. As always, the signal's gone on the server because I bet the TV upstairs is timed out. Which means I've lost TV pictures and signals. So we've only got timings right now as well. Can you please turn the television in my room back on? I've lost commentary pictures. So just sent a voice note as well to get that back on. But Albon's returned to the pit lane, so I don't know what that was all about. He went out there, did 2 laps and came back in. Carlos Sainz has stayed out there on a 8-lap-old medium tyre. That's a C3's going there. It's just coming down the hill and towards turn 8. Fully on the brakes, 75 kilometers an hour before he decides to gently push the accelerator back down as well. So a nice run around again as he'll continue to go through down through turn 10 up to turn 11. I really sure give me a minute. I have 0 TV pictures. Might need to hurry. Yeah, that's quite funny. But anyway, Sainz into turn 12, 239 kilometers an hour, takes on the inside line. He's heavily braking to 13, and back on the throttle before he's even hit the exit. So if you're wondering how I can see this, it's on the driver tracker. We have the throttle and brake pedals. We've got the speed, we've got the gear, the speed, the DRS, and the pedals. So we know exactly how fast he's going and exactly how much he's braking it. So just staring at the timing screen for telemetry data is unbelievable. Sainz crosses the line and does a 1:37.901. Oh, and Perez is coming back out on the track. Perez hasn't finished. Yes. So Perez is going to continue on to do a little bit more out there on the circuit. I was wondering when if or not he was done, because they've still got another 24 minutes or so until the 4-hour mark, or officially 4 hours as well, because it's a 4-hour, 10-minute session. They like to add on the red flag and the practice time that they're going to put it into. So Perez out there. We don't know what tyre he's on yet. He hasn't gone through a sector mark. It's just got a question mark on it right now. But we understand it could be a brand new set. He's just coming through turn 4. And he's on. Megan's got the TV pictures back. Hasn't told us. Right, we've got our TV pictures back. Thank you, Megan. So Carlos Sainz on the lap time while they're doing an interview still with Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, so you won't miss much. Sainz's middle sector coming through. Now, first sector was 31.431, second sector 42.929. Very good job there from Carlos Sainz. He continues to... He's 5 seconds down on his overall best time, so still some time to be negotiated with for Carlos Sainz. I've got to turn that auto television feature off as well, because it gives you 300 seconds, but it doesn't tell us on ours. I've turned this monitor doesn't have it either, so this monitor is always on. It has been on for a very, very long time as well. It's a nice little system it runs around with. 7 seconds off the pace. It's a 1:38.556 for Carlos Sainz in that last run on 10-lap-old C3 tyres. Carlos Sainz's garage has been pulled down, and Charles Leclerc's is ready to go open. So when Sainz next comes in, the car will be transferred over to Charles Leclerc's garage and the full prep will begin once more. On board with Sergio Perez, who's on a C3 tyre compound. Still don't know how old it is. We've lost that bit of the delta on our timing screens, but Will Buxton's in the commentary box. Let's say
The
good afternoon.
controversy around the manner in which it happened and moving away from Alpine, and there was such a spotlight on him that I almost felt that he couldn't win, you know, because everyone was expecting him to just turn up and be incredible and be this finished article. And what I loved interviewing him last year was his sort of self-deferential nature of saying, I'm nowhere near the complete article. I know I have so much to learn. I know I have so much to do. And that was the thing. He used that as a learning year to bed himself in, to gain that confidence. And we saw it even in his racecraft. He really struggled with the tyres in the early races. And then when he learned to hang on to them, use them, you know, as his knowledge and maturity in the sport grew, it was, your seats saw him come on in leaps and bounds. And I thought he had a wonderful year. I've been so impressed with him, as you all have. Just his calm, measured approach to the sport. And as we were saying yesterday, so much of that has to do, I think, with the influence of Mark Webber, his manager, who's been there, done it, and is a really key influence on him.
Got several T-shirts, in fact. Yeah. Sergio Perez is back out on track. I should say we've got two cars on track, Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez at the moment. They haven't handed over to their teammates, but because we had the red flag earlier on, the teammates would have been expecting to get into the cars at 3 o'clock this afternoon once the changeovers had happened during the lunch break. There is no lunch break. It's a bit of extra time for Sergio Perez, a bit of extra time for Carlos Sainz right now.
I mean, you say extra time, but we lost like an hour.
Well, no, this is they've got the extra time through this unofficial lunch break, not lunch.
Yes, but for me, the big concern right now in terms of time on track is at McLaren and is at Sauber. Big issues down at McLaren, clutch, I believe, for Lando.
It was a clutch issue. They're preparing it for Oscar, and they actually have taken the screens. They're moving them away as I speak right now.
There we go. They are. But down the other end of the pit lane, you know, I was down there and I was able to sort of peek around the side of the screens, which didn't appear quite wide enough to cover the whole of the front of the garage. They needed to bring one extra. The rear end off the car, Valtteri 28 laps, Lando 20 laps, and that's nowhere near enough for the last day of testing. So some big headaches down at both teams as the rear end off that Sauber for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, really not ideal at this stage of testing as well, because this is when you're starting to turn everything up, really start to focus a little bit on setup for the race weekend that's coming, looking for performance. And they will have had a hope that they'll have got rid of all the niggles that are kind of put them here. And it must be so painful to be sat in the garage, obviously working hard to get the fix, and hearing the sound of cars going round, and every minute that passes, you're losing time to your rivals.
I'll just let you know, Lewis is also finished for the day because he's going into the press conference in a minute.
There we go.
Right. Would imagine they're changing the car for George.
Yeah, you imagine down at Sauber, you know, they've had two really good days. The car's been running consistently well. They've had some fast lap times. They've been really happy with the progress. You kind of get into day 3 and thinking, right, you know, crack on, let's go. And then this kind of thing jumps up and bites you in the bum. So it's,
But down at Sauber, that's a car that has changed dramatically, hasn't it, over
Massively.
the winter? They made significant suspension changes. James Keyes had a real say in that car design for this year. And I think when you make that number of changes for a slightly smaller team, should we say, relative to the Red Bulls and the Ferraris and the Mercedes, the problem is when things happen and problems occur, it just takes a little bit longer to kind of get on top of them.
But they need to show that they can do it.
Ocon Radio.
Thank you for testing, guys. Yeah, it was faultless, so really well done to all of you.
They need to show they can crack on. They need to show they can get over it. They need to show they can make the changes to that car and really start to press on through the field. Because let's not forget, you know, Audi taking over in 26. Yes, okay, it's a rebranding of the team. The core of the team remains the same, and so they have to show Audi that they can get on top of it, so that Audi feel confident in, you know, in the team they've bought and what they hope to do. Lovely to hear that from Esteban Ocon, and reflective, I think, of what we're hearing out of Alpine, which is that although the times have not looked fantastic, they have been able to get their program done and are very, very happy with what they've learned.
See, that's the thing. Where do you put Alpine in the mix of the championship runs? Because Red Bull at the front, Haas at the back. Who else is where? Who's second? Who's third? We don't know. And I'm questioning everything going into this final few hours of testing. I think right now, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, Alpine, Aston, Williams, Sauber, no, RB, Sauber, Haas. That's, I think, how the top 10 is at the moment, in this moment in time. That's where I'm thinking the top 10 are. But I will be keeping my eye on everything when we get a bit more open of the systems. So Alpine, yeah, they've done everything they needed to do as well. Williams have, even though they had a tricky start to day one, they are still on the course to finishing their testing program. Aston Martin are running behind, as we heard from Fernando Alonso with Lawrence in that interview about a half hour ago. So they need to get Alonso in that car ASAP, which is why Stroll, who's completed his testing program, is giving the car over to him now and is going to try and see if there's going to be an improvement there. So there are still a lot of runarounds to go in this session. It's not going to be up yet. Sykes comes into the pit lane. And considering it takes about 30 minutes to do it, change over, that might be Sykes' run done, which means once again the track will fall silent with everybody back in the pit lane, all 10 cars, to officially complete the morning run. And it means that we're now going to be in for the testing lunch break lull, which is never fun. Always a slight of a worry, because you never know what's going to happen next. And full 5 hours, you sort of start panicking what you're going to start calling, because there's nothing else on the track. They're all back in the pit lane. It's the worst time to be a solo commentator, which is the fill, because nobody's there. We'll go through the top 10 though, because we've got time. As Pirelli working with Ferrari there, just saying that we want those tyres back, please. We want to take a look at them. He's done 14 laps on the C3s. Magnussen did 26 laps on them, so that's going to be good. Day not done yet for Alexander Albon, it seems. Tyre warmers are on, a few setup changes going on, but Albon's still very much in the car, so he's not giving over to Logan Sargent just yet. Presumably they want to give him a C5 tyre run. Track temperature 37.8 degrees, air temperature 24.5, so there's a degree there that's changing around, which is nice to see. Always good. Always nice to run around and have the proper power. And yeah, that is now, I think, session done for Carlos Sainz, who had the flow of his paint, but now it'll get changed over and they'll get ready. Interesting that flat, that little triangle on the front wing of the Ferrari, which used to be black and open, is now red and sealed up. So they're testing a couple of things, aren't they, with that air intake? But front wing's off. Looks like it's all done now for Carlos Sainz in testing. And he's still in the car. Is he going to get out of the car yet? Or are they going to put it up on the jacks, then he gets out of the car? Not 100% sure what they're doing yet. 35 minutes left to go until they theoretically have to give over. So anyway, let's go back down to the world feed.
Dress, what colour was the dress?
So here's an interesting thing on the dress. Yesterday we had colour chat with Lawrence.
Yes.
Talking about
It's papaya. If you Google it and look up the Pantone, is a very different shade.
Yes.
Very different. I thought I'd escaped colour chat.
Well, Lawrence, I'm only starting this because I'm about to leave the commentary box, so I'm going to leave you to it. But
I appreciate that.
Go on.
So,
what were you going to say?
So we were talking about how colour changes dependent on the light that's shone on it. And I got some really lovely messages last night from people who were listening in. One from Elizabeth Day, who said, you were right about colour perception. Genetic differences. We're learning there are slight genetic differences in each person's photoreceptors which affects colour perception. The part of the brain that affects colour perception can differ from person to person. There's some research about the relationship between colour perception and language. Languages which have more or fewer words for hues and shades of colours affects how much we can discriminate between those colours, which I thought was fascinating. But when you talk about the dress, is it black and blue or gold?
Or white and gold.
Yes.
It was white and gold.
Well, actually, no, it wasn't. And that's
shocked that you should say that.
It was in my eyes. Carlos Sainz is out of the car, which would suggest that his running is finished for the day, and Charles Leclerc will get in it.
So, Rebecca White, who is a vision science PhD
is it
candidate.
white, though?
So, the dress illusion, some people assume that the illuminant on it is white.
is white light, so daylight, and they see the dress as white and gold. Some people, through how they perceive colour, assume fluorescent lighting, so indoor lighting, and then they see that as blue and black. But in reality, it is actually blue and black.
Not blue and black.
Well, I saw white and gold. That's all I know.
Isn't it all down to just what you see as to what it is?
But there is the key difference. People see things in different ways depending on how they perceive
The only thing I do know is that people with blue eyes let in more light than people with darker coloured eyes, and so struggle therefore in bright sunlight. I've discovered that.
It's colour.
Don't know why.
It's colour constancy. So if you had a white piece of paper, and again I'm quoting Rebecca here, if you had a white piece of paper in white light, which contains all the wavelengths, it would appear white. But if you brought it into fluorescent light, which emits mostly mid to longer wavelengths, it would actually look yellow. But nobody
turn the lights off.
Nobody is perfect at this process. But what Rebecca said, Lawrence, is that because Lawrence, because you were able to notice the differences in the McLaren between morning and afternoon and
What's your
evening.
Insta? Hello.
You'd probably make a great artist, because artists can sort of define these differences in colour and light, like Monet's haystack paintings, for example.
Oh, what are they taking a photo of on that RB car right now? What have they found in there?
Something in the brake ducts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. On Instagram. Hello.
But then that pulls on to the wider debate of whether what you see as one colour is what I see as one colour, and that we will never know, because I will never see the world through your eyes, and you will never see the world through my eyes.
I see lunch, which is where I'm going.
Okay.
Run, Rachel, run.
Much as I love the
while you
colour
can.
chat, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Will Buxton and Lawrence Barretto, and I will be back a little later on when hopefully we will see the power hour, as Jolene's been calling.
Lovely. Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, cheers, Rach. So, as you would have seen if you're watching on Instagram as well, my giant face, while I was just adjusting the camera, because I could not stand up any longer. I needed some form of seat in order to continue as Alexander Albon does go out on the track once more. I couldn't stand up for hours. I needed to sit down, and we can't move the Combox camera because we can't touch the laptop. And it's in the wrong position, because if we touch the laptop, we might lose the Wi-Fi. So I thought, all right, we'll put the webcam on and just sort of move it around there. So, yeah, that's the deal at the moment. So, hello, I'm back, sat down, because I've been standing for 4 hours or so, and feet are killing me. Albon has decided to head back out on the track as well, so he's circulating a few more lap times. He's on what's he on? C5. No, C4. C4 tyres then going on for Alexander Albon. Nice run. Really nice run, actually. As we'll plug that back in as our phone's at 100%. And Albon again just will start a little bit more run. I reckon this will be his last run then. So he's on his final run around. It will be a total of 7 or 8 laps on these tyres. Just a quick blast, see what you can do, get yourself familiarised with the quality setup, and then hop in, and we'll change over to Logan for this afternoon's 4-hour session. Because it was 7 hours 45 minutes, and we've done that now, coming forward. I've been solo now for 3 hours. I've been solo in the comms box for 3 hours, so I apologise if I'm sort of going nuts across anything, or not making any sense, or you're shouting saying, oh, well, you missed that, you missed this. I do apologise, but still, Albon doing what he always does, coming out of 3 into up the hill to 4, just lifting off and moving left to right, not actually on a push lap, which I think is affecting you, because you want to push, won't you? You want to give that car the max, but he's just out there getting kilometres on the car, seeing how it all goes, and I think being fairly happy. Dropped an extra gear there, didn't he? Just enjoy hearing the car as he comes to turn 9 and 10. Trail brakes. Oh, really is dropping the gears quite aggressively there. It's like he's trying to find something that's not there. It's like it's dropping 2 gears rather than 1 in the same part of the track. It's quite an unusual run around that we're sort of experiencing there. It's 10-11. Yeah, really weird. It's sort of like screeching, isn't it? Perez is done for the day. His stuff has gone from his side of the garage. I think we're seeing a lap recap for Checo. Yeah, Checo did a 1:31.483 as his fastest time of this session. And I think Albon has come back into the pit lane, so don't know why they went and gave him out, only for him to come back in again. It doesn't really make any military sense in terms of running around there on the track and getting some delta. I want to say data, but then it came out as delta. Yeah. Perez on a fast lap recap, so the track's gone silent again. So we're in the waiting period. And the changeover. Now, yesterday, and Albon's come back out, so he's done a practice start. And he's on C4 tyres that have done 12 laps. So he's on an end simulation point to keep it running. And Alex Jakes is in the pit lane. Jakesy!
Hello, mate. Thank you very much, Mr. Buxton. What on earth has happened down here? We have had a literal job swap. One of the strange things and one of the nice things about testing is that we get to broadcast in combinations that we don't normally, which is why you've had a little bit of a super group in the commentary box. But now we've taken things really too far because I am in Will Buxton territory. I'm in Ted Kravitz territory. And let's be honest, I'm out of my depth right now, but I'm learning a lot. And we're currently looking into the Ferrari garage at, first of all, a sea of Floviz being cleaned off the car. You always hear the chat of the Floviz, but it's interesting. So for the very first time, this is not exaggeration, I have never been in the pit lane mid-session. I've got an earpiece in, I can hear the guys in the commentary box, I can hear their thrilling conversation, and I'm currently watching a hive of activity down here with the Scuderia cleaning off the Floviz, making the alterations. You can see the seat that was swapped. Jolyon Palmer earlier in commentary talking about the fact that, yeah, that's done really quickly. Then, if you've got a difference in driver height, you're going to be changing the pedals. You've got to change the belts as well with that. And that is where my knowledge comes to an abrupt halt. But over the course of the next thrilling 50 minutes, I'm going to learn as much as I can among the experienced people who know what they're talking about, and I'm going to see what I can relay to you lot up in the box. And the first thing I'll point out is that if you want to recreate the pit lane experience back at home, go and stand next to a dual carriageway. Because yes, there's a pit lane speed limit, but they're still doing 100 kilometers coming past you. They're still going incredibly quickly. So the camera operators, very skilled that they are down here, have to have their wits about them. I was talking about this the other day. They'll not only have to be some of the best camera operators in the world, but they have to be diplomatic to get the right position, to understand that, as if we just spin around here, to understand that you do not occupy the wrong space, otherwise you will get yanked out of the way if you're in the wrong place and there is a car coming in. That much I know, hoping to learn a bit more in the next few minutes.
Oh, Alex Jakes in the com box, brilliant.
Love it. Thank you so much, Alex Jakes down there in pit lane. Hopefully not for the last time. Enjoying that content very, very much. Welcome back to testing, folks. Thank you for all of your messages. Just got a fascinating one in from Shilpi Tiwari, who said they were researching about how we see colours last week and found that some people have a rare condition called tetrachromatic vision, meaning they have an extra cone for perceiving colours, and they probably see 100 times more shades than other people do. But you hear of people who can hear sound, who can not hear sound, who can see sounds. Sounds appear as colours.
That's part of testing.
To them. Yeah. But it's all about perception and consciousness. And I like to think that we have disagreements with people in the world sometimes, and people get very angry on social media about things. But we all see the world in a different way, and we will never see it through someone else's eyes. There we go. That's about as philosophical as I will be for the rest of the day as Alex Albon climbs from his Williams.
He's done.
Just for now. And getting the laps in. It is Sainz fastest at the moment, a 1:31.247 for Ferrari after 71 laps. Sergio Perez, a 1:31.483, so a couple of tenths off there after 53 laps. Then Lewis Hamilton, who is out of the car for the remainder of the day, 1:31.999. Lance Stroll, a 1:32.0. Lando Norris, a 1:32.1. Worryingly for McLaren, though, that clutch issue, 20 laps only on the board for him. Alex Albon 6th fastest to 132.5. Kevin Magnussen a 133.0. Ocon also a 33.0. Then Bottas 33.5. Ricciardo 37.0.
So Oscar's just jumping back into the car. Good news down at McLaren. We can see the McLaren garage from our comm box, and there's a hyperactivity. Really difficult for them to have lost so much track time, Will. Obviously the start of this test went pretty smoothly for them, leading many in the paddock to believe that actually they'd made a good step forward.
I think so.
What we don't know, though, is having lost so much time now, what is that going to do to their programme? What are they going to use this remaining 4 hours, 23 minutes and 5 seconds to do today? Do they try and recapture what they could have done in terms of data gathering earlier today, or do they start switching their attention to setup and chasing a bit of performance?
I guess it depends what the programme was, really. Was Lando going to go out and do some race runs? Was he going to do some low-fuel push laps? Obviously, they've been very focused on the race weekend itself this week. They didn't bring the C4, C5 tyre with them, so they were never going to do any ultimate glory runs, any real proper punchy lap times. Just really focusing in on the Grand Prix next weekend. Maybe Lando's lost a little bit of race prep, but after, you know, 2 pretty faultless days, sure they won't be that upset. They're just going to have to hope that for Oscar the same issue doesn't occur this afternoon as he prepares himself in the final afternoon of pre-season testing to start his 2nd season in Formula 1. An incredibly impressive driver already with a sprint race win to his name. Can he turn that into a Grand Prix victory if this car is as up to scratch as we think it might be?
Fingers crossed that we're going to see him and Lando Norris on the top step of the podium at some point this season as well, because it has been an absolute turnaround at McLaren for them to have that undeniable question that they are now a front-running team once more. That's the best question that has been answered throughout testing, and definitely a massive success going into 2024. So we're in that lull period when the first session has now ended, but due to that red flag we had earlier on, if you're just joining us for the first time, we've been on here for 5 hours. We'll give you a full roundup of what's happened. We had a red flag 27 minutes into testing due to, once again, a loose drain cover down at turn number 11. It then turned out there was 3 of the drain covers loose at that segment of the track, and then a further 2 loose down at turn 8, one at the top of the hill and one at the bottom of the hill as well. They had to make sure that was safe. We lost an hour and 15 minutes of running, and as a result of that, the stewards decided that we would go again, and the race control gave us the announcement at 11:40 Bahrain time, which was about 8:40 a.m. UK time, that the PM session was about to start. The morning session was effectively called off, but the afternoon session would run uninterrupted from 11:45 until 7 o'clock, which was a 7 hour and 45 minute session. So it was insane, the amount of time that they've been given out there on the track. We will run until 7, and then we'll have an extra 10 minutes after, where we'll do the procedures of we get the red flag, safety car, standing start tests to go around as well. But that was the way the session has gone. As a result of that, the drivers, we skipped lunch break. Literally, I've had a packet of crisps this morning and a cup of tea and a biscuit. And I've still got another biscuit and then some biscuits here to eat. So feeling a bit weak and tired. But we carry on. I'll have some food before as well after the session, so I'll be fine. Only a couple more hours to go. We'll be okay. So yeah, that's the deal. That's what's happened. We had Carlos Sainz go fastest on a 1:31.247. Sergio Perez is second. Hamilton's in third. Stroll fourth. Norris fifth. Albon sixth. Magnussen seventh. Ocon eighth. Bottas ninth. And Ricciardo in 10th. Lando Norris has got a clutch problem in that McLaren, so he's done for the day anyway. Oscar Piastri's in the car, so it was a clutch issue that they've repaired. Valtteri Bottas curtailed his morning. The rear of the Sauber getting completely taken off as well. To Yeah, so yeah, apparently it was some sort of gearbox / engine change that they've had to do. Something was wrong down there at Sauber. And other than that, it's been a pretty calm session. No one's really, once the red flag went out, we're all good. And now, we've been on here for 5 hours exactly. It's the start of the afternoon session. And back on track for the first time today, our 11th driver, Oscar Piastri, now ventures out onto the circuit. So, Piastri on a brand new set of C1 Pirelli tyres will kick off the second half of this test, and we will go running. We're uninterrupted all day here on USON's live YouTube channel, on JB Motorsports Twitch, and on the JB Motorsports Instagram page as well, at JB Motorsports IG. We're uninterrupted, and we are go for the remainder of this run, and Piastri gets us underway for the afternoon session and ventures out onto the track. Only car out there, so if he goes quicker than a 137.015 immediately, then he's better. Then he is immediately better than Ricciardo's time was as well. What is going on here for Will Buxton, who's just said all by hang on. Oh, it's not. It's Williams. Albon with the place to himself, all by myself. I think Will's retweeted or liked it. Can't exactly tell. So, Formula E just announced the Mazzano track, and they're not using the full layout at Mazzano, which I wasn't really surprised about. And what are we actually using at Mazzano? So instead, so we're not using the full layout at turn 1 loop. We're cutting inside at turn 2. So okay, that's a weird run around. I think we're using the MotoGP layout. Yeah, we are. So at Mazzano, oh no, we're not. We're cutting inside at turn 8, 9, 10. So we're sort of using back roads of the Mazzano track. I didn't realise that there was back roads. They've added a chicane between the last 2 corners. Interesting. So it's a slightly different track layout at Mazzano. That does look like the full layout. What have they missed out? My phone's upside down. I don't actually know what they've missed out there. It looks exactly the same to me. I don't think the J is quite right, though. I think they've missed something out there on the track. So, yeah, not the full layout. And energy management's going to be interesting. But Mazzano's going to be fun for Formula E. Really properly good. And that's where we use the pit wall as well. They really couldn't be bothered to have anyone on the pit wall during Perez's session down. Yeah, there was nobody there out on the circuit. So, okay, can't believe Russell was already struggling for the first braking zone of the year. What? Seriously? Let's have a listen. What? Oh my god, I've just seen one clip of Drive to Survive and already it looks like they've faked like several thousand situations. I tried to play it through the mic, hopefully you heard it. Fake radio messages. DCS try not to provide fake radio message challenge. This is the reason I hate the show, but got nothing beats says famous. I got pushed aside. Yeah. These have to do more damage to existing fans. Then they benefit new fans who need context forever. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not a fan of Drive to Survive. I think it's done great for the popularity of the sport, but as a purist and as someone who actually works in the sport and knows the sport, I don't agree with it. No, not 100% a fan. I'm not bitter at all that I was in the paddock in 2019 and I was stood there with the microphone reading through the times of the day, filming everything, and Netflix filmed us as we walked by, me reading out the times and saying about how impressive they were, doing a piece to camera, and it never ended up in the show, in the pre-season test. It never ended up in the show. I was heartbroken. I got filmed by Netflix and I thought, oh, I'm going to be in the show. And I never turned up in the test. Never, not once. I watched that season. It was the 2019 season, so it came out 2020, and we were in lockdown, so of course I watched it. And I never turned up. Box to Box filmed it, and I never turned up. And yet they put Will Buxton on. So, yeah. Oh, well. Never mind, eh? I do know that Jack Nicholls has been replaced by Harry Benjamin, though. So Harry Benjamin's really having everything that Jack Nicholls has lost by Formula, isn't he? And even David Croft. Harry Benjamin's flying at the moment. Well done, Harry. So proud. He's such a great commentator, Harry, and thoroughly deserves the chance to commentate on Sky F1 for 3 races. I can't wait. I'll hear him in my ears. So I just hope he's not like I can always hear him, because that's going to distract me, because I'll just stop and listen at the moment. Because right now I can hear in the background Lawrence and Will. Don't know if you can, because the onboard's quiet there for Piastri as well on board with him. So maybe not. Fox and Diamond, who's followed on Twitch, thank you very much for that this morning. Just noticed it come through on the control chat on my iPads, thank you. Having a look, Piastri then, his first lap time in the session is coming up to the line. What is Piastri going to do? His previous lap was a 1:41, 9 seconds off the pace. Piastri now keeping up on the C1 tyres. He does a he's 8.32 seconds off the pace, but it's a 1:39.567 for Oscar Piastri in this session. As the setup changes begin for Sergio Perez to Max Verstappen, as we're into the second session now. 3 minutes to go until we officially go. Or 2 minutes to go, actually, until we're go for this one. Lewis Hamilton, not in a hurry to... Well, he's finished for the day, and he's going to go into the press conference for the session. So, Sainz on a 1:31.247, Perez and Hamilton, Stroll, and Piastri's just the only one circulating right now, and he's going full speed down the back straight, but in 7th gear now. Does he go into 8th? Rising up to 290? No, he's lifted off, so he stays in 7th gear down this back straight. So Piastri not fully up to speed yet on these tyre runs. Kind of to be expected. I wasn't exactly going to be surprised that was going to be the case. You know, we'd sort of have to run around and have them all challenged about. Anyway, Sainz 1:31.247, Perez, Hamilton, Stroll, Norris, Albon, Magnussen, Ocon, Bottas, Ricciardo, Piastri, Verstappen, Sargent, Gasly, Alonso. Well, I've gone way down the order there. I've got carried away. We're not even at those times yet. They haven't set one yet, as you can see on the monitor. As well, Piastri there begins another lap time. His last run was a 1:39.054, so fast sector 1 and 2, slow sector 3, down his own personal best time. So there will be data to be found. Definitely needing some better runs. Down 3 gears, turns it in. Into turn 4. Piastri again, just taking a little bit of the exit. Trying to keep it as calm as he possibly can. 2.4 seconds off the pace of Carlos, but this is on the C1 tyre. Carlos did his on C3, so and it's a heavier fuel load, I suspect, for Piastri as he just starts to dial himself into the afternoon session. It's not going to be that big of a change across it, which is okay. As they attack back down the straight. What's the delta then? For the, he's not even at that part of the track yet. I think already, let's count it, because it's 1:04, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here we go. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.234 seconds. Piastri is down on Sainz's time, and he was 7 seconds off it on the last lap. So this is Oscar on a just get the car around, get your testing program sorted, and see what you can do later on in the day. There's no C4 or there's no C5 tyres, I believe, for McLaren. I think they've chosen the mandatory to choose race pace. They know what they've got for qualifying. They know their quali pace. They know exactly what they need to be working on better and what they need to be finding. So personally, it seems like a win-win situation at the moment. They can and possibly, I don't want to say 100%, but they do have this uncanny pace in qualifying these days. And race pace, strong then weak, depending on what track they went at. I understand that next year they're looking at, with Bahrain being not race 1 anymore, and Australia being the opening race, we could see pre-season testing go to... Why have I got a feeling that the Grid Network have just uploaded my piece about the the Red Bull Aero department, which is coming through? That could be the case. Piastri still on. Down a couple of gears as well. 6.385 seconds down, so it's a race run, definitely, 100%. It's not going to change anything. Somebody else coming out on track? No, not just yet. But it should be another improvement for Piastri here as he comes through. Let's throw it back over to the world feed.
Oh yeah, teams will love that.
Oh, baby, yeah, but we'll love it as fans.
We'd love
right?
it. Yeah,
That'd be
absolutely,
awesome.
absolutely. Yes. So are you saying that sprints should only occur on circuits that have multiple
Multiple
layouts?
configurations. Yeah, I've just thought of it just now.
So we'll go back to the Nürburgring. We'll do the Grand Prix circuit and then sprint on the Grand Prix circuit, Grand Prix on the Nordschleife. Spa, sprint on the Grand Prix circuit and then do the old track.
Just watching this lap from Piastri, we saw the throttle traces before, but he's having to be so patient with this car. 8 seconds off the pace on that last lap around from the fastest. Well, probably the car can comfortably do a 31 if they drain the fuel out and put new tyres on. Even at this stage of the day, the track temp still at 36.5 degrees. So the discipline that it takes, that it requires from the driver right now to feel the car around, just never overslipping the tyre too much in all parameters, whether it's laterally or longitudinally. You're just sitting there patiently waiting for the fuel to deplete. The car feels a little bit lighter and you get a little bit more grip back, but those tyres will never be coming back in grip. And to be patient like this through corners like turn 12 is really what this circuit is all about in modern day F1.
Lap time's consistent at the moment in the 138s, 139s.
You get in a real rhythm as well behind the wheel, rhythm of where you brake, how you carry the speed into the corner, waiting for that grip. So there, he knows now he'll be cursing that tiny moment we just saw of oversteer there, because he knows that those rear tyres are going to be slightly overheated, and it's going to remember. The tyres have a memory, and it'll be difficult for him through a corner like turn 1 now. That left rear won't have quite the same security as he would have felt the lap before, perhaps, and you're constantly thinking the next step ahead and immediately what's just happened to you as you go around the track when the tyre. They're not just cruising around. They're not driving necessarily over the potential of the tyre, but when little moments like that happen, because you're trying to teeter right on the edge of it, it's a knife edge. It's a bit like the way I've described before, is like skiing, where you get right to the edge of the ski and you can go over that lip at the edge of the ski and it all goes wrong. You slide away, or you don't quite go there enough, and you don't get to that knife edge of balance.
Like
and that's what they're doing there.
Like leaning back in a chair.
Just like you're doing now.
Yeah.
Playing with fire there, mate.
You go that 1 degree too far,
That's
and
it,
your heart rate goes, and you have to grab the table. But you don't go far enough. It's not fun.
They're not fun.
Leaning on your chair.
Clearly not pushing enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
So that skill it takes from a driver to do what they're doing right now on the longer runs, and then you put a brand new set of tyres on and take the fuel out, it becomes not just a different car to drive, it's like a different category of racing. I mean, 6 seconds. It's a complete category change. We have differences, so like a Formula 3 car versus an F2 car or something. It's almost like that.
So when we see Oscar going around 139s compared to the 131s, and the 131 isn't even the fastest. Is that the fastest time we've had this week?
No, 130.
No, we've had a 29.
Yeah,
Yesterday we had 29.9. So they're all still a way off.
Yeah, but so he's running around doing a race run, in the 139s. There's been chat this week that we're going to see the race lap record broken.
Oh yeah.
As
100%.
Anthony Davidson raises an eyebrow.
I'm not convinced by that. I think even if they had low fuel at the end of the race and you had a last-minute dash to the flag, and last-minute safety car period where everyone put new tyres on and really went for it with low fuel. I still can't see that lap time getting beaten by Pedro de la Rosa's 2005 effort.
In the McLaren. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing there, actually, to be fair. I don't think we're going to have a bigger change around as people are expecting in terms of, oh, De La Rosa's Black Roker's going to get beaten. If it happens, fantastic. Fantastic. De La Rosa still says to this day that he is the lap record holder in the race here from 2005. I think it's even that's wrong because they changed the track by 0.3 millimetres and it effectively was a new homologation. So the actual lap record is Schumacher's 1 minute 30 from 2004 when we had V10s. Not the but I know in 2005 we had V10s, but the Ferrari was off the base and the tyres were hammering the entire race and the fuel loads were different as well. So 05 was a different year compared to 04, and constantly 06 was a different year. If you want 3 different years, or even 4 really, if you want 4 different years of Formula 1, you go to 03, 04, 05 and 06 because they were completely different with each other. And even 6 and 7 shared similarities, and 7 and 8 were definitely the same. 9 was different to 10. 11 was different. 12 and 13 are sort of similar. You can sort of say they're together. 14 was similar with 15 and 16. 17 was similar with 18 and 19, and then 20. And then I think 20. I think 19, 20, and 21 was too similar. Then it's 22, 23, now 24. You sort of group them together if you go back in time enough. So certainly, if you look back in time, in terms of the similarities of the cars, you would go from the regulation changing in '98, because after that, before that, they were all pretty much an evolution of safety. So if you go from when they brought in the '97 rules, the end of the '97 rules, and they brought in the complete safety change for '98. If you go from there, you get 98, 99, 2000 as one group of generation of cars. Then you get 01, 02, and 03 as another. And then you get 03, 04, 05, 06 as different years. They're all sort of split up. And then you go 7 and 8 were pretty much an evolution of big aeros. 9 was a unique year. 10 was more similar, I think, with 11. But again, they changed over quite a lot. 12 and 13 together. 14, 15, 16. Then it was 17, 18. And then it was 19, 20, 21. Changed over 22, 23, 24. So if you go in that, there's generations of cars. And that's what we mean when we're talking about a generational shift. And that's what's coming in 2026. For Formula One. It's going to be huge with new engine regulations coming in. So we started these regulations in 2022. You're thinking, oh, we've only had these cars for 5 minutes. That's 3 seasons ago, effectively. That's 22, 23, 24. So it's a long time already to have 3 generations of these cars. And we'll have 25 and 26. It's 5 generations of a single car. When you look back in the history of Formula One, they were changing generations every couple of years. We had a big regulation change in 14, 15, 16. Well, look, they changed in 17. Again, 18, 19, change over again. More and more regulation changes, more and more changes to the sport. It never looks the same. But in terms of the big cosmetic changes, 98, then again in 01, then again in 06, then again in 09, then again in 2012 with the step noses, then again in 14, then again in 17, and then again in 18 with the halo, a sort of colour change. Then again in 2020, then it was the same cars for 21. Then we had a big regulation change in 22, and then a big regulation change again coming in 26. That's what we talk about with generation changes in Formula One. Because it's not a spec series, so every car has to look different and the rules guide it. Say in IndyCar, they've got a loose chassis basis built by Dallara, the same in Formula E. But in Formula One, it's individual teams built to different interpretations of the regulations. So that's why you see as Piastri got on the curb, the exit 3, you could really hit the bottom scraping along there as well. That's why you see the FIA technical drawings of what the cars were supposed to look completely different to what the teams have got on track now, because it's down to interpretation of how they look. Just seen actually that the logos on the McLaren car changed. The alongside the drivers. So their graphics panels are still there. I thought there would have been stickers, but they changed. So their logos are changing on the onboards. So that's obviously not weight. I've got this feeling, though, that we're going to see these panels become part of the livery. That the cars of the future, and I'm saying this, in the next 10 years, I guarantee you the cars of the future won't have they'll have a base livery, which will be an LED screen molded around the car, and the livery will be imaged on, and the sponsors can change, and the information on the car displayed can change. But in my opinion, that might be a distraction for the drivers if the logos are changing for 5 seconds when you're battling side by side. So, but in my opinion, I think that's somewhere we can go. Where we saw it in IndyCar for a couple of years. We had those screens. I think something like that, but a new generation thinner, will come in to replace the paint. And I think that's the way it's going to go, so that all the car is covered and we have a full livery. Because you may as well if they're covered in screens. I think that's what McLaren's developing with these little tiny thin micro panels with the sponsors changing as well. The first of Formula cars to do it. So, and I think it's fun. I think we should have lights as well, like in Formula E. That's worked out quite well. Now they've got that system working again. The light systems do quite well. Just say do quite well. They do quite well. Don't know. Is it? Yeah, they do quite well, or they do quite well. It's a bit of both. I might just try not elaborating on that much and keep on changing it. Okay. Quickly, just going down to the information of race control, because something is going on as Russell's coming in.
Sustained G-force of 3, 4, 5 times your body weight that you do get on a real track in one of these cars. So you haven't got that physicality that you get in real life. It's mostly mental staying power, really.
Did you ever try those sims that they were experimenting with that had like airbags in the seat?
Yeah,
which was supposed to replicate the G-force and then kind of push you from side to side.
It's all about tricking the mind, really. The simulator. It's about, because I think we were talking about this yesterday. I can't remember if it was you in the commentary box at the time, but it's all about trying to mimic how the real car behaves, the real tyres behave, and convert that into ones and zeros in the computerized world. So you inject a bit of a human element into that. In the real driver, steps into the simulator, the driver in loop simulator, that's what they like to call it, the DIL. And so they have all the offline tools before they come to the track. The offline tool can simulate billions of laps in just a matter of minutes of different permutations of setup. But what the computer, the AI driver as we call it, can't do is inject that human element where humans make mistakes. That's what we do best. We push the car over the limit. So Oscar Piastri here, there's a great example. Goes over the limit of the rear tyres on the exit of turn 8. He didn't mean to do that. A computer wouldn't do that in a simulation. It knows where the parameters of grip are. But that doesn't allow you to get into the realms of balance of a car if you don't go over the edge. And that's why the driver, but that's why they use real drivers in the simulators.
Now Oscar Piastri out on track. We saw Fernando Alonso getting ready to go out on track. Big question marks over where Aston Martin find themselves for this 2024 seasons in terms of the competitive order. One man who may know is the team's technical director, Dan Fallows. He's standing by with Laura Winter.
Thank you, Will. Yes, Dan Fallows joining me now. How are you doing? How was the winter? How are you feeling heading back in for these 3 days?
Yeah, good, thank you. I mean, we've had a beautiful 3 days here in Bahrain. Nice break over the winter. It's our first time we've had a shutdown. So everybody managed to get a week off. And we've had a good 3 days of testing, nearly over now. But it's all been going well so far, yeah?
Winter seemed to fly by and we're straight back to it, aren't we? Will was just saying that we all feel Aston Martin have been under the radar a little bit, but probably in quite a nice way for you guys, not making headlines in a bad way in testing, but equally not perhaps showing what you're truly capable of. Can you give us any more answers as to where the Aston Martin currently sits?
Well, I'd love to be able to. We'll obviously find out really where we are next weekend, but I think, at the moment we're very much focused on, what we're doing, our own program, Obviously, we get some idea of roughly where things are, but we're concentrating on making sure that we've made the step that we think we've made over the winter, which I think we have. We seem to be reasonably pleased with the car so far, and I think that's the most important thing you're going to get out of testing. So far, so good, really.
So all boxes so far have been ticked off. No real issues have emerged. Can you tell us more about what the drivers are feeding back?
I mean, minor issues that you tend to get with a brand new car, but certainly nothing significant. And anything that we have found, we've managed to resolve very, very quickly. And there's always questions about how to set the car up, how to dial it in the right way. And that's what we've been really focused on, is just trying to sort of make the optimum for the drivers, getting ready for next weekend, really.
Is there one part of the car that has impressed you the most in terms of the evolution from the 23 model, and another part of the car that perhaps worries you the most or needs perhaps more work on?
No, I think generally what we've tried to do since last season was to build on the sort of platform we had at the end of the season. We found a couple of problems in the middle of 23, and we managed to get on top of those. And as a result of that, we wanted to make sure that this year's car was an evolution of that. And we have managed to sort of achieve that. But as the really main key bit for us is to find out whether it's a good, stable platform for development that we can carry on with. And it seems to be the case. So now it's just a question of getting that more downforce on the car, getting that more performance on, so we can carry on competing.
Let's wind it back 12 months. This time last year, Aston Martin were the talk of this paddock. You made all the headlines because of the huge leap you'd seemingly made, and indeed then proved to make in Bahrain the week after, from P7 to arguably P2, P3, the second fastest car overall. How would you compare this pre-season testing to that one?
Yeah, we had a big step to make from 22. We knew we weren't very happy with the car there, and it had some fairly sort of fundamental conceptual issues with it that we had to fix. We obviously had an opportunity to do that for 23, and then we saw that sort of big step. So it's a little bit of a different case. I mean, that was a sort of radical departure from what we had before. This is very much more an evolution. But for us, really, it's about progress. We want to see the progress from last year. We want to see the progress in the season. We're a relatively young team, and we want to show that development as we go forward. We just moved into a new factory, and we've got various facilities coming online this year, and it's about that progress, about that steps going forward. That's really what we want to see.
So the little baby steps rather than the giant leap perhaps we saw last year. Good stuff. And looking for the rest of testing, I don't know how many hours you've got. That's just under 4 hours left of testing. What is the plan now? What are we likely to see from the Aston Martin? Indeed, those in commentary are absolutely screaming for you guys to strap some softs on and get some glory runs done on low fuel. Can we see any of that? Can you give us a sneak peek at some of the pace?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I think everybody is looking for that is at the end of testing, you tend to see that people are interested in looking towards qualifying. And obviously the time of day is then more representative at the end of today than it is perhaps earlier in the day. But honestly, we're just focused on our test program. We've still got some things left to do. We've been very ambitious in terms of what we wanted to achieve, and we still really need to plough through those today. So we might see some low fuel running, but honestly, the priority is getting those test items done.
I think we all want to see it so we can make big, brash, bold predictions
ahead
of next weekend and make lots of headlines that may or may not be true and make us all look a bit silly. Dan, before I let you go, quick question on the first race. Where do you, and you're probably going to say we're not sure yet because that's what we do in testing, but where do you see Aston Martin in the pecking order at the moment? Who do you see yourselves fighting with for that first race?
Well, I think we ended up in the season in that kind of front of the midfield region. It's incredibly tight in there. I think we're looking to make a step on last year's car, but I think everybody else we can assume has probably done the same thing. So I think if we're in the mix, then we'll be really happy with that. But the focus for us really is on what is the gap to the front. What is if it's Red Bull again, they're the most competitive people. We're targeting that. What's the gap to them? How do we close that, and how quickly can we do it? So I think where we start the season is one thing, but how we go from there is the really key bit for us.
For sure. Thank you very much indeed, Dan. Best of luck for the next few hours, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Laura. Thank you, Dan. Pierre Gasly getting ready to go out with some aero rakes strapped onto the side of the car. So Alpine still plugging on through the programme, aren't they, Anthony?
Well, just like Dan Fellows was saying there, they're still sticking to the programme, and yes, it shifted a bit because of the stoppage that we had earlier on, but you have to prioritise what you need to get done, and clearly down at Alpine they're thinking we need some more data back from the car. The aero rakes would have been part of the plan, of course, and at Aston Martin we could see the camera at the front looked like clearly looking at the front wing to see how that was reacting perhaps under load. And I always find that fascinating as well, and we've got the onboard cameras looking at the front wing, and you see how much they sort of get deflected as the load builds, and then as it pops back up when you slow down towards the apex of the corners, and maybe that's what they're studying down at Aston Martin. And again, that would have been part of their run plan, and then we're sitting here going, just put some new tyres on and show us what you really got. That's why he laughed at the question.
And they want to be, obviously there's a legality, there's a tolerance of how much that can.
Yeah. And what we Nico Hulkenberg then in this run around. So we've already got cars venturing back out onto the track. And we've got a few more running around. 13 have done so far lap times. Piastri's 12th. Alonso has gone 10th on a 1:34.426. Hulkenberg slots into 12th on a 1:37.328. So it's Alonso, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg. Alonso, Hulkenberg, Piastri, the three that have done it so far in this session. Charles Leclerc is about to join them because he is out on the track. Just appeared on the driver tracker map now. Radio.
And we have wind phase 10, wind phase 10. That's lower intensity than yesterday, 5 kph.
So Charlie Boy out on track, Nico Hulkenberg out on track.
Interesting. So we've got Leclerc, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg and Russell, and Charles Leclerc is on a push lap. He's on the unknown tyre at the moment. I can't tell what he's on at this given time. And he crosses the line with a 1:33.632, puts it 10th fast at the moment. He's on the C3 medium compound tyre. I eyeball as he comes out of the pit lane area. So, I just literally stepped out to go in and talk for a second. So that's why, very thankfully, Laura had an interview. Get a bit of fresh air as well, because it is tiring in the commentary box for 5 hours and 32 minutes on your own. That's the way the cookie crumbles, though, isn't it? Still, Tsunoda looking good out there too. He's 12th fastest on a 1:34.692. Hulkenberg's just improved, as I said, to a 1:37.124. He's improved too, so stays 14th. Piastri still 15th out there as well. So we're now getting the remaining drivers setting that times. Russell is about to set his first lap time of this day 3 session. I was about to say afternoon session, but it's all in one, isn't it? The afternoon session started at 11:45 this morning, Bahraini time, 8:45 here in the GMT. And Russell goes 12th across the board on the C3 tyres on a 1:34.867. So just casual, up-to-date times, relaxed. If Han Solo was in the cockpit, he'd be saying, I don't know, drive casually. And that's what they're doing. Mercedes with that front wing, same underbelly as Ferrari on the front nose cone, but then on top of the winglets, they go in on each other as well. It's a really strange design. It's been deemed legal by the FIA and everybody, whether or not the teams agree with it, whether they'll protest, it's still unsure, but for now, let's see what Russell can do. He gets the evening slot. Hamilton had the morning and did a 1:31.999 on the C5 softest compound tyre available, but the track temperature was too hot, so it didn't really count towards the times because it was too much. It was too hot, too much out of sync, and it didn't work. It needed to be changed around. So yeah, that's the upsetting situation on the track. Speaking of, Charles Leclerc coming into the last corner and gradually hits the accelerator as he begins to punch it down the start-finish straight and in towards turn number 1. Down the brakes hard. Second gear corner. Missed the apex there, but gets back on the power nicely. Don't think this will be a a large run for him in this session in terms of that this is going to be better than Sainz's 29.244. It is a 29.883 for Charles Leclerc in that first sector. So definitely not punching through the barriers at the moment. But this will put him at the moment, I want to say, third fastest. Whether or not, who's going to end testing fastest? Is it going to be Verstappen? Is it going to be Leclerc? Which of the two are going to have that time, that delta, to get it spot on as they come across now onto the control lines, into turn 11, breaks down 3 gears, flicks the car in, back on the power, up on the gears, 5, 6, stay in 6th, 7th, fly through turn 12, brake car down, 5th gear, into turn 13, back on the power, gets on the exit curb, it just tracks you out like running on rail tracks. 6th and 7th, don't pull in 8th gear because you're going to have to leave on the brakes, down into 5th, flick the, he's gone into 3rd for the last corner. Usually that's not, oh, he's off the track as well. Really bad corner there for Charles Leclerc. It's lost a lot of time and improve up the order. No, he's not. He stays 10th. That was a really bad lap time from Charles Leclerc. 133. Oh, his fastest lap was a 133.632. That last lap was a 133.642. Look at that on the timing monitors. You can see it on Instagram and you can see it on the YouTube and Twitch views as well. Look at that. Where Leclerc is in P10. Just 1/100th of a second difference at the moment. 100th. That's how much that cost him on that last one. He would have been faster, but it cost him. And this is it. Coming into turn 13, hits the curb too much, jumps up in the air, rear steps out, gets on the curb and dirties his front right tyre with some of the marbles that have been pushed out onto the track. So not the greatest of laps there, unfortunately, for Charles Leclerc. George Russell is going to hopefully improve. Where's he on the board at the moment? I can't even see. He's 13th on the C3 tyres. Last lap, 2 minute 13. So he's on a slow lap. Now he's on a push lap. Into turn 1. Brake dust flying out everywhere. He's on 9-lap-old mediums so far, so I don't think we're going to be on a fast lap here. So Russell now entering the race run simulation time. We play, and this is him leaving the pit lane. Whoa, slidey, laying some grip down. Just oops. He did rev up the tyres in the pit lane, and yeah, not the perfect launch there for Russell in the pits. I'd love to hear from Alex Jakes down there if he's anywhere near it. But haven't seen him just yet, circulating. How long's left? 3 hours 40 of the session. Want to hear from Alex Jakes soon. Because I know Buxton's in the pit lane, in the com box. Russell's still circulating. I thought, was he in there with 5 hours to go or 4 hours to go? I can't remember. It's 3:41 now, though. Time starts going quicker. We're like, how are we going to get 7 hours? Oh, look, 3 hours 40. Verstappen looking okay. He's now on the track. 3-lap-old hards Verstappen's done. So he's just trundling around, not setting any fastest laps. He's been through the pit lane a couple of times, actually, has Max Verstappen. The 2021, 2022 and 2023 FIA Formula 1 World Champion. People said he didn't deserve 21 because of Abu Dhabi. People say he didn't deserve 22 because of the cost cap. How do you deny 2023? But I must admit, Max Verstappen is still the only driver never to win a championship in the easiest way, is he? He's never won a championship normally. Abu Dhabi 21, controversy. Japan 22, confusion, whether he was or not world champion. And then in 2023, he won it in a sprint race. He can never just win it on a Sunday in a normal way, can he? Max is one of the most... He's got the most interesting championship stories, I think, around him. And it's a super bizarre situation, but you can't deny the raw talent of Max Verstappen. I'm seeing him over the winter with Penelope, his stepdaughter, of course, Kelly Piquet's daughter, and Danny Kvyat's daughter, I should say, as well. Really does come with the seat. Everything, doesn't it? Nice entry into turn 11. Verstappen gets back on the power, pulls up the gears. What gear is he in? Going to be in 7th. 6th, 7th, yeah. This is a push lap for Max, by the way, on these tyres. So this is 29.4 first sector, 39.8 second sector. He's 8/10 off of Carlos Sainz at the moment. But it's very much testing. We'll see the faster times later on. Fuel load must be heavier for Max as well as he breaks into turns 14 and 15. Gets it nice, takes a bit too much curb. Max Verstappen from 18th to 7th for 1:32.669 on the timing boards. The man who has the second fastest time in testing at the moment down there in the order. Sainz is the fastest across testing with a 1:29.9 he had yesterday. And Sainz still top of the board today on a 1:31.247. Times will get faster the cooler the track gets. 35.4 now, so it's already dipped. Let's go back over to the world feeds.
You always have to respect greatness and somebody that's at the top of their game, and an athlete that is, in my opinion, still getting better. Oh yeah, he's still so young, relatively speaking. I know there are younger drivers on the grid these days, but when you watch where he's come from, when he first burst onto the scene, and yeah, he'll probably admit himself as well that you come with a certain rawness when you're that young, and you're under that amount of pressure in the spotlight of Formula One, and mistakes happen, and he had a few moments and incidents with some of the top drivers that was done in a very public way, and he had to do his learning in the spotlight because he was in a good car, and that rolled on obviously into his Red Bull time. Yes, he always had the speed, but I'm seeing a much more polished driver every time I watch him drive now, and it's you have to respect it and admire that.
And it's easy to forget. February 2014, 10 years ago, he made his open wheel competitive debut. 10 years ago, to the month, and he's now a 3-time Formula One world champion. That is it's just incredible.
It is
absolutely incredible.
It was waiting to happen, really, wasn't it? As soon as he got a car that was anywhere near the level to compete at the sharp end, it was always going to happen.
Win.
Yeah.
Bang. Straight away.
And we are really blessed that we witnessed that 2021 season and the build-up to it, because you had Lewis still in his prime, obviously still in his prime, but absolutely at the top of his game, reigning world champion. The car was such a slick operation, such a good car, and Max Verstappen was just getting good enough and polished enough that it just created the fight of all fights, an epic season for me still. And I've watched, as you would have done, Will, the Senna and Prost era of Formula One. For me, I would go as far to say it was better than that. It was my favourite year of Formula One.
I would agree with you. I really would.
I mean, just about, but it was my favourite.
Yeah, it's easy to look back with rose-tinted glasses on
It is.
Oh, Alonso's off the track at 10-11, just lets it wide.
Just a little bit deep on his push lap. Gets a DRS open, but that won't make up for it. Yeah, no, it was a mega season. It was an absolutely mega season. And as you say, race by race, the number of wheel-to-wheel battles that they had, and it didn't always end brilliantly between the two of them, but wheel-to-wheel battles, side by side, the top two drivers of the day, different teams, going for it, race after race, and absolute elbows out. Loved it, absolutely, and that's why you tune
the superstar drivers like Alonso here as well. When he burst onto the scene and took the fight to Michael Schumacher, these superstar drivers, the top caliber, almost superhuman in what they can do. It's like any sports person in any discipline where you're just wowed by the greatness. They don't come around that often. They really don't. As we're just watching that moment there down at turn 10 for Alonso.
Yeah, Alonso just running it wide ever so slightly as well. But 2021 was a mega season. You can't deny that as well. Thanks for the follow, by the way, to Conti Vika on Twitch. Just seen that come through as well. Means a lot. Thank you very much. We're back on the main channels, and USON, of course. So all of you who've subscribed for the USON channel, it means a lot. Matthew Owens very graciously giving us the YouTube channel, as ours is blocked until the first practice session of next week for Formula One. So that's why we're on USON. And I might hand the big USRN logo down the bottom because we've got ours at the top and hashtags. So wanted to include the USRN logo on the YouTube stream. You can't see it up there on the Instagram one because that's a different source that's being provided. We've got 2 different stream layouts going on one computer, and it's fine. It's been actually very well behaved. I'm quite happy with that for the verticals and the things as well. So yeah, not bad. So I thought, oh well, it's good. Anyway, out in the pits, who's coming? Piastri. Gasly's down at turn 1. Verstappen's following him. Is Verstappen going to improve on the lap? Zhou's coming out too. So Gasly, so it's Gasly, Zhou, Piastri, Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Alonso, and Russell. They're out on the track right now. Verstappen's going to blast past all of them coming into turn 1. Oscar literally backs out, and Max goes a little bit wide because Oscar was right there at the entry to turn 1. Had to lift off big time in order not to cause an accident. So very wise and smart there. As they cut back into the straightaway. How long's left? 3 hours, 33 minutes and 10 seconds. Just ticking down the clocks. That's what we need to do. Get the testing in. Lots of aero paint on the McLaren. And if you're with us earlier on here on the stream, I was talking about art car liveries and how good it would be to have looking like aeroflow paint across it. If you're watching, just look at how good the McLaren looks right now with the Floviz on it as well. Imagine that in orange. Imagine if they had an orange Floviz sort of design on that McLaren to incorporate the papaya. It would look amazing. Hard to tell though when the Floviz would be on, so you'd have to use a different colour to see where it went, but it looks good. A lot of Floviz paint has been put on that car so that you can see exactly where the airflow is going, and if not it works. I'd love to go behind the scenes with the team on a pre-season test. I think we said this last year, and let's get fully all the information as we look at Tom Stellard on the pit wall, the race engineer, senior race engineer for Oscar Piastri McLaren. Very long standing in Formula One is Tom Stellard. Gasly has improved to 10th with a 133.463. Verstappen's gone 6th on a 132.250. It's 1.003 off the pace, and this is the flow is going on for Oscar Piastri right now on the car, just literally pushing it everywhere. It's down to race control.
To get much higher than that level, I think it's going to be very hard because I rate Lando really highly.
He's so good.
So good. And look at their Floviz paint, Gary. They're even to the point they're protecting the driver. But look at the huge amount of... it's great to see this.
Gives you the impression of the airflow, doesn't it? Just coming down over the side pod.
I mean, we don't really... I'm no aerodynamicist, but I just like the pretty lines.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show where all the turbulence goes through the car and how the suspension's involved as well. And I think it was Sam that was saying yesterday that the reason why they paint just half of the car is because it's obviously symmetrical. So it saves a lot of time and effort. Instead of painting the whole thing, you just paint the one side. If all you're looking at is just the airflow.
Yeah.
There are reasons why you would paint.
I remember Williams did like 3 different colours of Floviz one year of different parts of the car, which was I thought was a great look.
3 different parts? Did you say 3 different colours?
Yeah, 3 different colours on 3 different parts of the car. They had like red Floviz, blue Floviz, and yellow Floviz.
Yeah.
Sam Collins had a question for you earlier.
I remember that. It was in pre-season testing, and then they ran it throughout the season as well. They were trying to look at airflow from the side pods, the suspension, and I believe the halo at the time. I think it was very early on in the halo days, and they wanted to understand exactly how the airflow was affecting it. And yeah, I do remember that. It was a nice run around actually for the systems. As the session continues on here, Charles Leclerc will have that delta time. He's going fastest sector 1 and sector 2 with personal best. It's a 29.346 and then a 39.399. Charles Leclerc is about to rocket up the timings with the first competitive time he's done today. It's a 131.672. He is 4/10 off the pace of his teammate from this morning, Carlos Sainz. But that is P3 for Leclerc on the C3 tyres. Not bad at all. And he's going to get faster as the session goes on. So the first real push run we've seen all day, and Albon's up there now. Oh, I mean, that's wrong. Sorry, my fault. Can't work out who's in the pit lane and who's not. We need to grey out who's done lap times and who hasn't, because Sargent, the only driver so far who hasn't gone out on the track just yet in this session, but will be because he's taken over. So all 20 drivers will have set times by the end of today, and we'll have a rough translation of who's hot and who's not. Not the big one, just enough to understand exactly what is happening and who needs to be in control of the cars. Oscar Piastri is out of the car for a little bit while they'll clean it up. They've done the airflow paint they need, so they'll clean up the car, wipe it down, and then we'll get going. I think also they might take the floor off, judging by this little look around, so that might be an option that they take. And the wall of mechanics, because they can't put the screens on, but up in the commentary box at F1 TV, they can see directly in to it by looking over the television monitors in the commentary box and looking to the side, so they can see in where they need to. Zhou at a 138.655, 18th fastest at the moment, and having a much better run around on things. Not being that bad this test, is it, at the moment? It's increasing. Oh, a big slide for Fernando Alonso coming out of turn number 8. Put full throttle down, lit up the rear tyres on the C2 hards, and just gave it the absolute welly. That was like he was doing a demonstration run for the cameras. It was brilliant. I reckon Alonso might be having a smile on his face there as well. It says disconnected, failed to connect, disconnected from server. Oh, I think Instagram's gone off. Oh yeah, I think Instagram's gone dead. Ha! I mean, finally, it's seconds. Yeah, Instagram's gone off. Oh well. Oh, right, hang on. Forgot about that. Sorry. You're seeing me. Oh, hang on, now I've frozen. There I am. Hello. Sorry about that. I just saw Mashnini. Is that? No, it's Pekka Bagnaia quickly. What happened there? Yeah, Instagram went off. Oh dear. Okay, that's a shame. Sorry if you were watching along on Insta and it got taken off. Our servers failed. Instagram's gone down. Not blocked or anything. It's just they've had a problem with the lives. Oh, okay. As soon as it's fixed, we'll get back on. But we're still on YouTube and Twitch, so that's fine by me at the moment. Bit disappointing, but still. That is a surprise, actually, that it's gone funny. Leclerc, was that coming through? Yeah. So it says failed to connect to server, so it must have realised, oh, hang on a minute. Or is it the live limit? Because we've been live for 5 hours on there. Has it just gone, whoops, nope, sorry, you're not doing that anymore. Should I try and reconnect? Just by pressing the button. I think the stream key's changed. Oh, that's going to be annoying. I've got to type, got to paste in a stream key now, and I can't do that. So yeah, we need a new stream key, and we haven't got one. Sorry about that, everyone. That's annoying. So any clips, we'll get them out there. You're all watching on USON and on YouTube anyway. Anyway, where are we? What have I missed? Nothing. Nothing's improved. Oh, Zhou, fastest first sector for him. 31.501. Second sector to 42.980. He's just behind Alexander Albon on this runaround. So I'm going to keep my eye on Zhou Guanyu as he comes up towards the line. 14 out of 15 up to the line. So what's Zhou Guanyu got to offer? And it is a 138.671. 24 thousandths off the pace of his own best time as Albon. Is that Albon? Oh, Albon's staying in the car all day. He hasn't changed over to Sargent. Oh, okay. I thought Sargent was in today. He's not then. 19 cars will go through. Okay. So Albon, Alexander Albon is going to stay through and have another run on things. Bizarre, but fine by me. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. If he wants to go through and change over, he's more than welcome to. But I thought it would have been a different situation playing out there on the circuit. Anyway, he's coming out alongside he's coming outside Yuki Tsunoda actually, so let's go over the world feed quickly and have a quick information check.
A fuel pickup problem, but I mean, small issues like that really to be expected when you've been under such pressure to get the car finished, completed, and with a whole new concept. So yeah, congratulations already. I feel like it's a success for them, and how far can that team go moving forward from here?
Yuki Tsunoda pressing on in the RB.
And he likes this circuit, doesn't he?
Loves it.
I always feel like even in his F2 days, you'd have been well aware of that, wouldn't you, Will? The F2 days, I felt like he shone around this track. As he's on a push lap here, personal best through the first sector. He turns into turn 11. Here we go, riding on board. A little bit of understeer mid-corner. It's kind of what you want if it's a race balance you're looking for. Doesn't look like he's attacking so much through turn 12, and another sure sign to me that even though it might be a fresher set of tyres, they've still very much got race ability in their heads. And he really likes to rev the downshifts, doesn't he? Using a lot of potential engine braking, just really racing down through those gears. He crosses the line to go P11 with 33.2. But this car, I feel like it could be quite a nice race car.
So I think it'd be good.
Yeah, looking good
At
across
the moment,
line.
quite a few drivers circulating around. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen has just left the pits. Alex Albon's out. Yuki Tsunoda and Zhou Guanyu, who's down in P18, 7.4 off at the moment. Oscar Piastri back in the pits after his 19-lap run. Pretty consistent in those 139s. Nice little race stint there for Piastri.
Yeah, he certainly looked like he was in the groove earlier on, didn't he? He's Jock Clear, the head of Driver Academy at Ferrari. He's a very experienced engineer. I first started working with Jock back in my in the BAR days.
I was going to say, did you work with him at BAR? Of course, you must have done.
Yeah.
He was my race engineer for 2.5 laps.
Oh, mate.
Once upon a time.
Really?
Do you remember that race?
Sepang.
Was it?
Come on, you can work this out.
Sepang.
No. When Jensen. Jensen. Monaco.
Oh no.
Sepang 05.
The next race. Was it the next race? Was it when Jensen went into the barriers in Monaco and sit the race out?
My race lasted a total of 2.5 laps in 2005.
Sepang.
Oh, don't do this. Jock was my engineer.
Sepang.
Go on. Malaysia. Standing in for Takuma Sato, who I think he had flu or something like that.
Oh, man.
Here we go. Look, let's get serious now as Verstappen gets...
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Max is going for it. As we've got the live back on Instagram, by the way, so it was just because we were going too late on it. So Max's first sector at 28.973. This is it. This is an interesting one. Sorry about that on Instagram, you're back with us. Max Verstappen is fastest of all here in testing so far. He is pushing second sector. He has gone better. We are now waiting to see what the gap will become. But this could be it. The fastest lap so far of testing might go Max Verstappen's way here today across the line. He's done it. It's a 1:31.058. Verstappen tops day 3 of pre-season testing. Fast sector 1 and 2, personal best sector 3, a 1:31.058. And that is Max Verstappen taken #1 slot here on day 3. But Sainz was faster by a 10th in that third sector, so he definitely backed off on that run around. And we've got Instagram back open after because we were on air for 6 hours, it basically said, you're done now. And it took us off, so we've put it back on, and we've got it back. Well, he's a 10.5 clear, despite being a 10th slower in sector 3. So Max could be 3 tenths faster. We're going to have some new narratives this year, aren't we? Unbelievable. Hold on to that hope that Sainz was fastest in Sector 3, but Verstappen was 3 tenths ahead before that third sector, meaning he could go faster across the times. Just wow. Max Verstappen. I don't know if I'm nervous or just wary of what exactly he's got going on now. Mega lap time. Mega driver, honestly. So Verstappen fastest on a 1:31.058. Sainz's time from this morning is second. Out of the track right now, Tsunoda, Verstappen, Zhou and Albon. They've circulated to keep on running. We're close to 3 hours to go in this session. Of course, the last 10 minutes of this test will be a red flag safety car, virtual safety car. The FIA test will be given. So that's what's coming up next after this 3 hours we've got left. And Verstappen does bring it back into the pit lane and changes over to a old set of C3 tyres that I presume they're just going to use to roll into the pit lane and around the other parts of the track. So shouldn't be too much of a problem. Max knows that he's got one of the best cars to push forward this season. It's truly impressive what we're seeing from him already this year in Red Bull designs. How good have Ferrari been? They seem okay. The Ferrari they've impressed me a lot, Ferrari, this weekend, with exactly how much they've pushed and how much they've developed on the skills of things. So definitely up there for a procedure. And into the pit lane now goes Max Verstappen. So 3 cars on track, Tsunoda, Zhou and Albon. The RB, the Sauber and the Williams. Nico Hülkenberg with a bit of sun in his eyes. Just going to go and take another look around the circuit and presumably go out on the C3 tyre compounds as well, because they'll be the fastest run-arounds that he has to use in this next session. Albon still looking stronger again and again. I think as well, as we're seeing Albon, sparks flying from underneath that car. As soon as they hit the bumps on the back straight away, the car's going, like, imagine this is the pen, look, the car's literally going on the back track, like, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's just bouncing like crazy. So imagine my pen is the floor, my hand's the car, pushing down the floor with the gravity. It's just meaning that it goes, I should do it that way really. It's going like crazy bouncing underneath it, and there's nothing you can do. The forcing effect of the cars is too much, and they run it so low to the ground, it's unbelievable. You can see the sparks flying from underneath of Albon as well as he'll head down the straight. Listen on board, listen to the bumps. Just hear the scraping behind. Just hear the scraping from behind as well. That's the bottom, the wooden plank scraping on the floor. Now also, it's the rear diffuser, which just scrapes along the bottom and it wears away at the plank. First sector for Albon coming up. Is he quick or is he not? He's slow. It's a race run, 2.6 seconds off. Alonso's just come out on the track. Don't know what tyres he's on at the moment, Fernando. Hasn't actually told us on the information charts. In fact, the same can be said for Albon, but I can see he's on C3s. In fact, everyone is out there on the track right now. The timings doesn't seem to want to tell us what tyres they're on. Seems like it's almost had a glitch in the systems. But with my own 2 eyes, I can see that Albon's on the C3 tyre compound, so we know he's going to be up there for a little bit longer. Verstappen at 1:31.058, Sainz 10th down. Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton, Stroll, Norris, Albon, Magnussen, Ocon, Tsunoda, Gasly, Alonso, Bottas as well. Let's hear from Sam Collins.
Liveried and newly named, the car is a completely new concept for that team, and it couldn't be more different to the car that the Alfa Romeo Sauber team previously ran. So if we take a look at the car, we took this a little bit earlier in the test, as you can see, it's under the lights. just check out the shape of the car. It looks different, not just because it's got green shiny bits on, but every single element of this car has pretty much been changed. And I'm just going to have to start at the front of the car and work through. So you got the tip of the nose. Sauber previously ran with a short Red Bull RB19 style nose, and they've gone away from that. They've gone for the longer style nose that picks up on the front wing element. Now, this is a real schism between the teams now. Nobody seems to know what's best for their package, and the nose is actually a lot more important than people give it credit for, because it's the first bit of the car to hit the wind, and then everything goes back. But looking behind the nose, there is another fundamental change to the front end of this car. They've switched from a push rod front suspension layout to a pull rod front suspension layout, and that is where the Red Bull inspiration on this car begins, and it doesn't just end there. As we rotate the car through the corner, the next thing I want to draw your attention to, and this bit hasn't come from Red Bull, is the roll hoop here with that A section in the middle. It's been a very long time since Sauber's actually built a car with a conventional roll hoop. In the last few seasons, they had a singular rollover blade behind the driver's head, varying in height, but it was underneath that T camera. That layout hasn't been banned, however, it's been found to be heavier if it's designed to meet those new crash testing restrictions and new strength requirements for that part of the car. Very important safety feature. And the reason that the safety feature was introduced was, well, the Sauber team had a failure on one of their roll hoops at Silverstone in 2022, so all of those changes were made, and you can see how beefy those supports underneath that new rollover structure is. Really important part of the car, of course. It's very high up and it's very heavy. But check out this. This is the definitive Red Bull influence checker, and there is that leading edge of the lower side pod duct. And why do I say this has come straight over from Red Bull? Well, it's basically because everybody is copying a concept that Red Bull's had for a few seasons. They actually introduced it on the RB18, which is quite a long time ago, but that actually is something a lot of teams want to imitate, and it's a really nice feature. And then just as we see the car rotate through the corner, you can see this crease on the rear bodywork, just above that stake logo, just coming down here. And then the overall shape of the side pod. This is straight out of the Red Bull textbook. Sauber has completely switched concept, and this, of all cars, with the exception of that tip of the nose, is probably the best one to call a Red Bull clone. The last thing I wanted to mention, the twin rear wing support. You'll see teams chopping and changing in this area, but it's interesting to see Sauber starting the season with the rear wing support twinned up like that, with the DRS actuator just going up one of those pylons, but not both. Back to you, Will.
Thanks very much there. Nice information being given. Russell's back out on the track now. He is 15th fastest at the moment. On a 1:31.058 is Max Verstappen. Fernando Alonso just jumped up the timesheets as well to P5 on a 1:31.696. Russell just passed Alonso, and I thought, is he past Hamilton? I had to double check there. I was like, what did I just see? But it's Alonso on the driver tracker, you can see. First sector for Russell is a 29.331. There we go. Russell's time for attack now. Sun beginning to set. And this is into the push attack modes. You're riding with George Russell. And he swings into the last two corners. He's a second off, but it's personal best. So this is going to put Russell up into around about, well, it would put him 10th, I'd say, ahead of Magnussen. Certainly he'll be faster than Magnussen by the end of the lap. So it'll be behind Norris, which means we'll have the 5 teams inside there. Yeah, thought so. He's actually ahead of Albon. So Russell at 1:32.515 puts him 9th. Albon down to 10th now, so a position higher than I guessed. 1.457 slower than Verstappen. This is Russell coming out of the pit lane. Checking the wheel vibration, I suppose. Making sure everything was okay. One-handed for several parts of the lap there, apparently. Also, Hülkenberg, Sonoda, Russell out on the circuit. Just checking the timing screens at the moment. Trying to find some informational data. Because the towers have come back for what lap times they've done on terms of tyres. So Stroll's out there right now on hards, and there it is. Hülkenberg, 9th fastest, 1:32.245. Sector 1, 2, and 3 were quicker. 29.346, 39.816, 23.083. Third sector. And Alonso's 3/10 off Verstappen. So now we're beginning to see the push laps getting, well, pushed, I suppose, is the word. This is the full attack and the best situation we could have expected here. As Alonso turns in, losing the rear ever so slightly, just drifting wide. Being perfect again. Haha! Grid Network has just uploaded Joshua Birch uses art to break down Red Bull's 2024 F1 car. So they have made it a set. So I presume that's Ben who's done the editing, and he has put it into a separate show. A little bit of a program. That's brilliant to use that feature to explain the new Red Bull car and how the airflow is different compared to last year. And we've put it up actually on the development here. How the airflow is different compared to last year. Not that different, but it is different. Because the floor now is having a different part of the air intake. It's not all being channeled out towards the back. The air is now being sort of cut through and pushed out the side towards the rear tyre. Here's Alonso. Switches in at turn 4. Way off the track, all 4 wheels. That would have been a lap time deletion if we were in qualifying. Can't go off the track at turn 4. Well, Lewis Hamilton did it for 50 laps in 2021. On the 51st lap, it suddenly wasn't possible. Oh no, Max did it, didn't it? And then Lewis did it, and Max did it. And then it just got that 2021 race sort of set the precedent, didn't it, for what the year would be. God, it was a good year. 2021 was just an amazing year. Oh, there's one family that might have difficulties this year. Little girl in a Red Bull shirt, a little boy in a Ferrari shirt. Actually, my sister bought me a Sergio Perez Red Bull top for Christmas this year. Fantastic top as well. I'll have to get it out for some of the races this year. Charles Leclerc on and out lap. C3 tyres, brand new C3 tyres. So this might be the push for Verstappen's time, you know. We'll keep an eye on it. Might be the fastest run around that he'll get. As they head down the start-finish straight once more. In towards turn number 1 for... Hello SHT, back on the Twitch chat. Hello. How's your day been? Hope you're well. Back on the power again for Leclerc. Now, I believe this could be a push lap. I'm taking a look at the deltas and hoping it's quick. It is. 28.973 was Verstappen's time. Leclerc a little wide out of 4, but doing 0.3 off the pace to 29.289. So Leclerc is on it. He's on the push lap. Won't be faster, but it might get him up into 3rd, maybe position ahead of Perez. He's currently 4th. Can't work out why he's so off the pace. I swear some lemonade just went on me and I didn't think it did. I can't feel anything. SHT says it's been good. Well, drain cover issues at least in 2 days of testing. Yes. Ah, there it is. It's got right down my shirt. Ah. Alex Jakes is back in the lead commentary role. I've just been informed. Leclerc's second sector was a 39.251. Come on. What's the delta going to be then for Charles Leclerc? Does he jump ahead of Perez? Cross the line? Yes, he does. It's a 1:31.374. 0.3 off the pace of Verstappen, but it's a Ferrari 2-3 as conditions can only get better here on the final day of pre-season testing for the 2024 F1 season. And this was Leclerc's mistake at turn 4 that cost him that 0.3. Just got on the curb and it dragged him out wide. Let's hear from Alex Jakes.
That don't matter now, but might matter and will matter. Oh, fighting all the way down the hill. That's heading towards turn number 8. The white line delineating the racetrack. An illegal time. a legal time. Sounded a little bit like illegal time there, so let's correct that. That's for next weekend. That's for the Grand Prix weekend, the first of 24 races. As we jump back on board, and we have a comparison there between the benchmark set earlier on by Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc a second ago. Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Alonso, the top 5. And also in the commentary box is former Formula 1 driver Jolyon Palmer. The sun ever lower in the sky. It's nearly your favourite time of day, Jolyon, because it's time to get some push laps out there.
Yeah, it's always a little bit more enjoyable to watch the cars in a faster spec, closer to a qualifying spec. This is the qualifying tyre, of course, for next week that everyone in the top order has now run on what is a lower fuel configuration as well. Verstappen just ahead of the 2 Ferraris, and once again he looks at home in the car, doesn't he? It's definitely Verstappen ahead of Perez at the 2 Red Bulls, which it seems to be a carry-on from where we were last year. Checo has a week of the same before we come back to the same track to try and understand a little bit more and improve, but Max just looks to be a step ahead. And in that session, the topping time at the moment, nearly 2 tenths. There was a decent chunk in the final sector as well, so could have been another 10th in there. But I'm interested to see what Leclerc can do running through some tyres this afternoon and see what that Ferrari is capable of, and when George Russell might give this Mercedes a bit more of a purr later on.
Yeah, going to be really interesting in this final 3 hours of running. We're always meant to finish at 7 p.m. local time today. Russell continues on for another lap. Russell currently finding himself in 10th position. Just did 1:35.7. That's his 16th tour of the day. We go on board Nico Hülkenberg heading to turn 13 in the Haas. Soaring away a little bit and then soaring away a lot at the steering wheel.
Yeah, it's a tricky corner. I've said it countless times this week. You come over the crest there at turn 13, you're very exposed to the elements. When you come through 11 and 12, the left-hander, right-hander, over the blind crest, build up a lot of tyre temperature as well through those high-speed corners. Then you get to the exposed top, and when you turn it in for 13, it's so usual to get a bit of oversteer. Nico had that, and then tried to keep his foot in, and then had a big oversteer, which sent him wide. In one of the week's bigger driver moments, that was. Hasn't it been so clean?
Clean, tidy, very few red flags. Not really what we perhaps would have expected a few years ago, but you have to say, the modern iteration of Formula One, this year of the regulations, we've had 2022, 2023, we move into 2024. Everyone knows the cars, knows the tech, the engine formula, the power unit formula has been very stable for a long time.
And it's one of the best regulations they've had in a long time in terms of, I thought it was Megan for a second, in terms of just keeping stable. Leclerc stays in 3rd position. Is he in the box or would he keep on going? Let's have a look. 1:30. Oh, he only 6 tenths off Verstappen there. That was a good time there. 1:31.732. So Leclerc staying rather consistent now on that C3 tyre. It's building up, isn't it? 3 hours to go. Well, we were less than that actually, 2 hours 50, because the last 10 minutes are going to be the red flag symbols. So it's getting to the point now where we're expecting this to be a very quick session. In terms of, you know, time quick, not distance quick. We're seeing the Ferrari again. Matte scarlet livery. Does look very interesting, that car. Just seeing the rear diffuser actually in a perfect light. It's got like a little tiny monkey seat underneath the car. It looks really fun, actually. Really interesting. Gasly, 15th, 133.463. Going down a couple of gears. He's on a slow lap. Russell, Leclerc, Gasly are the ones out on the track right now. Is that car all right? It sounds like it's chugging a bit more. Let's have a look at the Delta. I'm looking at it. 4th gear. 5th gear, 6. Full throttle, 7. Looks to be okay to me. don't exactly know what's the issue with Gasly at the moment. It seems to be a little bit chuggy, that Alpine. Still, it's got more paint at the front. I think they looked at it yesterday and gone, yeah, that looks stupid. Get some paint on it. Can't tell who we are. So they've got some blue on it with the BWT. I still think it needs a bit more of a logo update. A little bit more of a colour palette been added in. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Just being told in my ears that we're going to see a few more drivers come in, have a setup change and go back out again, but Verstappen's just come out on brand new medium compound tyres, so he's going to go for a race simulation run now, which I can understand why. Perfect time to do it. Trying to work out the time. If it's 3 hours to go, finish at 7. That means it's 4 o'clock over there? Oh, I think so, yeah. I think it's just gone 4 o'clock. I haven't got the clock up here in the comms box which tells me what the local time is. I used to have that. It used to be a really useful feature on the F1 delayed timing, but then we changed to Multivia because it was just way better to use it. But I think Multivia still needs that clock, and I haven't got one. The race control message came out at 11:45. Need to know, work it out. Gasly, first sector, personal best, 29.646. So Gasly's really going to fly it now hard on these brand new medium compound tyres. It was an outlap we were watching. That's why he was chugging into the second sector. Is this going to be... And he's 3 tenths off, I think, Verstappen at the moment. So it's a 40.097 in the second sector. So what's that gap over? 1.6 seconds the difference between Gasly and Verstappen at the moment as we go past the wonderful views that we're having here at Bahrain. We're just basically in the middle of the desert racing on this track. There's nothing around it at all. You can see actually if you joined us for the launch map at the start of the day, there's nothing around this part of the track. It's hilarious. Just keeping on. What was the lap time then for Gasly? 12th fastest to 1:33.027. Got a chance fixed looking at the steering wheel there and thinking about it because it was moving around quite crazily in Gasly's hands, and yeah, not too bad. This is what he does after I've literally been in the commentary box testing all week. I've not been out all week. Oh, actually, was I? Could have been out Tuesday. Yeah, I was out Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday, MotoGP testing in Qatar. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, F1 testing, Bahrain. Saturday, tomorrow, it's going to be qualifying from Atlanta. Sunday, Atlanta, NASCAR as well. Monday, complete and utter day off. No commentary. Oh, Max, don't do this to me. Max Verstappen, fast, as SCT says. McLaren experiencing reliability issues again. Lando only did 20 laps in the morning session. Yeah, he had a clutch problem that needed to be fixed. But Max, fastest first sector, 28.962. Second sector for Verstappen is coming through again. Max is going to go fastest again, isn't he? It's a 39 dead in the second sector. He's a 1/10.5 faster than his own time. A little bit wide in the exit 13, but on the C3 tyres, Max is going to take us into the 1:30s. It's getting cooler. No glory runs. Here we go then. Max Verstappen across the line. It's a 1:30.763. 0.295 seconds faster than his own time. 4 tenths faster than Sainz. 6 tenths ahead of Leclerc on the same part of the track. Still not fastest in that third sector. Still only a personal best. Sainz still has sector 3. 22.772. Max 22.801. Well, and he's still 4 tenths ahead. Well done, Max Verstappen on the World Championship and Red Bull on the Constructors. Let's see what the F1 TV team thought.
The air temperature is 24. Car number 1 is P1. Once again, these the highlights from the fastest lap of the day so far.
Yeah, he's just constantly going to the top, isn't he? When he did the same on day 1, when he was hooked up, he's doing the same now. Leclerc on the same tyre at a similar time is 6/10 away, but it's worth noting that Carlos got into the 129s yesterday, 29.9 on the C4 tyre, so a step softer, and we're still slightly slower, 10th slower than what Checo did in the Red Bull yesterday as well, so the times will continue to drop in the next hour. It is Verstappen though, when he gets in the car, it's relentless, the pace that he's showing, and getting himself back to the top spot. Ran through a little bit of a warm-up program for him and getting used to the car on the higher fuel earlier on, and as soon as he's dropped that out to an unknown lower fuel amount, it looks back to day one Verstappen.
Also down there in the pit lane, earlier on, we had a bit of sound recording going on for the Formula One game.
Oh, really?
This is in EA Sports. We were recording for sound effects that you hear in the game that was being done.
Oh,
and,
wow.
There's constantly a lot going on. There's Fernando Alonso. A few setup changes in the last hour of this car. So finding himself attacking on, and with a personal best through the first sector of the racetrack. He's heading to turn number 10.
Yeah, testing is so important because everybody's there for pre-season testing. Literally everybody. And it's madness, the amount of stuff that's going on in this session. Alonso's first sector was a 28.995. Second sector coming up. What is it? Got a car on the way of Gasly. Albon does, Alonso 4 tenths off the pace, but does a 39.440. So he's 4 tenths off the pace of Verstappen, and that was all in that second sector. So Alonso into the last corner. Is this going to put him second, third, fourth? Fifth at the moment. Alonso moves up to third. 131.265, 5 tenths off. 0.502 with a clear 6 tenths off. So Alonso into third place. Well, a fun session is developing here, and it's getting darker, which means the times will get faster. This is brilliant. Absolute wonderful session we've got lined up here. Max and Sainz in the pit lane. Oh, Max in the pit lane. Alonso on the track. Leclerc's in the pits. Trying to remember who's changed over. They should really have a separate timings for the morning after. But I suppose it's been one long day session, isn't it? We haven't had a lunch break. Gasly sliding at the rear. 54, 55, 56. First sector for Gasly was a 29.576, so he too is having a lot better run. He is on brand new 4-lap old C3 tyres. Second sector for Gasly. 1.6 seconds down, but it's a personal best. It's a 40.056 as he rumbles over the curbs. He's going to find a little bit more delta. Last corner coming up then for Gasly. Turns it in. Just gently puts the power down. And what are we going to see from him on this run? Gasly goes... Oh, actually stays 12th, but improves on time, not position, on a 132.895. Piastri, fastest first sector for him, 29.988. He's 19th at the moment as well, so Piastri better improve. His teammate this morning, Lando Norris, 20 laps only completed. And he was down in 8th. Oh, hello. Wi-Fi off on iPad. Just lost the connection. As always, all right. Lost Twitch if you've put any comments in at the moment. Piastri into the last corner. Now, is he going to finally rocket up the timing screen? His teammate Lando Norris 8th as fastest this morning. Piastri on his first real run in this session. 7 up on medium tyres, remember. 15th, 133.2 is his delta time. Okay. Could have been worse, but should have been better. In my personal opinion. Could have, should have, would have. Charles Leclerc starts another lap time. He needs to improve. A bit too far off the pace at the moment is Charles. 6/10 off. It's mad how much he needs to have a greater run and a greater strategy department to run it. He's ahead though of Piastri, who's behind him at turn 4. In fact, they're very close together on the track. Just heading down now into turn 8. Got my iPad back. Got the stream chat back as well. There we go. Hello, what's that? Hamilton's Ferrari move a dream. The hardest decision I've ever had to make. Watch Lewis Hamilton open up on the reasons of joining Ferrari next year. Ooh. Oh, okay, what's happened now? I'm always getting nervous on Twitch because my activity feed just went down on the iPad. Oh, okay, so... Oh, okay, there we go. Excellent, we've got it on. Okay, so presumably this is on YouTube, right? SHT says Leclerc is cooking here. Yeah, he is. I need to find Twitter. Twitter, here we go. If I can hear from Lewis Hamilton, I'd like to. I want to hear what he has to say. Leclerc fastest, 1:30.409 on the C3 tyres, fastest sector 2 and sector 3. Charles Leclerc puts it P1 here in testing. Brilliant time. Deserved as well, actually. Fred Vasseur looks happy now. So I was distracted by Hamilton's move to Ferrari. A Ferrari goes top. Brilliant run around then. Okay, where is it? It just got put out, so is it on Twitter yet? That's what I want to know. Fastest day of the klaxon. No. No, it's not. Well, that's just marvellous. Why even bother putting it out there then? Like you can have a look at it. It's just not even there. I haven't got an adapter either. Okay, never mind. Hülkenberg improving. 29.121 first sector, 39.681 second sector. What tyres is Alonso on at the moment? Let's take a look. As Hulk Hogan. There comes Hülkenberg. And goes up to 6, 131.686. Okay, so Alonso's tyres is mediums, so C3. C2 tyres were Stroll this morning. So Alonso is on C3. Let's look at all their tyres on the data chats that we have. And just to continue running around, really. There's a few more sessions to go in this one. Let's check over the Willow feed.
Before he moved into Formula One, team principalship. So he's got a rapport with certainly a lot of the older half of the field. And it's already a reasonable signing, isn't it, for Ferrari then, if they've finally been able to lure the 7-time world champion over.
So the soft tyres on the car for Charles Leclerc to record that opening, that top lap, I should say, with a 1:30.409. Leclerc ahead of Verstappen, and then Carlos Sainz, the Ferrari driver that was in for the earlier session today. Alonso, Perez, Hülkenberg, Hamilton, Stroll, Norris and Russell completing the top 10. But Ferrari, their main task, as stated by the team themselves, they were looking to try and take the very impressive one-lap pace and recreate in every single lap when the car has the different fuel loads in as well. Could they do the same? We know that push lap-wise, Charles Leclerc, phenomenal speed, Carlos Sainz in pole positions in his career as well, in his final year with the team. Currently at the top of the time page. Max Verstappen's on an outlap as well, so we might get a
on a brand new set of mediums.
Once again, soft tyre run for Charles Leclerc to go top of the page. More push laps to come.
Found a lot of time, nearly a second, around a second for Leclerc on that soft tyre.
Was it soft or medium?
A little bit more from it than Carlos managed, but he's still half a second away from Carlos's benchmark from yesterday. looked a really tidy lap. Obviously getting a big hit to grip with the compound difference. Picking up, you typically pick up a bit more on the rear axle. The traction suddenly feels amazing, when before it's felt pretty good for those teams towards the front right now. The other driver that's done a very strong lap there is Nico Hulkenberg again.
Yeah, as I said, Hulkenberg up in 6th position as well. SSG says, are we going to see anyone go on C4s later? Yeah. When it gets dark and everything, we will see C4 tyres, and we will see everyone really beginning to push. Like a lot of pushing will go on. Ferrari again, improving on their strategy, and improving actually quite a bit. This is not looking too shabby at the moment. I can just hear Matt Gallagher, screaming in delight about all of this right now. Ferrari just changing over some brake ducts as well. Max Verstappen begins a run on a brand new set of medium compound tyres. So it's all go for Max as well. He begins to really get the push down. Opens up the rear. DRS into turn 4, flicks the car in. So this is the first sector any good? 28.990, and it's a 20... Oh, he's 68 thousandths off of Leclerc. 29.058. So Verstappen was slower in that first sector. Now, was it on C4 or was it on which tyres was Leclerc on? That's the question. Still can't 100%. Through he goes. Second sector coming now for Verstappen. Is it good? Oh, it's a personal best. It's a 38.880. Is he quicker than Leclerc though? No, he's a 10th down. Oh, hello. Okay. Someone's whistling. I can hear in the background. This is... Oh, and you can hear it bouncing and scraping along massively. Verstappen, he's getting twitchy coming out of the last corner. Very scruffy lap here. It's going to be a personal best, but it's not going to be good enough. Verstappen on 137.55. 130.755. 0.346 down on Charles Leclerc. On day 3 of testing so far, Leclerc has an advantage over Verstappen. Ferrari suddenly peak up of interest, because I don't think Max was backing off there. It was too close. That's not sandbagging. That was something going wrong. And he had a lot of problems as well. We will definitely see C4 tyres later on in the session, though. That's 100%. Excuse me, 100%. I think if next time we do pre-season testing, I think I'll have to get up extremely early and have some food, because I've not eaten today. I've had a packet of crisps and a biscuit bar. That's it. And a cup of tea, actually. So, yeah, not exactly feeling 100%. I've been solo since 8:30. So that's 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. 5 hours I've been alone in the commentary box now. Wonderful though to talk to all of you. Ferrari again with Charles Leclerc, just having that inkling that something is different on the car. On board with Oscar Piastri. And so Alexander Albon just behind him as well into turn number 1. We've got a guest in the commentary box.
Have this opportunity to be back with the team is special. The team I've been with since the end of 2021. And yeah, just excited to continue this journey together.
We're riding on board with Oscar Piastri as we speak to Logan Sargent. I remember a few years ago, as we welcome you up to the commentary box, you two scrapping for a certain Formula 3 title. And we welcome you to Combox 31. You know this chap, Logan Sargent, joining us on the old-style lip microphone. And Logan, you've gone through the running. How would you sum up the test for Williams over what is very nearly 3 days now?
Yeah, I think there's definitely positives that we felt in the new car. There's also been some issues that we've had along the way, which has hindered some of the laps and runs that we wanted to get in. But nonetheless, you can see the potential that's in the car. It's a very different car to what we had in the previous, the last 2 years, and it requires a different driving style, different way of using our tools. The engineers have work to do to get on top of the new way this car needs to be set up. But yeah, it's all work in progress and heading in the right direction.
Jolien, driving style is changing it year to year. I remember
Piastri
there were
from
updates when
15th
you were racing
to
in
6th.
Formula One. We went from a narrow track set of regulations to a wider car. How do you adapt as a driver behind the wheel, driving style-wise?
It was like a different formula. When I was driving my 2 years, 16 was the old regulations. Then we got to something like this in 2017, and we were getting like 7 seconds a lap quicker. It was crazy. The downforce was suddenly there, and like you, I'd had to beef out in the gym over the winter and add a load of weight because suddenly the cars got really physical as well. How's the winter been for you then? Obviously, we know that you've been trying to bump up the guns a little bit.
Yeah, it was a much needed off season, to be honest. I think you enter, well, when I entered my first F1 season, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't realize how long and grueling the season could be on the body. And yeah, the off season was the first chance I had to really, step it up. And it was great. I got to spend plenty of time back home, put in a lot of work in the gym, changed my diet, started eating a lot more. Nutrition definitely changed quite a bit, but no, it's been a great off season. I think I feel very healthy, but I also know how hard it is to maintain over the course of a season. So that's the next challenge. But the good thing is I know what it's like, and I can set some measures in place to try and control it a little bit better.
We have a range of fans watching Formula One testing. We have those who may be watching their early seasons. They might have found it through Drive to Survive. Tell us why that is a change that you can only make in the off season and you can't make in the middle of the campaign.
Yeah, it's just tricky because you're in this season, you're traveling from country to country, you're constantly in the car. When you're not, you're doing marketing, you're doing simulator work, and honestly, you run so short on time. So to make a substantial change to your body is extremely difficult, and that's why I really did feel like I could make a big step until I got to that off season.
And we're talking 5 kilos, I've heard.
Yeah, so from the start of last year to the start of this year, it's 2.5. But because I lost weight through the year last year, I had quite a bit of weight to put back on to get back to my, say, natural weight.
Yeah, that's some serious gym time. But so I remember speaking to you this time last year, and you hadn't done a race. How are you feeling apart from obviously the gym time? Coming back, you're familiar with it now. You know the team. You know how the season unfolds. The car's obviously different, but the regulations are roughly the same. Do you just feel a lot more settled, ready for this season?
I think last year as a rookie, you kind of just come in excited, just jump head first straight in. Whereas I feel like this year it's a bit more logical and understanding of what's to come. More just taking a better approach to it. I feel like having a reference of what these cars are capable of. Now I think are 23 tracks apart from China, so it's nice to have that feeling that I'll be able to have that reference, lean on that reference, and hopefully start my weekends off on a better foot and not feel like I have to play as much catch up as I did last year.
Yeah, it is a lot when you're coming in as a rookie, isn't it? Working out how to make the most of a whole Grand Prix weekend as well, which is something that I remember when I came on through GP2, Formula 2, the amount of time you get in the car, but you've got to make the most of all of it. And you think, oh, we've got 3 hours of practice. 3 hours of practice is a luxury. And then you realise if you take your foot off the gas, then everyone else is moving on. Is the same with testing now. You've got to make the most of every single lap in the car.
Absolutely. I think I was the same as you. I felt like 3 hours is a lot, but it goes by quick, and everyone's constantly evolving. And then you kind of feel like you're in this balancing act of you want to keep pushing, but you can't overdo it and make a mistake. So it's a tough little balance. But yeah, I would say we've unfortunately missed some of the time that we really needed here. So I really only got one proper day in the car heading into the season rather than a good day and a half. So still feel like we have a little bit of work to do. I feel like I'm going to have to use a little bit of that in race 1, that Thursday in particular, to keep building on it. But yeah.
You don't feel like you're quite there with the car after yesterday?
I think we have good direction, good understanding. I felt like my rhythm was constantly building throughout the day. I would have liked to have had a little performance run there when the sun came down, But no, we did our performance runs early, and we had a race in the afternoon. So I feel like it was constantly evolving. But the wind was quite a bit stronger yesterday as well, and I felt like it was
What
throwing
on earth has just appeared on my computer? No joke. Something called Lenovo Vantage has flashed up on my computer up here in the commentary box, and oh, what on earth? I'm quite alarmed because we didn't signal it to turn on, and I don't know what it's doing. Really have no idea, and I'm quite worried now. It's just... what? It's like Cortana or something on it, and someone said something through the microphone, and it's gone through, and... breaking news unfolding now. What? Okay, something's going on, because on my computer, it's come up, and it's come up with breaking news unfolding now. So, what's happening? It's not anything Formula 1 related as far as I know. What on earth is happening? I have zero clue what's happening. The computer, I'm sorry to go silently, but the computer has flashed up, and now it's loading something in. I know it's not, but it then came up at the bottom of the screen, like a breaking news. And I don't know what exactly the breaking news is. For some reason, Taylor Swift is trending. Oh, it's Australia, isn't it? What's happening in news? Vantage Home will take the latest software and get support from PC. Go away. Go away. How has this happened? Has it gone? Yeah. Okay. And I think we're okay. I deeply apologise for those last few moments, but it's confused the hell out of me. C5 tyre. Ah, it's updated. So Charles Leclerc has set his time, the 1:34.9 on the C5 tyre. So he has done a C5 run. There we go. So Sean says, Crofty won't be commentating 3 races with Harry Benjamin placing his spot for the Emilia-Romagna, Austrian and Azerbaijan Grand Prix, as we said. But first time Crofty will miss races since joining as the F1 commentator in 2012. For Sky, yes, he did miss the 2007 European Grand Prix for BBC Radio 5 Live due to the birth of his son. Murray Walker took over in the commentary box for that race as well. But yeah, if anybody knows what this breaking news is, please tell me. I presume it's something in the UK. But I have no idea what on earth has happened. I've checked Sky News. Nothing. Oh, it's an unexploded World War II bomb in Plymouth. Ah, okay, so I think that's what today is. Coincidentally, that was been found off the speaker. Yeah, okay. Well, that's really bizarre what happened with that computer. Literally, it just flashed up randomly. I've never seen it do that before in its life. And, yeah, okay. Anyway, back to the action, shall we? No one's improved on lap times in the last few moments. Verstappen's out there just doing some test runs. Alonso, Gasly, Zhou, Albon and Russell are out on the track. 2 minutes 30 to go. Shall we return to the world feed?
Some help. I think what's most impressive with Alex, I think, last year, from what I saw, the amount of mistakes are very, very minimal, and he's always delivering laps when it matters. So I think that's where he's nailing it at the moment.
Where do you reckon, where are you hoping to close the gap to him for this season, with the winter off and obviously pouring through the data and working on things?
Yeah, generally from the summer break last year to the end of the season, I was, race pace-wise, pretty much where I would have expected to be. It was just about, being, here he is, just about being consistent and delivering laps in qualifying, which was where I was struggling, and I felt like I was, starting to make up some ground towards the end of the season.
Brand new C5s for Charles.
but kind of goes back to where I was talking about. I felt like I was always playing a little bit of catch-up, whereas I feel like this year, having that reference, I can make that step and not have to push outside of my comfort zone as much as last year.
I know this is not exactly going to be the fastest we've seen the Williams go all the way through the test, but we're on board with your team. Will you talk us round this Bahrain International Circuit for us, Logan?
Yeah, it's one of those circuits that we all know how to drive extremely well because we've driven so many laps here. Miss that Apex a little bit, but
yes, here we go.
No, you can hear just feathering the throttle. It's a really tricky exit at turn 1. Especially on a race run as the rear tires are going away. Turn 4 here, definitely slowing it down on entry to straighten up the exit there, which is a very, very different to what we would do in qualifying. And
that's a lot of curve.
Yeah, that was a lot of curve. He's definitely towards the end of the stint because definitely towards the end of the stint. It seems like another tricky corner here, especially in a race run. As the tires start to degrade, you start to struggle a bit more with front combined, a little bit more with traction on exit, and these things just accumulate. So once the overslipping start, it's quite hard to get it to completely resettle. Another cool corner here, just always playing with the rear on exit. There's a little lift, probably just looking after tires. But yeah.
And that's we won't complete the lap, but that was Alex Albon being narrated around the circuit by his teammate. Thank you for doing that. I always think it's a bit of a, pick up the microphone, welcome to the commentary box. We're going to pepper you with about 30 questions, and then you're put in the awkward situation of commentating on your teammate.
I was right because he boxed, so that was the end of the stint.
So Charles Leclerc continuing on. He set the fastest time earlier on. It was a 1:30.4 on the C4 tyre, and the soft tyre for him as he went to the top of the timing pace, 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Max Verstappen. We're on the com box with Logan Sargent, who is going to start his second Formula One season, a journey through the ladder. There's a lot of talk of potential rookies coming up from Formula 2. There's a lot of drivers being hyped. Tell us about that leap from Formula 2 to Formula 1. When you get behind the wheel, just how great a step forward do you take when you move from the second tier to the first?
It's huge. If I'm being honest, I think the F2 car should probably be a bit quicker than it is at the moment. You get a bit of a sense for the tire degradation with the Pirellis in Formula 2, which is good, but it really comes down to the pure pace of the car. It's just it's nowhere near the same level. Honestly, everything feels like it doubles in terms of performance, and also the amount more that you can do inside the car to help yourself in an F1 car is crazy compared to Formula 2, and that also takes time to learn. So yeah, it is tricky.
What are your most used tools in the cockpit there? What are you most likely to be changing on the way around?
Well, we have our quick flicks switches that can change multiple things into each corner. So we kind of have these corner-specific tools that we use. So it can very much vary depending on the circuit, because we can target certain places in particular. But generally, we're playing a lot with differential and brake shape. So the way that the brake migration is moving through the corner as we're releasing. So those are the big things that we're messing with.
And tell us how many changes, if you're doing a qualifying lap, let's throw it forward to next Friday night. Qualifying, your one shot to make it through to the next part, or put it on pole, maybe. How many changes would we expect you to be doing per lap on a qualifying lap or on a race lap?
I find that sometimes you're actually doing more on a race lap because the balance is getting more disconnected from low to high speed, and you're moving things more globally as well in the race. You're trying to follow the tires and just keep looking after everything, try and keep everything together. Whereas a quali lap, you know what to expect, you know what you're going to get, so you have everything pretty much pre-planned. And I would say, there can be anywhere from 5 to 6 changes in that lap. So not too bad, but
That's 5 to 6 changes in a lap.
Still quite a few.
That's a couple of changes on all the long straights.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just about trying to use your tools to your advantage to basically close the balance from low to high speed as much as you can. So you can tune the balance outside of that, and then use your tools to bring it all together.
Really nice to hear from Logan Sargent there as well. He's about to go into the media centre for his next run. Joining me now in the commentary box, as I'm sort of sat down, so I have to move around and press loads of buttons without actually pressing the wrong buttons as well, is the one and only Adam Memories. Hello, Adam. How are you doing?
Hi, Josh. It's good. It's good to be with you on this Friday morning / afternoon. And
Oh. I hope it hasn't froze. Adam, can you hear me? Don't tell me as soon as Adam joins. Yeah. As soon as Adam joins, the internet decides to go funny. That is so annoying. Oh, no. Okay, let's pass it back to the world feed. 2 seconds, Adam, if you can hear me.
A long trackside view. I'm sure we'll get a replay of him gathering the McLaren together as he comes across the line. And after the encouragement of the first sector, at the moment at turn 11, halting further progress. Logan, we hear a lot from your team principal, from James Vowles, because he gives terrific answers. And in this game, if you give a terrific answer, you're going to be asked for an interview again and again and again, which is what happened last year. Tell me about the process of working with him and how you found waiting for that confirmation you're going to be back in the car for this season.
Yeah, James is absolutely great.
Oh, yeah, we're just having a few technical difficulties while we adjust things and make sure everything's ready. So to give us 1 moment, and hopefully the internet on the laptop will pop back in.
The team truly believes it can, reach the top again. So that's great to see.
Yes, it
and
is.
from a personal level,
Right, thank you, Logan. Right, come in London, come in over there in America. Hello, Adam. We'll welcome you back in this time as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Josh. And like I said, you were talking about the Australian Grand Prix earlier. 1 year.
Yeah.
Can we have it on the streets of Adelaide like it used to be, please?
Yes, please. I want it.
I kind of miss it. I've been watching a lot of old school F1 races lately, and I think we all remember 91, the shortest F1 race of all time because of the torrential flooding, and then 92, Nigel Mansell versus Ayrton Senna, and they collided. It was Nigel Mansell's last F1 race before he came over here to compete in the States in IndyCar. Give these newer F1 drivers, a chance to compete on the streets of Adelaide, like Nigel Mansell and Ayrton Senna and Alan Prost and Gerhard Berger, among others, that used to compete there. I mean, give them one season to Adelaide. You know what I mean, Josh? Since you and I are old school F1 fans.
I want Adelaide back. I love Adelaide. In fact, I've got the R Factor game loaded on this computer, and I downloaded the Adelaide track, and I go around it in an F1 car from 2005, and it is flat out, and it is amazing. Just talking about it now makes me want to load it up and play it again. I might try, but there's a bit of a problem at the moment. I'm stuck in a window of it, but I want to play it again. Such an amazing track, Adelaide, and I want it back. The closest we might get is Formula E, and I did go round there in a Gen 2 Formula 1 car. I haven't done it in Gen 3 yet, but it is possible to have a race in a Formula E car at Adelaide. We should do it. We should race there.
Thank you. If the Repco Australian Supercar Series could run the streets of Adelaide, I think, I think all of us old school F1 fans, Albert Park is nice, Josh, but we all miss Adelaide.
I want them to double up.
Come on now.
Yeah, Clipsal 500 or the Adelaide 500 and the Adelaide E-Prix same weekend. Or 1 week apart. So Adelaide 1, and then we'll have Adelaide 500.
Sure. I mean, why not? And I can say that I have enjoyed all 3 days of F1 testing. I have. It's nice to see all the cars back on track again. You know, all the everyone's there, and yesterday you talked about Crofty not being in the com box for 3 F1 races. It's gonna be weird to me.
Yeah, I'm not used to
wonder.
it.
I wonder if he was getting burnt out, with all the travel. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking the same, yeah. Like 24 races is a long time to travel because that's equivalent. He's away 24 weeks of the year plus tests, so 25 out of the 53 or the 52, whatever it is, and it's a long slug to keep on going. And I would not be surprised at all as Leclerc's coming back on the track again after a practice start. I wouldn't be surprised if if next year he'll try it out with 3 races now, but then he might go like 5 races next year he doesn't do, just to lighten his load a bit. But Logan Sargent's leaving the commentary box for a second, so we'll just pass over to them quickly.
You're definitely in that category. Good luck with everything, and we hope to see the progress that you're looking for and see Williams fighting for points once again.
Thank you very much. We will be doing our best, and thanks for having me.
Excellent stuff. Logan Sargent, thank you very much for your time. We'll watch your teammate climb the hill once again.
Yeah, nice to hear as well from Logan Sargent there. I just wanted to get him in the goodbye.
Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari. It's pretty spectacular news for all of us.
Laura? Okay. I don't know if you heard that, Adam, but I heard Laura Winter talking about Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari, and I don't think that was meant to be queued up yet. I think we've just heard the backroom chat over the thing, because I haven't got the Skyphone programming in my ears like I usually do, so this is different. I've just got the track audio, and I heard Laura, which is what happened there. So I think we're going to hear from her talking to Fred Vasseur. Oh, hello. I thought we had an accident. It's a Lego car, and they've described it as George Russell. It's George Russell's Lego car that's currently on the circuit. So they're currently having a laugh on the pit wall there. I see Laura Winter's been having fun with it as well down there. She's in pit lane. As we see Charles Leclerc rumbling out there. But yeah, Crofty not being in the box for 3 races and having Harry Benjamin in is a just great idea. But I do feel like if the commentators are now starting to say, okay, I can't do every race, and they're the lead commentator, surely F1 has to start thinking, okay, the calendar's maybe just a bit too big now. Because it's 20. Yeah. I mean, I don't get a break, but I get breaks. I don't travel to these races. I get breaks in the week. So Monday and Tuesday, I are my weekends. But I'm working Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I just come into the garage. It's long and hard hours, but if I finish at 4, I've got nothing else to do. So for Crofty, he's got to go back to the hotel. He's got to travel. He's got to fly. I can understand why. So. Do you know what I'm more surprised about? Remote broadcasting. I'm surprised they didn't let Crofty do remote commentary like they do with Alex Jakes sometimes when he commentates in the UK in Biggin Hill. Surprised Sky didn't say, okay, well, you don't have to travel to these races, but still do the commentary, just do it from home. Like that sort of thing. Do it from the UK studios, and then you can go home every night.
I mean, over here in the United States, we get it sometimes for like coverage of like maybe Major League Baseball or college basketball, where they do it from their homes. And a lot of people don't realize, when it comes to travel, it's out of their own, it's out of their own pockets, and hotels and flights aren't cheap anymore, Josh. So it's like I can understand Crofty taking.
Oh, this is quick.
3 races off, and so yeah, but I think if F1 I don't think you know, yeah, the Miami Grand Prix is nice, but I think the only F1 U.S. Grand Prix we needed are Austin, Texas,
Yeah.
and Vegas. It's called, yeah, Miami is nice, but
oh,
hadn't really produced a lot of action.
We're into the glory runs at the moment because the sun's setting, but Leclerc just on a 1:33.22, but Alonso took the fastest first sector of anyone, 28.885, but he's gone 6/10 slow in sector 2. So for a second I thought we might have Alonso top of the board, but I don't think is going to improve by 6/10 down. That's round about where he is anyway. Could jump Sainz's time from this morning as the cooler track temperatures. It's dropped 7 degrees air and track since this morning. Alonso goes third. 1:31.159, 8/10 off the pace of Leclerc and Verstappen. So, okay, now we're getting into the run of things. And Leclerc was on the C5 tyre compound, the fastest out there. Laura's down with Fred Vasseur, as I heard earlier on.
How are you, first of all? How was your winter? Busy, I'd imagine? Short and busy?
Yeah, the short and busy, but now it's as usual. You want to have more time to develop, to prepare the season, and it's always a bit of frustration when you are in this situation. Bahrain is always coming too early, but it's the same for everybody, and I'm also excited to be back on track.
We'll come to what happened in the off-season with Ferrari in just a mo, but let's talk about testing. It's been a good 3 days, it seems, for testing. Your drivers both at the top of the timing sheets.
Yeah, but this...
I know we can't read too much into it.
This we have to downplay a little bit. This for sure, it's better to be at the top than to be at the back, and but in the other end, you don't know about the level of fuel of the others, you don't know about the engine setting, and it's very difficult to have a clear picture. The most important and the most interesting for us is probably the feeling from Carlos and Charles. They are much more comfortable into the car. The car looks to be much more consistent, probably a bit easier to drive also, and this is a good step for us.
It's that drivability, isn't it, and predictability, circuit to circuit, that you've been chasing with this new car.
Yeah, but we made already a good step on the last part of the season. Not enough for sure compared to Red Bull, but at least on the quali pace was okay. Race pace we had still a deficit, but much less than Bahrain and Jeddah, for example. And I think we are still going on the right direction, but I don't know if it will be enough or not.
We'll see. One lap pace, obviously, last season, we knew how good Ferrari were. Race pace was a bit of a thorn in your side. Do you feel you may have countered some of those issues? I know we'll see, but
yeah, that's
any early indication?
Yeah, you know that we have to always to pay attention to the conclusion after the test. That if you take the classification of last year, day 2 or day 3, I think it has nothing to do with the classification of the Saturday of the race. It means that we have to stay calm with this. The most important is to trust our guys, because their feedback was positive, and we have still a lot of to do on the development. For sure, I think Red Bull is still ahead, but let's continue to push, and we will see where we will be next week.
So we're not getting too carried away just yet. Can you compare this testing, these 3 days, to last year? Do they compare? Is this one better? Do you feel in a better position?
Sure that at least on the consistency and the race pace, that the degradation that we had yesterday for the long stint was on another planet compared to last year at the same stage. It means that at least on this one we made a step. But now it's not just a matter to be consistent, it's also to be fast. and this we will see next week.
We'll see, but we are seeing a little bit of pace from Ferrari. And Fred, you were busy in the off-season. You made one of the biggest
Big vacation.
drivers. Big vacation. Where did you go on vacation?
I went to the Alps, and
beautiful.
I had good fun.
Good.
Thank you. And you?
I had a very relaxed time at home. One more question, if I may, Fred. You also made one of the biggest driver signings of perhaps a generation, Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari. It's pretty spectacular news for all of us. I know your focus now will be on the 24 season, but just a word on that, on securing him.
For sure, as a team, that it's great news, and we are really pleased with this, and it will be the challenge of 25. But as you said, by respect for everybody, for the engineers, for the mechanics, for the guy who designed the car, for Carlos, for the staff of Carlos, I think he had a very, very professional reaction after the announcement. And we had long discussion, and he's fully focused, fully determined to do a good job, to push until the last corner of the season. And he can be sure that I will do the same for him, because I know perfectly what he brought to the team. that he won last year in Singapore. He did a pole in Monza, and he had always a very good relationship and collaboration with us. And I will push until the end, and I will.
I've no doubt. He's had a great testing as well.
Yeah, he's
Very
doing
consistent. Thank you very much,
Thank
Fred.
you.
Appreciate your
Ciao,
time
ciao.
as ever. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Nice to hear that. As Max Verstappen out the track on the C3 tyres. Not really improving that much on the board, so surprised about that. But it will continue as well. Now, Piastri went fourth fastest on the C3 tyres. He's done a 1:31.216 at the moment. So the time's coming in thick and fast, but the sun is beginning to set. We have 1 hour and 50 minutes. Well, actually, let's correct ourselves. We've got 2 hours left of the test. The final 10 minutes will be the red flag safety car rolling restart procedure. And Adam Lemmers alongside me in the commentary box at the moment. Joining us for the last hour, at some point soon as well, Ed Hunter will be coming in. Megan will be coming in as well, as Josh T and Omi will be hanging around as well in the background. So we'll have a full team towards the end of the day. And we'll also get thinking, Adam, because we're going to write down our top 10 teams about what the running order is. And then we'll wrap it up and put it in an envelope and find out who was right and who was wrong in Abu Dhabi.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I think I've got my top 10 teams.
I have to do that. Yeah, I've been working on it.
Yeah,
I think I've got some.
I've been thinking about it too. I think I know at least who my top 3 are.
Yeah, I've just
actually. I think I know who my. I think I know who my top. I think I know who my top 5 teams are at the moment.
I'm just writing down my top 4. I've got my top 4. After that, it gets tricky. Apart from I know that Haas are 10th because they've got no actual proper development. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, after the top 4, it gets quite difficult to sort of figure it out. And then again, looking where I've just put one of the teams, I'm really expecting them to have a bad season. Blimey. Red Bull's still number 1, obviously. I think everybody's going to put Red Bull as number 1.
Yeah, that's basically that's about right, Josh. Yeah.
And I love it when everyone else gets in the box and
Can Ferrari win? Or it's called. Do you think Ferrari can win this year, Josh, with Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz?
Definitely races.
I think so.
Yeah, definitely they'll win races. Whether they can go the whole hog for the championship, not yet, no. I don't think that's going to be the case. But I think they could really have some race wins. And I'm surprised about how consistent that Ferrari's been in this test compared to what we've seen in previous years at this stage. And this was earlier on in the day. This was day 1, Charles Leclerc having that aero bracket on the new engine cover for the Ferrari. And just making sure it looked okay. Oh, interesting. There's some cooling outlets on the back straightaways. We've got Hulkenberg, Tsunoda and Zhou together on the track. We need a proper analysis of these new cars. I think Ferrari have made a big step forward, as well as McLaren. Mercedes are still unsure of themselves as to what exactly they've got going on. So it's all up in the air. And who do you think is going to be on the podium in the first race, Anna? Have you got that idea yet as to who could be filling those top 3 positions?
I think I got an idea who's going to be on the podium. I think we all know who. I think we all know who's going to win, but I think we're going to see 3 different teams on the podium. I think, obviously, we know one from Red Bull. I think I'm going to say someone from Ferrari. Then I'm going to say someone. I'm going to say someone, and also I'll say someone from McLaren.
I've written my 10. I'll reveal them later, but as we see side by side.
Okay.
There goes, that's Tsunoda passing Hulkenberg into turn 14, and Hulk would want to get a toe here to see how the car handles, and Tsunoda's not going to give it to him. He's gone straight to the pit lane, yeah. So I've written my top 10, and I will look forward to reading those out in a couple of hours' time. I'll go last, because I've written them out, and then we'll hear, and I can then write down everybody else's, who turns up in the box. And then I'll put the question in the chat, on the comms chat, and get them all to do it, and then I'll write those down as well. And we can go back in time and see who's got it right and who's got it wrong in Abu Dhabi as well, and have that fun. And I don't know, maybe we'll try and see if there's a commentator's prize or something for the closest match. Whoever gets it completely right at the end of the season, we can get a prize for and crown them. I don't know. That might be fun. Yeah. We'll have to think about that. Make it a full-on competition. Whoever got the closest guess can have the something or other. Oh, Laura's back in the box. Let's say hello to her.
Yeah, Comcam.
Comcam is on.
Just,
here we are.
Just repeat what the gallery says. That's how it works, isn't it, TV?
That's one of the worst intros I've ever done, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah, super. Yeah, one good day in the com box. The overconfidence is extraordinary. So,
how are we?
Very good.
Good.
Very good.
Good.
Glad you have returned. What have we learned? I thought, by the standards of your usual interviews with Fred, that was almost professional. Because we've seen all sorts in the past.
We have. Fred can sort of take me down a strange path when I'm interviewing him. He goes on all sorts of tangents, says ridiculous things about what I'm wearing or, how my hair looks. But no, I think he was just trying to really temper expectation, wasn't he? Just trying to desperately not allow the headlines to run away with themselves as to the pace of the Ferrari. Yeah, they're still top of the timesheets here, 3 and a bit tenths over Max Verstappen. But it's just testing. We don't know fuel loads, we don't know engine settings, etc., etc. So yeah, Fred very much just trying to temper the expectation, but equally did not want me to ask about Lewis Hamilton, rather talk about his vacation to the Alps, but we managed to get some words out of him.
That's the content everyone wants at home.
And I understand his point. Look, for respect for the season, for the car they've built, respect for Carlos Sainz, who I think's had a terrific testing as well, actually. For sure, that is next year, this is now, and that's what Ferrari are going to be focusing on, and certainly Fred Vasseur at the helm. Look, they've clearly got some one-lap pace, if you believe what we're seeing in terms of their quickest lap times from day 2 and today as well, but I know we will take all of that with a very big pinch of salt for now.
A lot of people heading to the Alps. It's obviously that time of year, but the amount of, where you cross-country skiing, I think that's the word I'm trying to get out here. A lot of drivers doing cross-country skiing over the winter. Epic fitness, apparently. I've never done it.
Sounds a bit too much like hard work.
I think it's great cross-training, yeah, really.
Have you done it?
No, I'm a really amateur, terrible skier, actually. But they tend to sort of flip between that and cycling, don't they? As two really good ways to stay fit, get a huge amount of cardio in. Yeah, I think it's great cross-training for them. But I've never done cross-country skiing. It looks like really hard work and quite scary, to be honest.
I can only imagine. It's become a real fad. I'm going to have to speak to some of them about it and see if they can recommend some cross-country skiing areas. Do you ski in normal areas with this? Yeah, maybe you do. I don't know.
You would have to. You would have to.
Well, you can ski in a lot. You can ski in flatter lands, can't you?
Oh, Sam is saying no, you don't. Sam Collins.
You don't ski on the normal piste, the blue, black,
but the
red, green runs.
Sam, what information do you have for us? I mean, you're not in Vision, but why not join the party?
Well, I'm wearing blue, so I feel like, I'm joining in. You don't have to be up on the high mountains. If you watch some of the old World War II films, you see people skiing across the Norwegian plains and the rolling hills. It's a bit more like, you don't need to go into the high Alps, you can go into the more rolling countryside to get from point A to point B. Some people call it Nordic skiing for that reason. So that's where you lift your feet up and you go a long way. But it's really knackering, and I know a lot of people enjoy it. I don't like the cold, and I don't like doing that.
I feel that things were on track until we had a slight change in the commentary box. Thank you for that explanation, Sam Collins. I very much appreciate that.
I take no responsibility for the turn that the last 5 minutes have revealed.
Taken.
Come on. The words are failing me at the moment. No, look, last 2 hours of testing here, isn't it? And I'm excited to see what we may see over the next 2 hours or so.
Yeah, cheers, Laura. That was a discussion. I thought better just leave it running because a friend of mine, Abby Dewhurst, who's the BBC weather presenter, did do cross-country skiing once and regretted it immediately. Coming up, Joleon's Power Hour.
Oh, here we go.
Jolien.
Oh, they have delivered. I absolutely love it. That's fantastic. You look great as F1 Superman.
Never looked better.
I love the palm trees. I love the sunset. Who's made this? That is genius. That is extraordinary work. Thank you very much, Gallery. That's brilliant.
Okay, Joleon's Power Hour. Okay, gone for a Miami Vice kind of vibe, like that. Look at the detail, F1 logo.
It's amazing.
Because we absolutely do not have the rights to show any other character.
Really?
Okay, that's it. Say it out loud. Have them on the phone. Coming up, pedal to the metal. Little exclamation mark.
And
wonderful work,
if
graphics.
people weren't excited before, this now confirms.
Are you doing the Power Hour? So you've won a graphic.
Plot twist, I'm benched again for Power Hour.
He's benched.
So you did it day one, had a bench for day two.
Yeah.
I also am benched for it, so we're all in the same benched place for Power Hour. And now you've got a graphic, but no chance to enjoy the push laps. There's George Russell having a saw away at the steering wheel at turn number 4.
And we'll be back for Power Hour in 50 minutes' time. We can enjoy the...
Oh, so it's Ant and Rachel probably on the call for that one as well. That's a interesting surprise. Or Buxton as well, but wow, okay. So, Russell did improve on his last lap time, 131.163. What about Mercedes? You mentioned about Ferrari winning a race, Adam. What about Mercedes? What have we seen over the last 3 days? Have they improved?
I think, yeah, I think Mercedes will win a race this year. But like I've said time and time again, I think Lewis Hamilton will win a race this year before he goes off to Ferrari next year. And getting back to where they were talking about cross-country skiing, I did it a couple times, and no, it's not my cup of tea. It's called, I will say, living over here in the United States, a couple of really good places to ski are obviously out in Colorado, Aspen, Vail, Steamboat Springs, and then where I used to live in New England, you have places in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. We see some of the we see some of the top skiers and snowboarders, have stops up there every year, and it's like, yeah, it's nice. Probably just to the professionals. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I agree with you. I would 100% not want to do cross-country skiing. Yeah. I get knackered walking to the commentary box, and I couldn't exactly do cross-country. Downhill skiing, maybe, because then gravity's on your side, but uphill skiing... I
like downhill skiing.
Yeah. No. I would not either do the long jump.
I like to watch the Winter Olympics, and I like to watch the Winter Olympics, and I like, I always get amazed, when it comes to skiing and snowboarding, all the tricks they can do on a snowboard. It's like, it's insane. I mean, I know what a 360 is, but 920 on a snowboard, or even a skateboard, it's still amazing.
And trackside is Jack doing for some reason.
Hey Alex, it's an amazing time to be on trackside. We are here, the sun is setting, the lights are obviously coming out, and there's a few cars, to be honest, who are on similar run plans right now. In the low 37s, you have Verstappen, Albon in the high 37s, and Joe was just out here before. I haven't seen him come back around, but very interesting to see the different styles coming through here between a push lap and a high field lap. It's night and day different. Team Max coming through, only downshifting once through turn 6 and 7 before a slight lift and coast into turn 8. And compared to the Kick Stake F1 team, that's a new name for me. Coming through here, the car's very stiff, bouncing a lot. Seems like he's really fighting to try and get it under control before deep braking into turn 8. And that's a whole 8, 9 tenths slower a lap than Max. So, You can see that he looks very, very comfortable in that Red Bull. We're about to see Max come through right now, and it just looks seamless. It's effortless. He looks so under control, so smooth, and it doesn't even look like he's on a push lap compared to some of the other guys. But yeah, it's going a great day for us also at Alpine. Last year, Esteban had both PM sessions, and Pierre just had one. And this year, we've obviously reverted that, made it fair. So Pierre's back in the car, just gone out for a high fuel run also for us. So yeah, it's an awesome time, and what a special place to be watching these cars go around.
Nicely done, Jack.
Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate that insight from the side of the racetrack down there at Alpine. And Jack's going to be continuing his association with the team, knows this place well from racing here in Formula 2 as well, and giving us the benefits of his wisdom.
Fantastic to hear from Jack Doohan there, of course, son of the legendary motorcycle world champion Mick Doohan. And Jack is been doing brilliantly as well. It's just, let me say, in Formula 2. Definitely up there as a world champion. Formula 2 this year is going to be amazing as well. That kicks off next week. If you're not joining us for the F2, we'll be live on JBMotorsports for those and the Formula 3 season. All getting underway. No F1 Academy, that's a week later, 2 weeks' time, and Jess and Megan taking you through that F1 Academy. I'll be stepping in for the races that Jess can't make, because she'd be racing the Creator Series on some of them, and then vice versa, Jess stepping in for me when I can't make a Formula 2 or Formula 3 race as well, or Porsche Super Cup. And then for other reasons as well, because sometimes they clash with the FEs and MotoGPs and all that lot as well. First, coming through. It's a busy year. It's a busy year. NASCAR this weekend in Atlanta as well. Not sure what the lineup is yet for that, because we might be teaming up with USON. Don't know what the thing is for that one, because we're on the USON YouTube channel for it. I don't want to exclude Matthew on his own platform, so we'll have a look-sees on that one. But Atlanta's going to be good. Across the line, that car. It feels like the Daytona 500, by the way. It was like 3 weeks ago. It's been a very long week for me. As Albon makes a move on Hulkenberg.
I believe it.
Well, you've done the same amount, yeah. I've got this feeling that we're going to, as soon as it gets dark in an hour, that's when we'll see the push laps. But McLaren haven't brought any C5 tyres, so I don't think unless they've got one set that they were saving for today. You want the headlines. The last hour is literally all about the headlines. You want to say, I'm fastest in testing. I know you don't want to say it, but you do. You want it. You want to be saying that, yes, I've got the fastest car in testing. I've got the fastest this. I've got the fastest that. So they will be pushing hard coming soon, Adam, won't they?
Yeah. Like normally, last hour is gonna be, you can get a good, get a good pace for next weekend, and I think we all know Max Verstappen is the driver to beat next weekend, and
yes,
in the season opener here in Bahrain. Then the rest is well, like I said, I think a Ferrari will be in the podium. I think a McLaren will be in the podium, and I don't know. I think Mercedes will find a way to get to the top 5. Maybe Alonso and the Aston Martin, but yeah, I can't believe the F1 season's here, and it's the end of February.
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
No. Like, weren't we just didn't we just end 2023 and now we're here at the end of February? It's like, man, time really does go fast, Josh. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I don't like how fast it's gone. Feels like we haven't had a break.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Oh, I understand that. I understand that completely, but
Just writing out Megan's 1 to 10 for teams. They should be in the box soon. Tsunoda. When are they going to stop sandbagging is the question. Because this car is not last. Sauber maybe, yeah. They've had a horrible weekend. But Haas as well, maybe as well. Do you know, I might just change that. I think Sauber might be worse than Haas. I'm not sure, because I put Sauber 9th and Haas 10th. There's a little bit of a prequel for you about what I've done. But I don't know if I might swap that, because judging by this, they're not doing that great.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna agree with. I'll just give it to you. I think I'll agree with you about last ninth and Sauber 10th after testing.
It's going to be a long season as well, this, to get it out. This literally, this little piece of paper will be sealed in an envelope. And it will be given and locked away, and do not open until Abu Dhabi checker flag show, and we'll have all that, and we'll get the entire team back on. As much as it's a big team as well, it won't just be the Formula One team. Oh no, it'll be every single member of the team, and there is about 26 of us now. The Discord call is going to be insane to try and work that out. I might break it up to F1 personnel and that lot. And then put in like a MotoGP show with the MotoGP team and that, because we can't ask Maddie Patterson to say, or Julia, who doesn't do Formula One, to say, oh wait, do you want to just pop in here and talk about this for a second? It'll be insane, and yeah, we do need a whole team meet, so that's something that we need to organise one of these days. Sponsors, if you're listening, get in touch. We want the entire team in a comp box together. And there's 26 of us. Imagine, next year we want to be at Bahrain in a commentary box with all of us, and we can all filter in and out and go trackside and all that. Well, that'd be quite fun. Dreams, eh?
Like I said, hotels and flights ain't cheap no more.
I mean, we jumped 1,000 subscribers in a day on the main JBMotorsports YouTube channel, so I think we're at 4,500 subscribers on the
Nice.
Nearly at that.
Nice.
I think we'll hit that 5K soon. We might even. I think by the end of the year we'll be at 10K.
Oh yeah, I'll agree with that, Josh. I think, especially after all the coverage of preseason testing with MotoGP, how that exploded. And it seems like you got a lot of people, in the YouTube chat that are from Asia.
Yes, Indonesia and especially as well. And I mean, we've got so many now. It's a very diverse team up here in the commentary box. We've got 6 from the UK. We've got about 9 from America. We've got 3 from Central Europe as well coming in. And then just thinking about it as well, you then go, oh yeah, we've now even got 1 from Australia with Maddie Patterson, who's also in Ireland, so you can throw that in as well. Coming in, you've got Julia coming onto the team this year. There's so many people, and it's just absolutely outstanding that everybody's now working as one unit. These, you've got USRN, Grid Network, JBMotorsports, EERC, and PSGL. They're all just sort of coming together, and we're all from like one massive team. It's fantastic, and certainly a fantastic experience. And it's not stopping there. I'm still trying to add another member to the team for Formula One as well coming forward, and that will hopefully be announced soon. So fingers crossed. Yeah, new members of the F1 team.
Is this new person somebody I would know, Josh?
I doubt it. It's this person is a TikTok F1 TikTok person as well. So that's, I'm just trying to see if we can include as well, especially in the support formula with Formula 2 and Formula 3 would be quite handy. I mean, let's not forget about Jackson has joined the team and has aced it, and he's done 2 commentary weekends, Rolex and here, and has been absolutely fantastic in the team. And he'll be joining us for, I believe, like yourself, Adam, the America races, but also specifically with Adam being on the West Coast. I don't know, where are you, Adam? Are you on the East Coast, East or West?
I'm on the East Coast.
East Coast, yeah.
I live in North Carolina. I live in North Carolina on the East Coast. So right now it's 9:25 a.m. Eastern time for me.
I thought so. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was East or West in North Carolina. So, also, Jackson will be joining us for the races that go specifically the night ones for the UK. So the races like Australia, China, Japan, all those. And it's the one later on in the season. Well, Vegas, obviously, but you were there with Vegas as well. So
Yeah,
it's
I'll be there in Vegas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When the clock strikes midnight, I'll be here. Like last year.
It's going to be insane, that race. Let's check in with Mario Arsola, the FIA Pirelli Motorsport Director.
Of them decided to work around the C3 compound, that is the one in the center of the range, but is also the soft compound for this race in Bahrain. So understand how to manage the C3 properly and to reduce the overheating. You have a big performance advantage here in Bahrain, but probably also for the rest of the season. Some teams decided for a slightly different program. Alpine, for example, focused more on the C1. But I believe that what I can say is that data collected are not very different from simulations. Nothing strange from these 3 days of testing. Track conditions very good. Track evolution not really important, so data are comparable. And the last part of the day is super important for them for the long runs, because we are in a condition that is very similar to the race timing, the race condition. So from now to the end of the session, I can expect a lot of long runs.
Now, one of the things that a team down this field, Ferrari, was really trying to work on was DEG, because they really struggled with it in the race. From what you've seen, they seem to think it looks a little bit better. Does it look better from your point of view?
I think so. Obviously, the reference is Red Bull. Everybody knows that. But I believe that Ferrari did a good job looking at the data that we have collected so far. Mercedes is close, McLaren is close. So we have at least 3-4 teams that are fighting or trying to fight Red Bull. I hope we have an exciting championship. The domination of a single driver is not ideal. So Max deserves what he achieved in his career, and especially last year. But if we have a bit more action on track, it's much better.
Great stuff, Mario. I appreciate you explaining all of that. Bodes well for the season ahead. I'm going to send it straight back to the commentary box.
Yes, where we have a bit of breaking news and upsetting news as well. And I see SHT's already got us on this one as well in the Twitch chat. Wilson Fittipaldi, the brother of Emerson Fittipaldi, has tragically passed away. And if you remember, he suffered a cardiac arrest on his 80th birthday in December, on Christmas Day actually. It was the news that broke. He owned the racing team, of course, in Formula One. He managed several drivers in the sport. Him and his son Christian Fittipaldi, of course. Christian came in back in the 1990s and scored points in Formula One, making them at the time the first father-son duo to score points in Formula One. But yes, Wilson Fittipaldi has apparently sadly died today as a result of the cardiac arrest he suffered in December as well. So our thoughts are with Emerson and Christian, of course, and all his friends and family as well. But yeah, Wilson Fittipaldi Jr., of course, named after his father, has passed away. And Adam, who's not really some stronger results in Formula One, but he was a lively character, and he was always around. And the Fittipaldi brothers really did rock the world of Formula One. Of course, Emerson, I keep doing that, Emerson left McLaren to go drive for his brother's team, of course, back in 1976, and that led to the Hunt v Lauda in 76.
And we all know how much of, Emerson had a heck of a career in the IndyCar series, or what was known as CART back in the day. He drove for Roger Penske, he drove for Pat Patrick. Obviously remember the Indy 500 clash between Emerson and Alonso Jr., which caused Alonso Jr. to crash in 1989, on the last laps, and Alonso Jr. into the wall, and then Emerson Fittipaldi went on to win. And Emerson had a really bad crash at the Michigan International Speedway a few years later, and thanks to that crash, it basically ended his IndyCar and motorsports career. So, and we know about Pietro Fittipaldi as well. So our thoughts and prayers go to the entire Fittipaldi family. You know, on behalf of everyone here at JB Motorsports and Grid Network and everybody else.
It's a really horrific time as well, and never like hearing that as well during the middle of a test as well. I mean, it was we're coming up, of course, at the time 3 years ago when Murray Walker passed away during testing on the second day, and it was the third day we all had to go on air, and it was like, how on earth do we go on air with Murray Walker? You know, that news, it was troublesome, I can tell you that much as well. And trackside once again now as well, getting back to the test with Jack Doohan. He's down there on the circuit, Jack.
Hey Alex, so yeah, change of location here. We're at another crucial part of the second sector on the entry to turn 9 into the tight turn 10. Alex, just entering in here, you know, we have the bumps in the mid-corner, as you can see, just between the 2, 9 and 10. You can almost see the ripples as the rubber's going over it. And a lot of drivers tend to try and avoid that, go for more of a wider line, so they're breaking off those bumps, because crucial to not lock up into here, as if you lock up, your lap is over. A different thing is we'll see Fernando coming in here. If you really try and zoom in, have a look, he's a slightly tighter line. You can see the car shake over the bumps if he doesn't change his line. A little more of that rear wing wobbling over. The car does look a little bit more stiff in the rear, but yeah, a lot of time defined here over a qualifying stint, but also on a race run as the tyre is starting to hurt. That front left is getting weaker and weaker, and it's such an easy point to lock up.
Thank you, Jack, making his way around the circuit, and turn 9 is a terrific place to see, as we have watched. There you go, scrubbing off the speed. Thank you to Jack Doohan, who's making his way around this 15-turn circuit for us, and we are making our way to the end of the stint in the commentary box. We'll be handing you over to Rachel Brooks in a few moments' time. Geraldine Palmer will stay put for another 30 minutes, but will be cruelly removed before we get to Power Hour. He might have his own graphic, but he will not have the responsibility of calling it. He'll be in the company of Anthony Davidson as well. Laura Winter, we're going to be reflecting on everything afterwards that we've seen. There's been a lot of running. We had a few problems for McLaren, a few problems for Williams, but overall it's been great reliability for everyone in the field. It's been a hugely encouraging test. We know that all the teams have taken a step forward. It's good news for Formula One.
Great news, indeed. It's the only red flags we've had, Adam, is for drain covers. And we didn't even have a red flag for Albon stopping on the track, which was apparently just a fuel sensor problem. So a really successful test for everybody. Not one stoppage, not one red flag.
It's been nice. You know, obviously, talking about drain covers, we all remember what happened last year in Vegas regarding Charles Leclerc. And I can say overall, it has been a good way to start it. The 2024 F1 season. Yeah, it's been enjoyable.
One thing I am a bit worried about is that I never like when something is apparently unsinkable, because that's what they said about the Titanic, and it sank. So
that's true.
These cars appear bulletproof, and I don't think they are bulletproof. So that's going to be a fun antic to get used to going into Bahrain. If the only retirement we have all year is crash damage, I think that'll be very successful for Formula One. Not to have any, but problems will crop up. It's only a test engine, of course. Oh, hang on. Alex Jakes.
24, I think we've seen from the team back at Biggin Hill in the UK, and those who do such a wonderful job on site. You are in terrific hands, whatever channel you're watching on. Have a great F1 2024. To take you to the checkered flag in pre-season testing in the main seat, we'll hand it over to Rachel Brooks.
That's fantastic then, as we'll hear from Rachel and rejoin with me and Adam in just a moment's time. Rachel?
Charles Leclerc.
That's
on
Jolie.
an outlap in his Ferrari, so he's going to join the long run gaggle that are out there. Piastri and Alonso trading times at the moment. I'm at 1 minute 37s to 1 minute 38 on their respective long runs on the C3 tyre. Leclerc's gone back to a C3 to start his long run. Hulkenberg out there, getting the laps in. Alex Albon has been long running for such a long time, and he's been the only driver in that Williams today, and he's almost chalked up 100 laps now, getting towards the century. Albon, off a little bit early, were you, Laura?
She was escaping. She saw me come in and she went to escape. Lovely to be here with you.
Yes, what a delight, Rachel, to be sharing a commentary box with you. Yes, I thought I was also meant to be leaving with Alex Jakes. I asked him to walk me back to the paddock, and we were off for a sunset stroll together, and then I was demanded back via a WhatsApp message in block capitals to stay in the commentary box. So by popular demand from the gallery, I have remained, and here I am.
And we're about to see the Ferrari go out. Can't see any markings on the sides of those tyres at the moment.
No, it's
to see which ones
C5,
that Charles Leclerc has put on. Practice start at the end of the pit lane for him.
Nice getaway. Yeah. Is that the
practice start box gets so rubbered in by this point? It starts off as a more slippery surface, that concrete apron, but by the time you've had drivers go over it constantly for 3 days, it starts to give you almost a false perspective of how much grip there's going to be, because then you start doing it from the grid, of course on the weekend, next weekend, and there's not the rubber that's been discarded, which has been dumped by so many cars on a lot of their runs so far today. So Leclerc doing a full practice start. He's going to have a heavy car, maybe the full race distance worth of fuel on board his Ferrari, and he's embarking on what will surely be a long run.
What are you expecting from this last hour and a bit? In terms of, I know we had what the Alfa Romeos did a what we like to call sometimes a glory run last year. We saw other teams try it. Yuki Tsunoda did one. What are you expecting from this? Have they got through enough of their plans? I heard you talking about it before. Have they all got through enough of their programs to be able to do that now, do we think?
I think the feeling from those I've interviewed in the paddock is that they've seemed to have ticked off a lot of the boxes they wanted to. They've got through a lot of these plans because, well, we've had, yes, some interruptions obviously to running due to the drain covers here coming loose and fixing the track and making sure everything's safe for our drivers. They have got a lot of laps in. They've had a decent amount of running. I mean, maybe I'm just speaking optimistically here because I want to see a bit of that. We all want to see a few of the glory runs, even if, you know, we can't read too much into it. It'll be a bit of fun, a bit of a precursor to what we can expect from qualifying, just get us all a bit in the mood for it. But, I mean, the feeling within the paddock is that heads down, everybody's quietly, methodically got on with what they're doing, and maybe we will now see them all have a little bit of fun and come out to play.
Jolene, how important is it for the garage, for everyone who's been working so hard to get the cars here in the first place and then through these really long 3 days? How important is it for the team to see the car high up on that leaderboard, timesheet, whatever you want to call it? Does it give the garage a boost? Does it give everyone a boost?
It does. It does. It's, you know, everyone regurgitates the same rhetoric that it's only testing, times don't matter, and that is basically true. But for the guys in the garage, when I was at Lotus, you know, we were a low-funded midfield team, and you go for a glory run, and it puts a smile on everyone's face when you put it up towards the top of the times, or even top of the times if you go fully fledged, turn the wick up and run on fumes. It does put a smile on your face. Everyone leaves testing a little bit happier. It might be completely artificial, and it was for us at the time, but it's a bit of a morale boost. Everyone turns up the next week with a bit more of a skip in their step, and then it might all come crashing down in the first race. But I like a bit of a glory run. I think if you're probably more of a midfield team or a lower team, it's nice to feel good about yourself.
And for the drivers to open it up and really feel what the car's got?
Well, exactly. I honestly have no idea, really, why teams sandbag anymore. I don't understand the logic of purposefully hiding your true pace. It's in days of old,
yes,
you do it to not, you know, the classic answer is you don't want to reveal your secrets or what the car's capable of, and this is the day before every lap was televised. We got replays for things that we missed live. We got cameras in the pit lane. We've got drivers trackside to bring with. There's so much footage of things. Everything's under a microscope. There's 10 teams. It's not like Red Bull, with their innovative design, would just lurk in sort of 6th, 7th place, and people wouldn't be looking at what they're doing. There's spy photographers everywhere. And if Red Bull were looking midfield here, I'm sure that wouldn't deter Mercedes, Ferrari, all the other teams. It could be Sauber. They're all looking at that design on the Red Bull and seeing what's going on. So I don't really understand it.
It's confusing, isn't it, Adam? Because we've got a basic idea of where we could be, but Max he's going out on fresh tyres. I think they're C3 again, but we haven't got a proper running plan of where we are. Ted's though back in the pits. Sorry, Adam, I'll get back to the
hardest without the sidewall, without the white sidewall, isn't it, Rachel? So they actually put some Flovis paint on the mirror and the little fairing going in the mirror. I think you can see it on the right-hand side. So Max doing a practice start at the end of the pit lane, and I'm imagining that what have we got?
Look at the Flovis! Look at the Flovis fail! Look at that!
Yes, and we're seeing beautifully, Ted, how that Flovis paint is moving too.
Exactly, so it comes back. So, yeah, they're going to try some long runs.
Wow,
somebody who's not here to see how those long runs go is Helmut Marko, who's left the building. So, Helmut's just been picked up by his driver, I can tell you that exclusively, so I just passed him on my way into the pit lane, and he's gone off to wherever Helmut is going for the next couple of days before he joins us back again here on Wednesday. So, yeah, let's see what Red Bull do, whether it's long run, race run, whatever. It would be suggestive of that Flovis paint that they wouldn't keep him out there 57 laps now. You would have thought they'd want him to come back and see what that's doing, take the photos and then send him out again. But we will see in due course. But yeah, the hardest tyre of them all.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yeah, Adam, that's beautiful. We saw the Flovis properly being extinguished across the track. It was beautiful. And now, that's the first time I've seen Flovis on the Red Bull. They must be wanting to analyse a bit more of that cover. So what have they spotted 90 minutes before the end of the day to think, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on? This isn't lining up with our data. It's a bit worrying, isn't it?
It's, I just can't believe F1 testing's almost over with. It's like, it was here and now it's gone.
Been a busy week. I've been.
Now we focus.
I've been in the box.
Now we focus on. Yeah, I know you've been quite. I know you've been. I know.
8 hours.
You've been in the comm box like yeah, it's like 8 hours a day.
Actually, today it's longer because of that hour we got back. So it's actually 9 hours that will end up today with being in the comms box live on air. And it was 7 hours Monday and Tuesday for MotoGP, 8 hours yesterday, and 8 hours Wednesday and Thursday, and 9 hours today. And then tomorrow it's only luckily like an hour for. Well, I'm not even covering NASCAR qualifying. It's the radio, and then we're doing the race on Sunday at 8 o'clock. So again, it's nice and smooth being transitioned in because there's no practice at Atlanta, of course. So it's straight into qualies.
No, yeah. Yeah, it's called, and we all can say, and it's, it's not an easy job to do, Josh, but you always do an incredible job, so.
Thank you, Adam, that means a lot. It's been very hard, but it's just been me solo because it is midweek, so a lot of the team are working and busy and still do it. And of course we're not on the main channels, but apart from Twitch, obviously now we got that back, but we're not on the main channels. So yeah, it's just smiling and keep on going. I think Verstappen's coming in this lap, by the way, on the pit, so he's just doing the 2 circulations to make sure that is okay. A full lap at speed, and I wouldn't be surprised if he dives in now to the pit lane. He's going to complete the lap. Okay, he's on the C1 tyre, and Max's Flovis lap is 7 seconds off the pace of his own Leclerc's fastest time. It's a 1:37.59. So yeah, quite far off. And that Flovis then, it's being measured on the new aero intake scoop next to Max's head, and it's trickling down the side pods of the Oracle side of the logo, and just seeing where it goes on the air and what it's doing. It's a beautiful thing, the Flovis. It's just paint basically that's getting thrown on like a liquid.
Yeah.
And look, they're all looking at it. They're all looking at the data, saying, right, what's going on here? What do we need to find? What's going wrong? That's Jean-Pierre watching on GP.
Josh, we've talked we've talked about Red Bull, we've talked about Mercedes, we've talked about Ferrari, and we've talked about McLaren. I think we need to talk about Williams now
Yeah.
because last Logan Sargent is in his second year with the team, and Alex Albon is there as well. So, you think Williams can? You think Williams can find a way to get a win somewhere this year?
I think Williams will get at least a podium this year, and I don't say that like I think the pace that Albon had last year will increase now that the car is getting more like a Mercedes. I think he needs to show what he's worth if he's either staying with Williams or going to Red Bull for 25. For Sargent, second year, training wheels are off. He was put under a lot of pressure in the first half of the season to perform. Did perform in the second half of the season. I thought he was our only rookie was Piastri, of course. Piastri improved massively time over time and won that sprint race, but Sargent, of course, isn't in a McLaren. He wasn't in a car that could win, but he got that point in Austin and he developed a lot as a driver. So I think Sargent now coming into this season is going to be in a similar position to Albon, where he will be regularly challenging in the points. After the top five, they're quite good. I think Williams. They're going to be midfield again, no longer at the back. What do you think about Williams?
Yeah, I'll agree on about especially about Logan Sargent. I think he can score. I think he'll score points this year in the Williams. I think Alex Albon will get a podium somewhere. I think Logan Sargent will come close. I don't think he'll get a podium, but it's gonna be interesting to see how Williams doing. Aston Martin, obviously, they have Fernando Alonso, former world champion. He was really good last year in the beginning of the year. I think he'll get a podium, at least a couple this year. He could contend for a win somewhere, but I think Fernando Alonso will contend for a win. What do you think, Josh?
I think he will get a win at number 33 of his F1 career, and it's about where and if he's got the support. Monaco is his best shot, but I think he's now got... Aston started last year with such a performance advantage over the rest of the field compared to Red Bull, and they threw it away. And I think I don't know, I've got this feeling that Alonso... I don't think... Looking at him in the test, I think Alonso is maybe starting to have his eyes to wander towards that Mercedes seat for possibly a 2-year deal, and then retire fully. And I don't think he's, because he knows what the Mercedes engine can do, but he's stuck with Aston Martin, and I don't think it's working out the way it is. So I think he'll definitely go out there, but I think his eyes this year are going to be on securing that Mercedes seat to get him in for a year. And if they're in a competitive way, win races and maybe even a third world championship. If we crown Fernando Alonso a world champion with the likes of Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton still racing, I will be amazed, because Alonso, I'm always surprised he's still racing. He just won't stop.
No, it's the way Fernando Alonso's driving. He kind of reminds me of one Tom Brady, who he had his whole career with the New England Patriots, and then 2 years with the Tampa Bay. He went from New England to Tampa Bay, and he won a Super Bowl, and then retired. So I was like, I think we're gonna see that. I think Fernando Alonso, I think he does go to Mercedes in 25 on a 2-year contract, and after that, I think that's it. I think he retires.
Yeah, I agree with you. Trackside 10-11 is Jack
Going for that energy management, but he started then to short shift straight away just to have that more stable rear. Joe, again, high gear all the way through the corner. Clearly might be struggling with that right rear, so it's a little bit of more low RPM, just keeping that car a little bit more stable. The likes of Piastri, though, hearing that he's struggling, you know, a second slower than Fernando, it seems like his car just wasn't behaving so well as he was coming in, not rotating as he would like. Seems like it was pushing on a little bit too much, and the rear then following for the exit. So clearly not too happy. He's just about to come into picture here, see if we can see some sort of characteristics. Seems like a lot of lock on the steering wheel and very early to that exit curve. Clearly not too happy with that. I think Charles has been closing him there very much. But yeah, very PlayStation lines we see here on the entry, using all the curb. You can see the Red Bull is also riding very, very low, bottoming actually as it's putting one wheel onto the beige tarmac. But yeah, they're definitely not missing any piece of track, that's for sure.
Jack, are you able to see any characteristics you can relay to your team from your spot trackside there at the moment?
For sure, you know, it's interesting to see obviously different gears, what they're using. That's very important in the energy management, and, you know, really at what stage they're running and what gears they're using. Also to see how the cars are behaving. We can see how the cars are bottoming as they're coming into the highest, you know, load part of this part of the track. DRS zone, normally the cars are not running DRS during this race sim, but it's very interesting to see. I think Pierre's just came to the end of his long run, feeling on a cool lap before coming in. But yeah, you know, small little things that I'm able to take back, but nothing that the rest of the guys and girls at the factory won't be seeing.
What's the mood like, Jack? Because we're struggling to try and place Alpine at the moment. We can't quite work out what sort of car you've got for this season. What's the mood like in the camp?
The mood's good. You know, I think above all, what is most important for us in any team is a stable, reliable running session to make sure that they can execute, you know, the plan that the engineers have been working all winter. And so far we have, which has been a huge plus because it's so important that we can roll out our test program just as we want. Obviously, there's been some few little delays and red flags, but, you know, touch wood, none so far on our queuing, so that's also great. And, you know, that everyone seems to be happy. You know, we know the challenges that we're facing, but I think everyone's just in a good mood because we're able to really tick these boxes ahead of the season, which is most important. Where we are, we'll see next week, but at least we know that we're running through our program and everything is running smoothly so far.
Jack, as always, an absolute pleasure to talk to you trackside and to have had you in the commentary box this week as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
And Anthony Davidson's joined me now in the commentary box. Thank you to Jolien and to Laura, who are off to get ready for their show this evening to wrapping up testing. And as you join me, Anthony, lots of long runs going on right now.
Yeah, they're using these ideal conditions that are very representative from what we're going to see next week in qualifying and in the race. And they're using them to get a lot of the valuable work done right now. So, you know, this is the time when the teams can really learn so much from the cars, so much from the tyres, more importantly.
New set of C3, though, for Yuki Tsunoda, so he's just put these on. Let's have a look at this lap from him. Oh, slightly tricky out there.
Yeah, it's always difficult to get on the power out of turn 2. We've seen that all the way through this week, these last 3 days. And as he exits turn 4, he tried to desperately keep within the track limits there. He comes past the first sector, only 4.5 tenths down and a personal best for him. Now down the hill, you brake nice and early here to make sure you can slow it down, get the car straight on the exit. The rear just sliding ever so slightly there, but he kept it in check the whole way through before turn 9. Continue to turn in, then ask for a bit more from the car as it tightens at turn 10. And once again, full throttle. I love this time of the day where you get to see the dashboard in all its glory on the steering wheel. And he works his way now through turn 11, up the hill. It rises quite a lot through here, around about a 20-metre elevation gain before sector 2 comes at you, in between turn 12 and 13. And he's lost around another second just in that second sector alone. I always say it's like the heart of the lap, that second sector here in Bahrain. And then the final corner, looks like he runs nice and wide onto the curb and didn't have too much understeer in the car. To go P9, a personal best all round for him. And continues on down the straight to end his lap. I'm sure it'd be in a recharge mode, change a few switches or just one switch on the steering wheel to activate that from full deployment on a push lap, a qualifying kind of simulation run, to then put it into charge mode. So that charge is not just through kinetic when you hit the brake pedal, that kinetic recovery, but also when you're flat out, when you change that mode, it will use the heat recovery from the turbos, from the turbo of the engine to recoup some of the energy back. It's actually very efficient. It's almost as efficient, if not more efficient, to do that than it is through the kinetic braking, because of course the braking only comes from the rear axle. That regen only comes from the rear axle on a Formula 1 car.
Ted's got something to add. Ted, you're in the pit lane. I think only a couple of cars not out on track right now.
Yes, Rach, a couple of things from down here. First of all, on Sonoda, so I'm sort of struggling as to where they are in relation to Alpine. I think RB and Alpine are actually quite close. Maybe we don't have a guide on where Williams are in that three as well. So who's going to be the 6th, 7th, 8th quickest team? But yeah, so that lap from Sonoda, even though he lost a bit of time, maybe it wasn't his best. Rach and Ant, maybe that gives us, we got a little race here.
Yes, with the Ferrari and the Mercedes.
I see a big, okay. But yeah, I think that's an instructive lap from Sonoda. So I'm wondering whether they're ahead of Alpine at the moment, behind Aston Martin, sort of at the front of that sort of second midfield team section. But we'll see as the evening goes on. And also Oscar Piastri's continuing his Bahrain Grand Prix as you would practice it, his race simulation. He's just been in for a pit stop and has put another set of the C1s.
Cheers, Ted, down there in the pit lane as we are into the final segment of qualifying, and on the inside, as we see, Russell passing Leclerc. Why is it always the Ferraris getting past in this test? They're just staying completely out of the way of it as well. Just waiting for the glory runs to start it. What do you think, Adam? Who do you think will end this test fastest? Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes? Did we see McLaren?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari stays fastest. Then I think it'll be Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, and I just got a sneaky suspicion that Fernando Alonso is going to jump Oscar Piastri and go into P3.
He hasn't done a run yet. None of them have, really, apart from Leclerc on that C5 tyre. And it was a 129.9 yesterday in the similar times that we saw the fastest time for Carlos Sainz of the test so far. Are we going to see anything coming today? And dare we say a 129.7 dead or anything below? Anything below a 129.709 is the fastest time, beating last year's pole time, of course, set by Max Verstappen. So it's getting to the point where we're starting to cross the fingers and cross the T's, dotting the I's, just sorting everything else out. As out there on brand new C1 tyre compound is Oscar Piastri. So he's now in a race simulation for the next hour and 12 minutes. He'll do a stint on that tyre and see where he goes. And then presumably the last... It's got to be in, because now we have an hour to go, because the last 10 minutes is going to be the red flag protocol. So they need to get out there and really start hammering in the test. Although I don't think McLaren, as I said earlier, have any C5 tyres. Doesn't they elected to bring them? So what are they hiding in race pace? In qualifying pace. It's such an exciting test, this one. It is. It's a shame it's ended, but yeah, we can all do with a break. I am literally praying that this next hour goes by incredibly quickly so I can get in and have some food, because I've been locked in this box for 8 hours now. So I just heard someone throwing down to Anthony, but it's not. Anthony's already in the box, so Jack Doohan's still trackside. Who's in the pit lane? Sainz and Perez. Zhou's just on a fastest lap, by the way, a 136.518. That's 18th fastest for the Sauber. So I don't know, but Sauber are off the pace massively. I don't believe Danny Ricciardo's time. Sargent, of course, didn't go out today. It was Albon's full day of testing for some reason, even though the schedule said it was different. So 19 of the 20 cars have gone out on today's test. Personally, I'd rather have day 1 full, day 2 full, and swap the drivers over day 3. That way we get everybody running around. Adam, I'm really interested in getting your thoughts on this. I came up with something earlier on when I was solo commentating. Instead of 3 8-hour days, we have 2 6-hour days, which still adds up to the 24 hours we have now, but the teams can have 2 cars, which is double the data. What do you think? And then everybody gets a run.
Yeah, I'll take that. I think easy on I'll take that. Easy on everybody. Easy on everybody. I mean, and speaking of cars, Josh, I guess we need to talk about the new. I guess we're calling it V-carb now.
I think it's V-carb,
How do you think they'll do this year?
They've said it's RB, then they've said it's V-carb. I have no idea what it's going to be. I'm just saying it's V-carb because then it makes sense. Because if you say RB, people are going to think Red Bull. So it's V-carb for me. I think they are hiding their performance a little bit. I think they could be quite a surprise. But if it's genuine pace, I've put them quite far down low on the list. Oh, hello. Are we going to have an interview? Oh, that's Gilles de Ferran, of course, who passed away earlier on, late last year, wasn't it? Just before New Year.
Yeah.
Heartbreak, Gilles de Ferran. We spoke about him on the podcast.
Had the fastest lap ever. Yeah. Had the fastest lap ever. Yeah. Then called Auto Club Speedway, and before that it was called California Speedway. And in IndyCar, it still blows my mind. He was very talented.
Sadly missed as well, and the drivers this weekend having special helmets. Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, a special testing helmet for them both. I don't know if they're carrying it into race 1 next weekend. I have not yet had that officially confirmed about what their plans are, but we will keep you up to date with anything we find out. But right now, we're watching Oscar Piastri, 3rd fastest on the board. Yeah, so to get back to VCARB, I've put them high on that. They are sandbagging. There's no way they're this slow. Sonoda 1.6 seconds off the pace on the C3 tyre, believable. But Ricciardo, no. He only times the C1. They're hiding something on that car, and I think they're hiding the fact it's last year's Red Bull. What's your take on VCARB?
Yeah. In fact, like I've said on Wednesday, it's gonna be nice just to get any work on the full time again on the F1 grid this year. I think they'll contend for I think they'll contend for top 5 or top 10 finishes. I think top 5 is a long shot. And,
I agree.
I think they'll be a midfield team. I think it'll be struggling to. I think it'll be a struggle, to get points in the team championship. I think Denver can score points for himself. So, and then obviously we need to talk about the bottom 2. I'm still gonna call him Sauber. I'm sorry. That's the way
It's Sauber.
I remember Sauber. That's the way it's not Kick Sauber. It's Sauber to me. And Haas F1. Yeah, those 2 teams will be toward the bottom of almost, I think, just about every race.
Yeah, I agree. I think VCARB is going to beat Alpine this season, says SHT. Sauber hasn't been around Sauber has been around the back in so many seasons in the last few years, and I think they'll be the 6th. And VCARB, Sean says SHT is. I think they are going to be the 6th fastest team, like how they were when AlphaTauri in 2020 and 2021. So it seems like there's a possibility there for that to run around. Definitely think. Where have I put them? I've put them 6th. So I've put VCARB, or I'll be 7th on the board. We'll reveal our full list soon and see what's going to happen. I don't know when Megan's going to turn up. Or Ed.
Yeah,
or Josh. Or,
yeah.
I think, it is Friday, so I presume they're all still busy still. Jess would have joined us, but work has had a meeting scheduled. Well, she would have been here for the last 2 hours. But we'll be hearing plenty from Jess throughout the season as she leads our F1 Academy coverage this coming season in 2 weeks' time. I think it starts. Rich White says, who do you think replaces Hamilton? It's the question we haven't really talked about during testing, have we? Who do you think, Adam, will replace him? I'm thinking either Alonso or they'll go straight for Kimi Antonelli. Who do you think could replace Hamilton?
I'll agree with that. I think if it's not Fernando Alonso, it's Kimi Antonelli and the and I think among all these sport categories for F1, I think F2 is going to be a category that you definitely do not want to miss any of the action.
No chance for Mick. I was about to say about Mick Schumacher. I think Mick's more likely to go to Williams to replace Albon, who replaces Perez at Red Bull.
Yeah.
I think that's the way it's looking, isn't it? So I think Mick's on his way to Williams quite soon. Even though James Vowles said originally no, I don't think he's going to have a choice when Alex gets poached back to Red Bull. And I don't think Mercedes are going to allow that either, because the only reason Mercedes allowed Albon to be at Williams because he was a Red Bull driver was that he severed all ties with Red Bull, and now Red Bull have come knocking again. And it's like, well, he's going to go there with all our engine data. And it's like, but I think Red Bull are going to go, yeah, well, we've just wiped the floor with you in the championship, so we don't care. So it's quite like that. Mannerisms, really. But yeah, I think if anything, Mercedes would want Albon. So it's all confusing where it's going to go. The driver market, there's 15 drivers up for grabs at the end of this year. This season is just going to be insane, as Max has done 15 laps on these C1 hard tyres, and there's a little line starting to form at the inside right wheel as well, as we've got Hülkenberg, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Piastri, Alonso and Zhou out on the track as the lead runners.
Josh, last year we saw Nick DeVries get sacked at toward the middle of the year in F1. So do you think we'll see no driver
Perez
get sacked toward
Perez? Yeah.
And if Checo goes, who replaces him? Is the question.
If Perez goes mid-season, I think it will be Danny Rick who will take over straight away. And I don't know who would go into that seat at AlphaTauri in that case.
Yeah.
Probably Liam Lawson would go in. So there's three routes for Red Bull. One, Perez is sacked mid-season and Danny Ricciardo takes over and Liam Lawson goes in the car. Two, Sergio Perez is sacked at the end of the season. At the end of the season, and Alex Albon goes in. Three, Sergio Perez is sacked at the end of the season and Danny Ricciardo goes in, and Liam Lawson goes in at the RB team. And then Albon goes to Mercedes as well. It's so confusing. You could have a strategy for how you think the season's going to go, and it will go the opposite way. SHT says, just quickly, Rich White says, makes sense. Aston appears to have another fast car this year. They do, but Alonso wasn't happy. He hasn't completed all of his race data preps. That's why he was in the car a bit earlier this afternoon. Why am I bending down? The iPad can move. Okay, where are we up to? Sean ST says, I'm just having doubts on Alpine, to be honest. If Mercedes is competitive, I think Alonso should be the one they go for. If they struggle, I think they go for Kimi Antonelli if they were in a rebuilding phase. I'm predicting Kimi Antonelli in the Williams as for now, SHD says. I think that's a very strong gambit as well. But what if Antonelli doesn't have a great year in F2 in his debut year, because he skipped F3, he's gone straight there. And he was in Freca, so it's on the FE and the European Open. So it's such a strange season lining up, and we're going to be busy. 24 races, and I guarantee at each one there's going to be another nugget of information that we have to go and scrabble to find out and something to explain. It's going to be brilliant. So, yeah, 24 races this year on USRN, JBMotorsports, and it's going to be brilliant fun. Please do join us across it all. It's going to be... It's the longest, it's the busiest, it's the most confusing season we've ever got, and it all gets underway in 8 days' time. Remember, the race is on a Saturday. So it's Thursday, next Thursday is practice, next Friday is qualifying, next Saturday is the race itself. And nothing on Sunday, apart from some energy. Ted's in the pits.
Pit stop in his race sim, unless I'm mistaken. But,
Correct.
you're talking about the Sauber. It's actually coming in behind me. So have the soft tyre on and see what he's going to change to. It looks like one of the hard compounds going on. But yeah, I was delighted that we're seeing Alex Albon just doing a practice pit stop. I'm happy to see Alex Albon get back in the car. Looks like they're going to run to the flag, or Williams are going to try to run to the flag. They were just doing the preparation they needed to do to get him out on his long run. I'm wanting to see what these tyres are, because, I mean, I'm curious. I hope if they take them off in their yellow stripe, Rach, then I'm hoping that that might give us a clue as to where Williams are. We're talking about whether they're in amongst RB, Alpine, Williams and Sauber. But I've got a funny feeling from what they've been doing to the car, just preparing it, they are going to try and run to the flag with Alex Albon. But anyway, he's been told to get in, and when those tyre blankets do come off, I'll let you know what they're doing.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Ted. Yuki Tsunoda is out on a new set of C3 tyres, I believe, so let's keep an eye on him at the moment and see whether or not I was right, Ant. You'd hate that if I was. This is Charles on those hard tyres.
I'd be happy for you. I'd be happy for you that you'd be right.
Little moment there for him.
Yeah, that really didn't look like a handful there, didn't it? Out of turn 2 and through turn 3. Turn 3 even became a bit of a corner there for a moment, didn't it? As he exits turn 4. A brief moment full throttle before lifting back off again. Not actually, not fully off that time, interestingly, before turn 6. Just hovering the throttle, tart throttle, around about 10% or so. And now up the hill. And then over that dip and bump through turn 9, keep it turning, and then turn even more for turn 10. And it's just fingertip stuff at this stage. You really don't want to be over pushing the car. Just keep it rolling. Just everything you do from inside the car is just one fluid movement on the steering, on the pedals. You can see they're hovering on the throttle there. That's how gentle you have to be with it. Turning into turn 13, make it one process. Don't pinch the car, don't do anything that's going to upset the car and change that balance that you're looking for. And the same thing for the final corner coming up here. One motion, and yeah, just he did that brilliantly there. Just not let it. I was expecting a snap almost, but it didn't happen. He balanced it beautifully. And
just going to interrupt because Yuki Tsunoda jumps up to P6 with a 1:31.399. So Tsunoda absolutely just jumping forward in that timing screen, getting himself right in there, faster than Sergio Perez as well from this morning's session on the same time. Different track temperatures, of course, but again, very impressive. And Tsunoda, as I said, I still think that this car is last year's Red Bull. I still think it looks too similar. They've gone from a push rod to a pull rod, and everything looks so the same. It's just last year's Red Bull painted differently, with a few updates to this year's spec. That's it. It's an evolution of last year's car. Piastri's really surprising me. That McLaren has come out of nowhere from having a bad test last year and a bad first race. We were writing them off, and this year they're right back up there. We've got day 3, Ferrari seeming to be the fastest team, because remember, Verstappen didn't even set the fastest time of the test. That's Carlos Sainz with Ferrari's times, and Verstappen's 4/10 off. He hasn't yet run on the C5 tyre. I'm sure we're going to get our party spoiled, but maybe we could be in for a little bit closer of a season than we can anticipate. But that's being optimistic. And not really being pragmatic either, to be fair. As we see Piastri into turn 1. C1 tyres, so he's on a longer run. He's done 12 laps on these tyres now, Piastri. Really is just out there doing a full cycle. And our lap time for a C1 tyre, around about 30 to 32 laps they can do comfortably. So I think we'll be seeing that distance completed soon. He's already done 10. We've got an hour to go, so he'll easily rack them up quite quickly. Just another 20 minutes on those tyres, and then he'll be into the pits. That's how long it takes. Because it's a 90-minute race we're expecting next week on Saturday. I'm going to keep saying that now that we're into the last hour. Saturday race. That's where we are, racing on a Saturday. And we'll be live on JB Motorsports and USRN for it as well. Not sure if we're on the Mixlr app because of March Madness kicking off soon. With the basketball, they usually take over 2 channels. So I know we've got the USRN YouTube channel now. So we might be here. If so, that's 4 channels that will be on at one time. Which I think is fantastic, bringing our experience to many different platforms as well. Thanks, gents. Have a great day. Have a great day too, Rich. Hopefully you have a great day over there, and everyone else as well who's joined us throughout this pre-season testing across JB Motorsports and USRN, and it's been an absolute pleasure. And we'll happily have the last 45 minutes before we go into the red flag protocols, and we have another test around as we're on board now with Alexander Albon, who's in 13th, out there on C3 tyres, and they have done brand new tyres actually for him. So this is a push lap actually for Williams. Brilliant. So they are yellow, as Ted predicting. So would this give us a little sight, Adam, if Williams are a midfield team, if they could get right back up there with Albon?
I think Williams is going to be a midfield team this year, Josh. Like I said earlier, I think Alex Albon will score points. Logan Sargent. It could be a struggle for him here too, but maybe get some top 5s, some top 10s. Maybe we'll sneak onto the podium once or twice. I think a win is a long shot.
Oh, and Albon ruins it for himself by going off at the last corner and loses a heap of time. Only goes 12th, 1:32.054, but that could have been the fastest as well. Could have got him into ahead of Russell in 9th position as well, maybe even ahead of Hülkenberg. So that, I was about to say, as Anne's saying as well, that lap time would have put him right up there with Hülkenberg and Russell. And maybe even ahead of Perez. That's a bitter blow for Williams there. I just had a heart attack as I'm looking at because OBS, the laptop went the what do we call it? The YouTube stream on just went a bit black. I was like, uh-oh, what's happened? I looked down and I saw it go, but it's back. It's all on. It's fine. And they'll continue to push forward. 8 hours, 26 minutes in to this one. Just that little bit wider as well. Should we talk about Alpine? Well, he's on the screen now as well, Pierre Gasly. Do you think Alpine are going to be any better? They've completed their testing program. They seem very happy. They're just out there now doing runs extra. Do you reckon that they could be a bit more comfortable than compared to last year when Ocon and Gasly were not exactly complimentary towards each other at several times in the season?
Yeah, I think Alpine will do just fine this year. Two good drivers, Ocon and Gasly. I think they'll be. I think they'll be either 7th or 8th. When it comes, to the teams, in the team's championship this year. So, I think they could. I think, maybe a top 10 somewhere. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting with Alpine this year.
Need some points on the board compared to the struggle they had last year as well in the second half of the season. Gasly's first sector time of the way on this long run was a 32.099. Second sector 43.455. 7 seconds off the pace, but it is a race simulation for Gasly now. 5-lap-old medium compound tyres. There's the C3. As he goes into the last corner, let's see what delta time he'll get across the line if it's a difference between them. And he's boxing. So Gasly straight down the pits, Ted's the pits.
So I think he's just gone out to charge the battery and to come back in. I'll let you know what they do in the garage. Yeah, he's coming past me, and they're ready for him in the pit box So let's see whether they put on a new set and he carries on, or whether this is a race run. Yes, look, a nice shiny set of C3s
yes. That's
ready
what we like
to go
to see.
there for the Gazman. Please tell me that they've color-coded the wheels this time. No, they haven't. It's still the pink at the back and the blue at the front. And I don't know about you, well, I do know about you, Anthony. I know that bothers you as much as it bothers me. Make them pink all round or blue all round, but not pink at the back and blue at the front. It really bothers me. Anyway, right, now we're going to see a lick of speed. Yeah,
I
there you
like
go.
it.
Now we
I like it, Ted. And I have to say, Ted, when I drive in with you two in the morning and then you discuss for the first 5 minutes of the morning how close you were to parking perfectly in the box between the white lines, it absolutely just throws me. It starts my day in a very bizarre fashion.
Well, I mean, at least, you know, the mechanics are going to know that if they pick up a tyre and they can't feel whether it's a rear one or a front one, which would be a particularly odd thing, at least they'll have a look at the pink and know that it's the rear tyres. If it's the blue, it's the front ones. Anyway, look, that does bother me. Right, George Russell, also out now on a brand new set of the C3 yellow mark tyres. So keep an eye on Gasly and Russell.
Thank you, Ted.
As the perfectly symmetrical and balanced colour scheme of the Ferrari comes past.
The grin on
Ted,
your face
look
there.
at it. Oh, perfection.
It does look good, to be fair. Apart from going off the track there, that didn't look quite so good.
I didn't see it. I was too busy looking at the...
Yeah, you were too busy staring at the wheels. Pierre Gasly's coming around turn 10, so a while or two before we see his lap. George Russell's out, I believe, on some new tyres as well, so let's keep an eye on him and see how he gets on.
Seems to be a much better run, actually, for Leclerc. On a serious note, because he's now lapping consistently in the 36s, so he was in the 38s before. Just the difference that can make from
and that was
swapping
38 on
tyres.
the C3. It was on the yellow tyre.
Yeah, so it's because they drop away so dramatically. So he did 20 laps, like you said before, Rachel, on the C3 tyre, and it's what you would expect. You've got the performance there for when they're newer. Compared to this tyre he's on now, the C1, by the looks of it, the hardest tyre that they have here in Paredes range, actually, for that matter.
The hardest of all, yeah.
So he hasn't quite got the same peak performance, but you're definitely going to get better longevity out of them.
Gasly.
Yeah, Gasly started a lap time, but Tsunoda's out there on a brand new set of soft compound tyres, so this is now beginning to get the race run properly into the swing of things. We're going to see a lot more improvements, a lot more deltas coming in. James Allison watching on in the Mercedes pit garage as well, just keeping an eye on proceedings. Rumored to be the next team principal at Mercedes. I don't think he wants the job. Toto pretty much umming and eyeing what's happening. So many people up and down the order now, what we're going to see in the pit lane. But we've run interrupted, actually, for 7 hours now of this session. Not one red flag in 7 hours. Since that,
That's amazing.
Yeah, since that drain cover this morning for the first 27 minutes. So pretty much 8 hours we got back uninterrupted. It's fantastic.
George Russell on a flying lap.
C3 tyres, brand new as well, so this will be a push lap for George. Previous best was a 131.867. Down into turn 1, gets gently back on the accelerator, just careful not to spin up the rear tyres, and he took a bit too much curb the exit. DRS open on the run up towards turn 4. Now it's a 28.947 for Leclerc in that first sector. What is it? Nice. Oh, he's off the track. Oh, no, he's kept it on 4 wheels. Come on, what is it? Oh, he's 2/10 off. Right. He's going to get, if he keeps that up, he's going to go quicker than Verstappen. And on a C3 tyre, he'll jump, because Leclerc, of course, did his lap time C5. So he's got to beat Verstappen's time of a 130.755. And that's what Mercedes is currently doing. If he does this, I think Red Bull might go out there and go, okay, let's blow the party away and do another lap on C3s and probably show. Tsunoda, C4 tyre compound for him. He's out in that first sector and did a 29.042. But also, Albon out there, brand new medium tyre C3, 29.244. As well on his tyres. Gasly just did a 132.149, went 14th on his last lap time as well. So now, and Russell's dropped 6/10, that's going to put him 3rd overall. So he might just jump ahead of Piastri. Tsunoda on the C4 tyre, can't use that, but look at Albon in that first sector. 29.244. Here comes Russell up to the line. Should go ahead of Piastri for third across the line, and does so. 6 tenths off the pace of Leclerc, which is the gap on that C5 tyre. So that's looking good. Now Sonoda in that RB goes third. 5 tenths off the pace on a 130.835. Which is 5 tenths off the pace of Leclerc, but Leclerc on the C5, Sonoda on the C4, where there's a 2 tenths difference. So the gap between Leclerc and the gap between Ferrari and RB is around about 7 tenths of a second in this session. Not bad overall, looking forward. Here comes Alexander Albon in the C3 tyres. He goes up to P8, 131.464. Now, looking at that on the board, that compares it with Russell. And Haas actually. That's it. So Williams are faster than Haas at the moment. That's a decent time, and it's getting quite good. You won't need that spoiling it.
Yeah, it is. I think once we get down the last half an hour, I think everyone will be going for broke.
Megan Birch has joined the commentary box now for the final 20 minutes, but we're going to go down to Ted.
And we've seen the RB20 kind of being opened up and closed up in terms of cooling, kind of all test really. As the test has gone on, they've cut holes in things, they've opened up cooling, they've closed it. So they're trying all the ranges. That's obviously what they do. In the beginning of the test, we've also looked at that little plate on the nose, that little carbon fiber plate, and wondered what it was and whether it was going to change. Well, check this out. It's got a little cooling vent in it, and I haven't seen that before. In fact, I think that's brand new for this evening. It finally looks like it has a purpose. That little carbon fiber vanity plate on the front. It looks kind of like last year's. There you go. It's so new. The mechanic's actually just checking. It's there and working. There, we had a mechanic a minute ago actually with a brake cooling fan blowing air into it. So whether this is just something. Yep.
Well, I was just wondering, because they all have to have a cooling vent on the nose now to cool the drivers. There's a driver cooling aid has to be in place now after Qatar last year. Is that their version, or is that still those two further up, those two that are side by side further up?
Debris on track. Looks like a bit of Alpine.
I didn't know it has to be in place.
It was brought in for this year.
It can be in place.
I will double check, but I read it as though they have to. They've had to introduce something to aid driver cooling.
Okay, but those two vents either side of the number one were what they already had for that purpose, and they've added another one on the nose. So listen, we'll find out whether it was one or the other or both. But at least we're going to see Max go out on a brand new set of the medium. It'll be the medium. Which is the C2.
Shiny yellows.
There's where we're going. No. Shiny white solid stripes. So it's the C2. So that'll be the medium next weekend.
Will it not?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Yes, it will. C2. So that's what he's gone out on.
Thank you very much, Ted. Work in the pit lane this testing. We'll see you next weekend for the race.
Debris on track with the Alpine. Part of the floor came off as well. Looked like some part of the car. Megan's joined the box. Hello, Megan. How are you?
Hello. I'm hungry.
Megan. Yes. Last day of testing. So next week, Saturday race, not Sunday. Saturday. Don't forget. What do you think? What's piqued your interest during this test? As we see, what is it that's flown off the side of that gas?
Ferrari have piqued my interest.
Oh, it's the front.
Oh,
it's the front tyre cover. The front left, the front right tyre cover's come off on the car of Gasly. That's what the debris was on the track. I wonder how that failed. Stone must have hit it or something at a high speed. Anyway, yeah. So
seems to be a lot of that around the track. I mean, do they not sweep? They have sweepers. Why do they not think, okay, sweeping? I get that there's drivers picking up debris all over the track, always, but you'd think they'd have managed that by now.
Track surface slippery in Sector 2 is the message that's just been put out as well.
Gravel shouldn't have done that.
So who's piqued your interest in this test then?
Ferrari.
Definitely
Sainz.
Ferrari, yeah. Sainz, 129.9 yesterday. Yeah.
Sainz is definitely done. Ferrari are just overall, they've really piqued their interest. Still not confident that Red Bull won't win the season though.
Yeah, much of your disagreement there. Right, well, we've got it on. I mean, Adam have been loosely talking about it, but you're here now and you're not here for long. And the session's going to go, thinking, in 15 minutes anyway. So you can disappear after that because we'll go into the testing procedures. So, mate, you've written down your top 10. I'll get Adam's top 10 from him in a second. I've done mine. So, your top 10 of how do you think the running order goes now and how it would be. Well, what we do is, you know this.
Yes.
We'll write them all down. We'll get everybody's view. So, those who aren't on air, we'll get them written in the Cottons chat. We'll get it written down, put it in an envelope, and then see you in Abu Dhabi who was right and who was wrong for the season. I'm just going to read that way a little bit. So, yeah, we'll find out who's right and who's wrong in Abu Dhabi.
You watch, everyone's wrong.
Everyone's wrong, probably. But the closest match wins a prize. Don't know what the prize is yet.
We should do a mid-season one too.
Oh, God, no. That maybe.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, actually, all right. Mid-season might be interesting.
Because then you get the chance to, like, go over it again and see how much your mind changes.
Do you want to go higher or lower? Sorry. All right, we'll work on it. But right now, we'll write it down. But whoever's closest gets a prize in the comms chat as well. So that's going to be something to work forward. So you've gone Red Bull as number 1. That's pretty clear.
Yeah.
You've put Ferrari at number 2, which you've just said explains why because they've been good in the test. Green flag's out, by the way. Yellow was out as a marshal went on the track to pick up that piece of debris so the track can remain clean. McLaren number 3.
I have high hopes.
Yeah, I've done the same. But this is interesting. Why have you put Aston Martin number 4 and Mercedes number 5? Why have you swapped them?
I'll give you one guess.
Is it Fernando?
Yes.
I know.
I have high hopes.
He does look good in this test. I mean, he's 6th fastest at the moment.
Exactly.
Mercedes 5th. Midfield team. Are they really going to fall that low again?
Yes.
Right. RB6, the Toro Rosso AlphaTauri lot.
From what I've seen, they've been good.
Tsunoda's up to 3rd, and that's C4, plus the 2/10 gap, so he's 7/10 off the pace of the great. That's not bad at all. Alpine 7th.
Yeah.
Gasly Ocon battle again?
Yeah. I mean, they were good when Fernando was there, but they kind of dropped in the standings as soon as he left.
Why have you put Williams so far down 8th?
I'm not going to hold out for Williams to not have problems.
There's the mechanic catching the wing cover.
I think they'll get some points. I think everyone will get a lot of high points, hopefully. But I'm not going to put in midfield when I doubt they'll make it.
All right. And you've put Sauber in P9, obvious reasons, I think.
Yes.
And Haas in P10, once again, obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Glad to say. Okay. Adam, I've got my pen ready, and I have a clipboard.
All right, you ready, Josh?
I am ready. Who's your number 1?
All right. Starting in P1 for me is obviously Red Bull. P2, I think I'm going to agree with Megan in saying Ferrari.
Yep, go on. I'm
P3, I think I'm going to P3, I think I'm going to say McLaren.
Oh, okay.
P4, I'm going to say Mercedes. P5, I'm going to say Aston Martin. P6, I'm going to say Alpine.
Oh, that's interesting. Putting it that high up. Go on.
P7, I'm going to say Williams.
Mike, come next.
P8, I'm going to say RB. And then P9, Sauber. And P10.
Haas in P10, yeah. Who did you say in P8 again?
I believe it was RB.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Or V-Car.
Yeah, sorry. I put Sauber in P8. Excellent. That's some good picks, actually. Right, no, Josh hasn't turned up yet, so I'll say mine in a second. I just need to do my notes. Can you?
Right, so replay, and it's to stop the replay. Who's that coming up to the line? It's Alonso.
Yeah,
driving perfectly as usual.
All right, here's mine. My top 10. In number 1, I've put Red Bull. Obvious reasons. I think even though they're 2nd fastest now. Oh, Okay. Looks that was a fun problem because the sound
Yeah.
cut out as well. Right, okay. All right, even though Ferrari number 1 right now, I've put Red Bull number 1 because I think they've got upgrades coming in. They're not going to show the full test here, and they haven't yet done a
They
lap
never
time.
do.
Yeah, they haven't done a lap time on the C5 yet. I've put Ferrari second. I think they've got a really good package this year. They've upgraded an awful lot, so I think they're going to be quite strong. McLaren continuing on their ace performance at the end of last year. We've all put Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, and then the top 3 we've all got the same answer so far. But this is where we differ. Like Adam, I've put Mercedes in 4th. Because I think they've got a handle of their W15 now. It looks, that front wing looks interesting for aero, and it looks like Hamilton's okay with it. Aston Martin have put 5th, and I differ from all of you here. I've put Williams in 6th.
You have hopes, Fo.
I've put Williams as the 6th fastest team because I genuinely think Albon, who's currently running in 8th, and maybe even Sargent could get in regularly to Q3.
True, they have been good. It's just I put them so low because I reckon it'd be car issues.
Yeah. Well, it's looking good with that new rear suspension. That's Mercedes.
Give it a week.
I've put now. It was a struggle because I've been saying all test. Oh, RB is basically last year's Red Bull, but I've put RB 7th because I don't think the driver pairing is strong enough. I don't think Ricciardo and Tsunoda are strong enough to consistently be attacking, attack. Because it wasn't last year.
Ricciardo and Gasly might be.
Ricciardo and Gasly might be an interesting lineup, yeah. I've put Alpine in 8th because even though they've had a good test, I've not been convinced that car is totally fast. I think there's too much weight saving with the livery to mean that there's something that's obviously too heavy with that car. Here it is now, actually. And now they're looking at the front brake duct as well. There's something that on that car that isn't working. Even though they're all saying, yeah, we completed our program, there's something that's been found out about it. Sauber, well, they had a rear off the car early on today, and they've just not looked anywhere in testing. And Haas, well, Haas were already... We've all put Sauber and Haas in P9 and P10 because Haas didn't even turn up to do performance runs. They've turned up to do tyre testing only. So they're not even focusing on performance.
They're out already.
Yeah, Haas effectively out. So I think that's an interesting top 10. I'd love to when Josh gets here to see what he says. But we've got the same top 3 and the same last 2. And then, again, it's that midfield from Mercedes, Aston, Williams, RB, Alpine that we're all sort of swapping around.
Yeah.
We can't decide it. That's how close the midfield is. I wonder who is closest at the end of the season.
I mean, we're all pretty close in our estimation.
Yeah, we are actually. Working out the 80% rule is going to be hard, isn't it? If we all fail, who got the closest?
You watch all 75.
If there's a tie, though, that's the question. Who gets the tie?
Well, to the drive, it's kind of if there's a tie, Josh, we go to if there's a tie, we go to the drivers.
Yeah.
You know,
that's true. Yeah.
Whichever one of the things are highest.
Yeah. If there's a tie, let's go to the drivers and see. Well, yeah. I agree. Who got that right? Or maybe we could use the pick a winner.
Yeah.
That's true, Josh. Yeah.
Yeah. If there is a tie, let's use the grid network pick a winner and see how many people correctly predicted the race wins for F1.
Oh.
And then who
I'll go with
was
that.
right. Yeah.
I'll go with that.
Right, so who's that? I think that's Tsunoda going down the field. I mean, I don't watch too much football. Going down the track.
Have you started watching football?
American football.
I think the driver track has actually crashed because I've reset it. It stopped working. So yeah.
That's bad.
The whole test, it's been fine, and now it starts going belly up.
I'm still running on Super Bowl brain.
Okay, the driver track has failed from FOM's side. Yeah, I was wondering what was the problem. It's not us, because Hulkenberg just came into the pit lane, so the track map has failed for everybody. It's not just you at home.
Why did I think that was Sauber. What?
Green?
No, wait, no, it might be an RB. Why are they just sitting on used tyres?
Not a clue.
They are just sitting on upright used tyres.
Now, Russell's coming out on the track. If he's currently scheduled that he's on the back of the track, so I think the driver tracker has... Yeah, Russell's... Look, so the timing screen's right, because it says Russell pit out, but the driver tracker has frozen. And that's an issue from themselves.
We can live with that.
Yeah, because Hulkenberg came in and out. So, sorry about that, man. We are creating a secondary screen in case the driver tracker ever does go down, where it's the full timings and an hour camera. So, that's in development, a bit like how we have in MotoGP, in case there's ever a time where the driver tracker does do this. So, we are working on it. Oh, it's working again. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's flying around everywhere.
And now we're looking into the Mercedes garage.
James Allison, the technical director.
He's looking slightly confused and a little bit aggravated.
Charles Leclerc dives into pit lane after 18 laps on those hard tyres. He doesn't need to do a fast run. He's already done it today.
Albon I saw.
Ah, it was Alex, okay.
Yeah. I hate how some of these cars look so similar.
Well, that's because it's your favourite colour, black, and we can't tell who's who. I've been looking at the driver tracker more than ever. To try and it froze on me, that was useful. Can't tell where they are on the track. Driver track is so important. Albon's out there on soft tyres.
It's a very sleek look.
He's out there on C4s. Oh, is it C5s? What's he on? Can't tell if it's C4 or C5. I think it's C4. Come on. Albon goes up. I'm doing that thing with the clicky pen now. Trying to work out who's quick and who's not. By the way, can we add, you know I need to get that bus mixer. Can we add these? Do you know why? Look at my ears.
It's like it's imprinting on you. I'm pretty sure those are burn marks.
They are, because the speaker on the inside, if you feel it, just feel it, the speaker on the inside, there's a nice bump, and that's resting on your ear. Because there's no padding to, like on yours, where there's padding, mine's gone. So I need new ear cups.
Yeah, that's bad.
Because it's burned my ears.
How much are they?
10. Anyway, Russell's on board now with the lap attack. He's on C3 tyres.
Ooh, going off there. See why I put them in fifth.
He's 3 tenths off of Leclerc though.
They can't even stay on the road.
Russell has a good first sector and then struggles in sector 2, the downhill snaky section. Do you reckon adding that, is it going to be Russell or Hamilton as a race winner this year? Because Hamilton, of course, not won in a couple of years. Russell won in 22.
Yeah. I think George Russell and Lewis Hamilton find a way to get a victory this year. I don't know where, but I think,
Russell coming across, just down the back straight. I really hope, by the way, that our laptop hasn't just died on us and... Oh no, good. It's still connected.
It's fine.
That USB thing is connected. Also, Megan, Russell's fourth at the moment. Does he go any faster? No. He lost a lot of time. Oh, fastest of all, sector 3. 22.5.
He gained it back.
Right, now the track's getting good. Okay, here we go. Look what started working. Port number 1. Not port number 2.
Your laptop is very temperamental.
I have no idea what's happened. I'm going to try. I haven't tried it because we've been on air, but after we finish, I'm going to try putting the power through and putting that monitor back on. It's not even temperamental though. It's just having a pattern. I think it's software since the update. I think there's something wrong with it.
It might be.
It's got cold in here.
Maybe because the heater's off.
Oh, the heater keeps turning on and off. It's getting annoying. It's because either it's too hot and it burns your feet, or it's too cold in there. Let's have a look then. It's the clear he's out on mediums now. This is a brand new run, so...
Where's Sainz so far down?
Where is Sainz? He was out this morning, so different track conditions.
That explains it.
Albon's P5 though on that C4 tyre. That's very impressive. Oh, Russell improves again.
Why does Sargent have no time?
He wasn't out on the track today. Albon stayed in all day, even though he shouldn't have done. Albon's decided to stay in all day, and Sargent has been in the commentary box.
This is why Williams is so far down on my list.
Where are they? 8. I put them 6.
They're not testing both their drivers well enough.
Oh, well.
Instead, they're giving them both commentary time. Obviously, they think one of them's going to enter a commentary career.
Oh yeah, Albon was in the box yesterday, and then Logan was in today. I mean, yeah.
They're giving them second chances of, okay, if this doesn't work, then why don't you go into this career? It's like, DC will help.
Yeah, DC. I don't even know if DC's on the commentary, because at the moment it's Julian Palmer and...
I don't think he is.
I'd be very surprised if he's left the role of the commentary box. But then again, I don't think DC did much in the commentary box the last couple of years. It's all been Julian Palmer.
I think he's handing over ropes.
Yeah. Of course, I'm missing 3 races this year. You're taking the 3.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say.
Hell would have to freeze over.
Oh, I can check whether it's frozen.
Don't go in Norway. Hell's in Norway, I know. That's where the rally is. Leclerc's second at run. I mean, I would have
we
to
descend from Norway.
I know. I'd have to be ill, physically, not being able to move out of bed. I had COVID, where I was in bed, so dizzy, and I still dragged myself to the commentary box. If it wasn't Saudi Arabia in an afternoon race, I probably would have not done it.
It's 6 degrees there, so... Hold on, is it hotter in hell than here?
It's 9 degrees here, Megan.
I know. It's 8 now.
Oh. What is that Lenovo Vantage thing? It flashed up on my monitor. And then at the bottom of the screen here, it said breaking news happening now. I was like, what has happened?
I don't know.
What is Lenovo Vantage? It flashed up on the tablet on the screen. I was like, what is happening?
Hold on. I don't know.
I don't like that being on.
One thing is, the people who live in Norway, hell, they have they really go into like the whole thing of it.
The hell? Sorry, they're not usually on different sides, are they? Hell Hotel. Yeah, I've had to change sides of the mic because these are so damaged. It's hurting my ear. Verstappen's out there on C2 tires.
Things to do in hell.
You're literally just Googling hell, okay.
How to get there.
How to get to hell.
There's a highway.
I'll tell you what though, who sang, who was it Meatloaf, Welcome to Hell? Was it, who did Meatloaf, who was it Meatloaf? Who was, you know, bad out of hell, highway to, like a bad out of hell.
Don't sing.
Oh, we're not on the main jump.
Still.
Highway to Hell.
AC/DC.
Yeah, but who did Bat Out of Hell? Who did Bat Out of Hell? Verstappen's second sector. They're all just getting ready for the fast runs, by the way. Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf, yeah.
And
Jim Steinman. And he died of coronavirus. Which was caused by...
a bat.
Yeah. Ironic, isn't it? Like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone so long.
He's a prophet. That's what they'll say in 100 years or so. In a few hundred years, and here we have the prophet who sang about his own death.
Verstappen up to the line.
40 years before.
That's even worse. 6 seconds off the pace, 6.5. I have not been able to leave this commentary box.
Heaven can wait.
Heaven can wait. I've sweated through this.
Yeah.
So, Bat Out of Hell, Heaven Can Wait, Highway to Hell. You took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, I get it now. I now get it. Do you know, for years that's bugged me. I implore you all to go look at the Formula E Putrajaya Season 2 commentary camera video from Formula E, because it's Jack Nicholls and Dario Franchitti doing a thing. It's hashtag Spot the Song lyric, and Jack Nicholls goes, Nicholas Prost, he's going like a bat out of hell, Nico Prost. And as quick as a flash, Dario goes, took the words right out of my mouth there, Jack. And he was like, and they all start going like, yes. And then hashtag it's taken me about...
They're two most popular.
Yeah, it's taken me years to get that. That's clever. Well, we do more subtle song lyrics. Hashtag Spot the Lyric. Sonoda out there on the track again, now on C3 tyres. So he's just doing a shorter run. He did his time on the C4s though earlier on in the session. Less Taylor this year, I think.
Yeah.
Let's have less Taylor and more broad out. I think we've exhausted...
ABBA,
yeah. We've exhausted the Taylor Swift puns.
Yeah.
Let's go for Abba.
I'll take Neil Diamond.
Yeah, let's have some Neil Diamond. I mean, we could just get Mum in here and that's the big one done.
Yeah.
Man,
should love them.
I'll say this. I don't know. Did you guys see that Neil Diamond Volkswagen commercial they had during the Super Bowl?
Did he?
Really?
Oh, I missed
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
he was there.
there was a Neil Diamond Volkswagen Super Bowl commercial this year.
Hang on a minute.
It's called. You can
Hang
go
on
to
a minute.
YouTube and go watch it.
Mandy's Ballymanala. Not Neil Diamond. See how exhausted I am. How did I get that one? Neil Diamond, Megan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's Barry Manilow.
Song.
Barry Manilow. It's Barry
I like
Manilow.
Gary Manilow.
Yeah, it's Barry.
I know.
It's Barry. I'm just joking. Megan's a really, thing. It's Barry Manilow. Not Neil Diamond. Is it Barry Manilow?
Barry Manilow.
See? I told you. Neil Diamond. I just love that old Neil Diamond song, Megan.
Written by Scott English.
I love that old Neil Diamond song. How does it go at the baseball chant? Reaching
Sweet
out,
Caroline.
Oh, no,
touching
no,
me,
no, no, no,
touching
no,
you.
no, no.
Sweet Caroline. Every time. It's like an
Mine
infection.
now.
It's like an infection every single time.
I'm taking
That's on.
everything you have.
You get it so much in the football as well, and when we do watch baseball, it's always on every time. You can't help but go ba 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 every
It's
time.
like a
It's called. Yeah, well, Neil. Yeah, well,
I
they
can
play
leave
that
now.
song, at every Boston Red Sox game at Fenway Park. So it's.
Boston Red Sox, Megan.
Yeah, I know. So I can say that.
I'm just waiting for Megan to twig why Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, I know why it is.
Is it because of Cheers over
Yeah.
there? Behind the,
Yes, that's right. That's correct. That's right, Josh.
Mayday Malone and all that. Have you got to where he goes back? Yeah.
Which one's that?
Yes.
He goes back to do a
Sit.
pitch.
Is that one?
Let's see.
I think I've got to
okay,
that one. I'm on Series 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You-
Okay,
what?
so
Sorry,
okay,
yeah, go
okay,
on.
Josh, Megan. I'll ask you this question: Which actor played Sam Malone on Cheers?
It's Ted Danson.
Yeah.
Ted Danson.
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He was
Hey,
also
you
in The
go.
Good Place. I love The Good Place. Me and Kellyanne watched The Good Place, and then I watched it with her, and we binged watched the entire first series in one day. And do you know when? I'm not going to spoiler alert. The reveal at the end of season 1, we both went what? And bear in mind, she was ill at the time. And then the next day, we had
Same here.
the English football. That World Cup match against Croatia and the penalties. I would never forget that sight of having to go, yes! And then Kellyanne literally sat in the chair, breathing, like, holding a cushion so hard against her. Honestly, I'd never forget that sight because it was such a weird mix of emotions seeing her as well, because she was ill at the time, of course. It's just, such a weird day. Yeah, what was I going to say? I was on about something with...
You were on about Cheers.
Yeah.
About how I've
How
got
are you
to
on
see...
season 5?
I think I'm near the end of Series 5.
Well, to be fair, you were on season 3 on Monday, and
Yeah,
I
I've
haven't-
taken a
and
break
it's-
from it.
and it's Friday, and I haven't really seen you since, so I'm not really surprised.
I've taken a little break from it the past couple of days.
Russell is on the C4 tyre, and he's got fast sector 1 and 2, 29.0, 38.8 sector 2. Russell coming across the line to go second fastest, 46 thousandths off the pace of Leclerc on the C4 tyre. That's not even on the C5.
Jeez.
Mercedes might genuinely have pace again.
Right. I am going to go now.
Right, I think we might need to put Mercedes higher up. Where did that come from George Russell? Right, Megan.
holding
Look
out.
at the purple thing.
Series
Oh,
5,
the
episode
Fortune,
19.
Josh.
Series 5, episode 19. Diane's nearly gone. And then you'll have Becky. You'll enjoy Becky. Right, thanks, Max.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, see you soon.
Goodbye, Megan.
You right? Yeah, good, bye-bye. I can't hear you. I can't even hear what you say, Megan. Go on. Food now, okay, bye-bye. Adam, we've got about a minute before that red flag comes out. George Russell surprising the hell out of everybody there. Hey, what a time! What a time! 46,000 off Leclerc. I think Red Bull is still good because they haven't set a time on the fastest tyre, but wow, from Mercedes and Ferrari, that came out of nowhere. Entire test worrying. We might actually have a very close season.
Thank goodness. Let's go. We don't need another season like we did last year, Josh.
Yeah.
It was
miserable last year.
Yeah, last year was nice, but I want a more competitive year this year.
Everybody
besides
agreed.
Max Verstappen. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I want a 5-way fight for the title. I want 3 teams, 6 drivers, all-out war. Let's see who gets it.
I'll go with that.
Now, yesterday, we saw the red flag. Oh, hang on a minute. What's happening here with Zhou Guanyu? He's on the C4 tyres, and he's set fast sector 1 and sector 2, and he's gone up into 3rd place on the C4 tyres. 136. And virtual safety car deployed, so that's into the 15-minute test. The test ends with the cars out on the track, but Russell, second fastest. Charles Leclerc ends testing day 3 fastest, but Ferrari end testing in total fastest with a 1:29.9 set by Carlos Sainz yesterday in testing. And Sauber bringing it out late, 0.3 off the pace of Mercedes. That's impressive. Maybe they've got something in the bag for glory runs. But now the safety car is out, and shortly we'll go to a red flag for the procedure test. Wow. So Ferrari, Adam, top pre-season testing. And there's the red flag now.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask you this, Josh. You know, since pre-season testing is over with, can Ferrari sit on the pole for the season opener in Bahrain next week?
5 front rows out of the last 7 races for Ferrari. So, and Charles Leclerc especially. So I think it's generally on pace. I think if you count the time differential between the 2 tyres, Verstappen will be right there. It's close now. It's really close. And I'm a bit more hopeful now we've had testing compared to that. I think Red Bull is still going to be miles ahead, but going to Bahrain, there's genuine hope. Yes, Adam! Race will resume at 18:58, a standing start procedure. So we're going to have 5 lights, and it will be a restart on the grid.
Nice.
Oh, bring it on, the first start of the year.
Nice.
So the red flag's out. Track is clear. 60 seconds until the restart. And now they're going to put on the older tyres. They'll get released, and all teams are not exactly required to, but it's encouraged to do a practice start and help the FIA with their systems. So we all know it's correct and right. The cars will make their way to the end of the pit lane. In the fast lane, they'll be released, of course, without the safety car, because that's the new rule. This year, the safety car won't lead them through. Even though we'll be under a safety car procedure, they'll lead them round, and then we'll line up on the grid. The 5 red lights will come on, and we will be underway with lights out. It looks like Verstappen's going to take part as well. Whether or not he'll take P1 on the grid, I don't know. He's entered P4. No, Max is not even going to bother. Well, I don't think the FIA are going to like that, because it's not a requirement, but it was a request that all teams take part in this procedure to make sure they're all familiar with it, and Red Bull seems to not want to. So, whatever. Green light, and away we go. And Tsunoda, followed by Hülkenberg and Zhou, and Piastri are going to do the practice start for us. Looks like Williams, Aston and Mercedes are going to do it. Ferrari going out too. So it looks like all cars are going to head out on the track for this restart. But the red light's gone on. The red light's gone on. Well, what's going to happen now? Because Alonso and, well, the Ferraris have gone through, but now it's gone green. Good. I was going to say, they want to go out for the F1 test, and they put the red light on. So Alonso and Charles Leclerc are getting a little bit in the mix there. They shouldn't have put the red light on. It should have been green. But Alonso put the stop to the line, and now we'll get ready to go. Max not doing it is a bit of a worry. It was a request, but Albon hasn't gone back out. Neither has Russell as well. So, yeah. I'm trying to see who else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. So 4 teams haven't gone out again. We're going to have a standing start procedure test, a bit like yesterday's rolling start, but Verstappen isn't getting involved in these cars out the car, yeah. So what will happen is they'll line up on the grid and the 3 amber lights will come on to signal an aborted start and an extra formation lap. They'll then go around one more time and then the lights will come on and it will be lights out and away we go for the testing of 2024. So it will be a different procedure test. Last year, though, they didn't all get going and they were told to. Russell's now left the pit lane. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 10 teams will take part. They'll line up on the grid, though, but Russell's at turn 8. So they might be told to slow down a bit and wait. Because Russell's got an entire sector to go as it's going to be Nico Hülkenberg on pole position. Yuki Tsunoda will be alongside. And then it will be Zhou, Piastri, Alonso, Leclerc, Russell at the back as they line up on the grid then. We're into that battle procedure where the first standing start of 2023. Now remember, it should be we go to an aborted start procedure first. That's the information because they like to test it all, and that'll allow Russell to catch up as well, who's coming down towards turn 14. So they'll line up on the grid. Rebecca will press the buttons. Whether we'll go green or not, I don't know. We're waiting to see what we're going to have as a test procedure. Russell's coming to the grid, so Russell's going to come round and line up too. Hopefully he doesn't take his sweet time about it. All eyes are to those lights. The green panels are illuminating. Russell lines up on the grid, and now we wait to see. It's a standing start procedure, and it is start aborted. Lights on. So it's a standing start procedure and start aborted. So an extra formation lap. Away we go. So that's all part of the test, everyone. We will still get a practice start with the lights out. They will still do it. But we'll just go into that procedure of waiting. Josh T is with us if he wants to pop his camera on. And I'll get him in the box. Josh, can you hear me? Hello. How do?
Hello.
Nice to have you.
Josh.
My lights are still red from the red flag. What time did we get going?
We got going at 8:48 a.m. and the test ran the entire day. We had no lunch break. I've not been to the bathroom. I have not had any food. I have stayed, and I was solo for 6 hours.
Nice. I was, again, at lunchtime. We had the, there we are, the standing start board. Letting drivers know that we are going ahead with standing start.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, at lunchtime, we had the huddle around the monitor. And Verstappen not on top.
Yes.
No, Verstappen is not on top.
Not even second.
Didn't even do a lap time on the fastest tyres. And if we've taken the calculations, if the gap between the tyres, he's actually he's only third fastest. Leclerc and Russell are ahead. If you take
when we looked at it at like 1:30, he was second 3.5 tenths off.
It remains. He's now, he's made about the same. He's about 4 tenths off the pace as well. So here we go then. For the first standing start of 2024. We had a rolling start procedure yesterday, and I tell you what, the race directors really know how to leave us on a high, don't they? Because we're going to have a standing start at the end of testing to perfectly prepare us for the launch into 2024. Next Saturday night, we will go racing in the desert. Saturday Night Fever will hit us to launch a 24-race calendar in 2024. They line up on the grid then for the red flag test start at the end of testing. Hulkenberg on pole. Alongside him is Tsunoda. Behind comes Zhou Guanyu and Oscar Piastri. Then it's Fernando Alonso and Charles Leclerc. George Russell lining up towards the back, doing one final burnout, keeping everybody waiting. We've completed 24 hours of pre-season testing. It's time to have a little bit of fun. For the first time this year, we'll have the start procedure and we will get a launch down to turn 1. Time to get those voices prepped and have a little bit of a test of ourselves. Are you ready? Are you steady? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights. It's lights out for F1 testing. It's a good start from Hulkenberg. The drivers go one by one off the grid as they go down towards the first corner. Good launches from everybody. The team's very much knowing what they needed to do. But the first standing start of 2024 has been taken place in testing. Everything is fully prepped. Everybody is as experienced as they can be. Not one red flag for a car breaking down. We had a Williams with a fuel sensor issue, but everything has run smoothly. And the red flag comes out, and the checkered flag now to signal the end of pre-season testing in 2024. Adam, it's been a good run, as Russell really gave it hell to get back to the grid. What a run. Oh, as my picture's frozen. No. Josh.
Wasn't really a race start, was it?
No, I was expecting them all to go pretty much wrong.
Was a basically standing practice starts with the lights.
Yeah. Which wasn't supposed to happen. They were supposed to all go at the same time. But
yep, and there's Russell going through
right.
turn 10. So how many drain covers did come up in the end?
I actually had this information. 7.
Nice.
They noticed, in total over the test, they've noticed 7 drain covers that have come loose. 2 repeat ones as well. Just to inform you. So that's
there's
it.
Hulkenberg going down, and again, the Sauber looking absolutely beautiful under the night lights. So does the Haas, to be fair, with the light reflecting off the black. Literally what I'm saying is most of the cars look good under the lights. Here in Bahrain, of course, we've got the Aston Martin with the British racing green. And everyone files into the pit lane with 3 minutes and 18 seconds to go. We won't get underway again. The McLaren as well coming in, the Ferrari as well as Charles Leclerc, who what Ferrari tops the session, Josh? I haven't got a time.
Leclerc tops it, but Sainz had the fastest time overall across the 3 days.
Yep, the 1:29 from yesterday.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So that was an absolutely incredible lap time. I saw the replay of it, of course, with the day 2 versus day... No, the day 1 versus day
2. Yes, yeah, earlier on, yeah. This morning.
No, it was...
Day 2 morning, day 2 afternoon versus day 3 morning, yeah. Great, check your flags out, by the way.
Yeah,
officially
it was like something like day 2 soft versus day 2 hard, medium, or something like that.
I think Rachel Brooks just called a start. I want to reverse that, unless Ant did his rubbish Crofty impression again, by popular request. I'd like to...
I mean, it wasn't the best start.
No.
Why don't we get Ant Davidson to call the start of the races that Crofty is missing?
Yeah, but it's going to be Harry Benjamin with, and it's foot to the floor. I'd rather hear that. People are going to get annoyed. Every commentator has one. And it's like... you look like you're used to them. First race since 2012. We went here, it's lights out, and away we go at any race. Because even Ben Edwards said it in Australia 2012. He said lights out, away we go, which is his. Lights out, away we go. Right, let's wrap up the test then. What a session it's been as well, and what a run around we've got.
Okay.
What's up?
IndyCar is banning Joseph Newgarden's Indy 500 winning move.
Don't agree with that, to be fair. Adam, all good? Has Adam frozen?
Yes.
Adam, you may have frozen. Just to let you know. Perfect position to freeze, though. sat smiling in the chair. I like that. It's a good position if you're.
I
camera's
can't
frozen.
see Adam's camera anymore.
Oh, I
so
can
you've got
still.
More than me.
Oh,
Anyway.
it's just frozen for me. Anyway, that's it.
Flies
Session's
off
over.
on Max Verstappen's car. The barriers go up. I could see Adam's camera, but I can't anymore. The racing ball gets pushed back into and we were talking about this at lunchtime. Racing Bull could win this year.
They could. They really could. And I said that they were sandbagging throughout the test, and it turns out we were correct. Here's the results then from day 3 of pre-season testing from the Shakir International Circuit in Bahrain. It is Charles Leclerc fastest, 46 thousandths off of George Russell, and then it is Zhou third, Verstappen fourth, Tsunoda's fifth, Albon has gone into 6th, Piastri 7th, Alonso 8th, Sainz is 9th, and Perez rounds out the top 10. Hulkenberg is 11th with Hamilton in 12th, Stroll is 13th, Norris 14th, Gasly 15th, Magnussen 16th, Ocon is 17th, Bottas 18th, 19th Ricciardo, and Sargent is in 20th place. What a great image that is down on the track there. That'll be nice for pit report side, pitch report. Josh T, what have you made of F1 testing as we're slowly getting Adam back in the box?
Well, drain cover was absolutely incredible. So that was always fun, but Ferrari top in day 2 and day 3. Verstappen top in day 1, if I remember rightly.
Yep.
So not nearly a Ferrari domination. Certain Matt Gallagher will be happy until the photoshopped image of the new Ferrari car on top of a recovery truck becomes real, whenever that will be. But Logan Sargent, the only driver not to be out today, of course. Albon was in all day, but also Daniel Ricciardo, 6.6 seconds off, but I bet it looks like he was on the hard tyre most of the day, so must have been doing long runs there for Daniel Ricciardo at Bahrain pre-season testing. Next time out, round 1.
Adam, what have you made of testing?
I enjoyed it. I can say I think this year's championship is going to be a lot closer than last year. Nice to see Charles Leclerc on top in the Ferrari. Nice to see Sauber up there as well. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a runaway in F1 this year. I think we'll see multiple drivers win. And I think Lewis Hamilton, he does get away in his last year with Mercedes before going to F1. I mean, before going to Ferrari in 25. Yeah, we all know Max Verstappen and Red Bull have a huge target on their backs this year after what they did last year. So bring on next weekend, next Saturday in Bahrain. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's brilliant. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Josh. Thank you to Omi. Thank you to Jackson. And my thanks to Megan as well and Ed Hunter for all your help during pre-season testing as well. On USON this weekend, you can join the team on Mixler for the Atlanta race as well. You can join us here as well. And on JBMotorsports Twitch, where we'll be covering the NASCAR from Atlanta. Next week, we're back. All main channels back in action as well for the season opener of the 2024 Formula One season as well. Just finalising the team for that in the coming days. We're going to have a few days, though, where we can all chill out and just do some NASCAR fun. A busy week, as always, here on JB Motorsports. It's been very chaotic. Thanks to Matthew at USON for giving us the YouTube channel. We hope you've enjoyed pre-season testing. We now know pretty much 90% of a running order, but whether it's correct or not, we just won't know. Join us Thursday to find out when practice gets underway. Friday is qualifying, and next Saturday night, we go racing in the desert for the Bahrain Grand Prix. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.